Let's put the YouTube live. Hello, YouTube. You've missed absolutely nothing, just me yabbering on with nothing happening. Hello, hello. As we kick off into our first best of 5 of the day here for the Backers Brawl. We'll talk a bit more about what this event exactly is and what it's about a little bit further down the line, but for now, we're going to be picking this one off and getting this one going. So, we're just going to see what happens as we get this started. And let's see what we get. As we have got ourselves in the top right hand side, our red Protoss player. This is Hero. In the bottom left, we have got ourselves the blue Zerg player, Solar, for a little bit of PvZ to start the day. I think we're going to be starting in a very fun section of the bracket. So, kickstart, we get underway. Game number 1 of our best of 5. And we look to see what will happen, how things will go. What we're going to get going on over the next few moments as we get into our opening game. And it is best of 5s here, guys. We've got 8 best of 5s coming up, brackets in theory, because we are currently missing a player. So, it is very possible we do not have 8 best of 5s, which I'm going to be very upset because it's... This is, I guess, to do a little intro on the tournament. This is not necessarily just this is not a WardiTV tournament at all, in the sense that we did not fund this event. This was just someone reaching out that wanted to run some awesome StarCraft and get some fun players involved and basically give it to the community and show that, you know, we can run events as a community and, you know, people can get involved and support and stuff. So I'm going to be very upset if we're going to be missing games and missing players. You know, it's one thing if it's my tournament and my money, but I feel bad when it's someone else's, so we are going to try and figure that out ASAP. There's a couple drones transfer around, and we get settled here in the early stages. And we wait to see what the plan shall become. There's a couple of lings are going to go poking about. Stargate on the way up as well. I'm just going to bring that through too. The couple of lings are going to go in after that probe now. As that probe gets chased, lings are going to continue onto it. And the other ling continues to come up as well. And is just going to be getting that probe. So that probe goes down. The Adept comes across. Is this a replay cast? You tell me. If it's a replay cast, you will know it's a replay cast because we will say it's a replay cast. So please inform me of what has just made you think it's a replay cast. And then you can figure out whether it's a replay cast or not. 200 IQ. Someday, we will have eventually taught everyone in Twitch chat to figure out if it's a replay cast or not by the fact that it says replays in the title. Someday! Today may not be that day. Slowly by slowly. Slowly by slowly, little by little, I guess, is more the one. And yeah. When I'm literally talking about players being late and not being here, probably live as well. Alright. Ling's gonna go running over, and Jeb's just gonna go fighting. We'll take some damage, just gonna activate a couple of drones, gonna be going down. 2-3 workers getting picked off to begin with, so Hero getting some good damage done in the early stages. 4 drones gonna go down, the Adept continues to come back through. We'll see how Oracle's pulling back over. Oh, let me update the stream titles, the bracket command, guys. Sorry, I'm thrown off by the fact that I'm missing somebody. Basically, it's not great. Yo, what's up, Unstoppable Pork? Thank you so much for the 28-month resub. Welcome back. Happy Saturday to you as well, mate. Thank you so much. Who do I miss? I'm not going to name names, but there is one player who's very well known for waking up at this time or later, and it may very well be that he has not woken up. I'm pretty convinced he has just looked at Wikipedia, seen he's the 3rd matchup in the bracket, and decided to show up 2 hours from now. But the message I sent on Discord was very clear that that there's a bunch of matches being played at the same time, because otherwise the players are going to be here for 8 hours. So, yeah. that is where we are currently at. Oracle's coming about, some damage being done. Just going to be seeing how Oracle's going to activate for a creep tumor. A couple queens going to be there, pushing the Oracles away the other direction. Again, +1 and Blink continue to come through for the moment. Just getting all of those upgrades up and running. Hero with a very standard opening to this little bit of a PvZ right now, as the Oracles will turn and actually jump onto this queen. So the queen gets grabbed there straight away. It's a nice catch. They take that out nice and quickly. Oracles will activate. That's going to be a couple more creep tumors going down. And yeah, +1 missiles coming up on the side of Solar. He'll get the Hydralisk Den coming up as well. Oracle trying to activate the drone. Puts the hatchery down. Getting rid of a few more drones as well. Great job by Hero so far. I feel like he's doing a very good job of harassing. As the Oracles come back around the bottom here. Just gonna see a few Stalkers firing. I'm just gonna be having ourselves the Oracles continue to make their moves. Again, more Stalkers coming about. +1 and Blink is going to be on the way from Hero. Cannon, Pylons, all coming online, all on the way. We'll continue to get this going. The Oracle gets to the top. The Lings are going to get turned around. The Stalkers will get warped in once again, and we have more units coming down to the bottom side of the map. So again, coming across here straight away. Now the Stalkers are going to get rid of a couple of creep tumors. Going to aim for the hatchery. I mean, this is just great for a Hero. He gets a cancel on a 4th base. You can't really stand up in this game if you let this continue. Basically, is Solar here, so he's kind of going to be in some trouble right from the very get-go. Not exactly a great start. Stalkers will blink underneath. Overseer will get taken out. Again, +2 in charge, still on the way in. Stargate and Gateways in production as well. Still got that Fleet Beacon being added on. As the Stalkers will shoot, Lings will take some damage. The Oracle, first one goes down already, so the Hydras get a good catch. Now the Lings are going to get there. They're going to grab another Stalker as well. So they're able to find some hits, find some damage. I mean, Hero, yeah, it's going to get... its entire position's going to be quite interesting, because I feel like Hero's had a great start, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much else. Especially now, you know, there's just a lot of Hydras up. It really is good against a Blink Stalker push. You know, at this amount of Hydras, you're just going to be getting so much damage out. Those Stalkers can't really stick around at all. Blink's turn around again, charging +2 coming through. The Mothership's on the way. Tempest, Temple Archives will continue to come through as our Oracles will get to the center and just put down a couple of stasis wards. Some Lings will catch. I just push up through this top side. And again, Tempest continue through. So Hero just very happy to say, cool, I can't do much else, but let me just start teching Mothership and Tempest. So he's going to go straight there, preparing for kind of the lurker play, which we kind of know Solar's well known for. I wonder if Solar, if he figured this out, could maybe just play like Lingbane Hydra or something, and just go like much more aggressively into someone that's teching heavily, and then Lingbane Hydra, I reckon, would have a pretty good chance of making something work there. So it might be kind of interesting as well, obviously, in this case. I guess we may never know. Our Queens is going to push through. The Zealot's going to get pushed back once again as well. So again, a little bit of a shove away onto the other side. I mean, 7 drones going down once more. Hero continuing to see good damage done when it comes to the harassing and all the rest of it. Still more Tempest coming through, Storm on the way. We have a few more Corruptors, +2 missiles, +1 flyer attack. Size Explains is on the way up as well. Still got the Ling Hydra coming through the center. Stalker's going to fire. Overseer in a little bit of trouble. A couple of Oracles going to put some stasis wards down. Hydra's going to step up, Time Warp. In a good position as well, good defensive position. I like a few units getting across to maybe get a cancel on that 4th base, but at the same time, the Zealots are on the base of the Zerg. And you got to be able to deal with this. That's why Solar needs to pull back, and he does not end up canceling that base either. So this one lives. And once again, it's Hero's counterattacks and just harassment in general that is continuing to do very, very well for him here. Able to do an extreme amount of damage so far. Feelings get caught in a stasis. We will get ourselves another stasis ward placed down already. Spine crawlers, corruptors, drones, all continuing to come through for now. Well, zealots will warp in. And yeah, spines, corruptors continue to come on up. We got ourselves an additional round of lurkers, so add those into the play as well. Add those into the mix. Like I say, it's definitely a step up here from Solar, continuing to tech through, continue to get into a little bit more of a powerful position. And Viper building as well. The 4 High Temple will come warping through. Add a couple of zealots into there as well. And add a couple of Archons on also. So all of that continues to come about. +2 missiles. Sorry, +3 attack upgrade from the... can't talk. +3 attack coming through from Hero. He is up against a +2 missile Berg, is what I was trying to get to eventually. But also +1 flyer attacks. I mean, Solar's got the upgrades coming in. I like his composition. But it's also difficult to not like composition of Hero, right? I mean, he's got Tempest, he's got a Mothership. He's got the tools he needs to fight against Lurkers. But then Solar does have the tools he needs to fight against, you know, Tempest as well, right? So this really works on two sides, and we're getting a pretty good little setup right now across the board as you look across at each other, where Hero is very much so in a very comfortable place. I think that's the most important thing. Like, it's not that Hero's outright in a winning position, it's that he's in a very comfortable position. He's able to get good harassment down. He's not been in trouble on a lot of his bases. These are very important things to a Protoss player, because it just means they can control the map. They can control some of these fights. They can set up the storms as needed and all that kind of stuff as well. There's a couple of Tempests will fire through. A couple of Lurkers are going to get pushed away. I just come back and forth. Also here, a couple of Adepts will shade on in. A couple of those Spines will be firing too, so trying to get a little bit more damage done. The Corruptors continue to get pushed back. The Tempests still producing on in here as we have another Assimilator coming onto the Wretch Vespene. Hydra's going to go for a little bit of a lurge forward as well. Just going to get a couple of those Zealots taken down right here, so we'll get some of those. The Tempest and the +1 flyer attack coming through. Add a shield upgrade on top of that. Tempest going to go after those Corruptors. There goes the first Tempest, immediately going down. We step back once again, drop a Storm with the High Templars. We Mothership to cloak up. And that's what I mean. It just feels like it's difficult for Soul to really attack in and to see a lot of success. Resources lost still very even. We get a couple Tempests right. Don't get me wrong, it's not like we don't kill anything here as Solar. It's just, I think Hero's fine with it. Like, whatever he loses is comfortably replaced. He's on 5 bases now, so he's very comfortably set up there as well. So that's looking very good for him. This is just going to be a continued fight, but I mean, as the Tempest count sits here, you're just going to need to have the Corruptors be a bit more aggressive. Because you can't let the Tempest just shoot at Revelated Lurkers all the time. Obviously, there's the Vipers looking for something. We did get 2 out of 3 feedback. I think we got the 3rd one in the end. It's honestly a messy fight. We lose a lot as Solar, but he kills a lot of Hero. I mean, obviously, most of the Corruptors died there. Gonna have to rebuild those because more Tempests are still coming through. We have a little counterattack on both sides. Some Stalkers on one side, some Hydraling on the other. The Hydraling, unfortunately, is not going to do very well at all. Lings and Lurkers will chase up. Storms being chased. The Lings will continue to hunt. Oh, great Storms. That's painful because that was a lot of supply all at once going down to those Storms. All of those Zerglings just melting away. Definitely not ideal, and that's going to be a turn. I mean, I think this is where we've been kind of heading to, where, you know, we've seen that Solar's not been able to necessarily kind of comfortably fight into his opponent. Feeling's going to fight, a couple Zealots take damage, Tempests are going to shoot, Queen's going to be there. We just have ourselves the High Templars pulling back a little further as well. Corruptors move about, the Mothership will come over. Just going to be seeing the Archons and the High Templars pushing through. No detection for Solar apparently because those Lurkers weren't firing. Solar's army just going to start getting altered here. Do you think that this was a game where Solar obviously didn't try and play too aggressively? He got controlled by Hero early. Hero got in for early damage and just kept it going. I wonder if Solar's going to have a different approach going into a game 2 and onwards of this best of 5. Where's Solar's Vipers? They died to feedback, yeah. He got them all feedbacked. Didn't really do much with them as well, which is a bit of a shame, so... Alright, let's get into game number 2, which is going to be on... I didn't write the maps out. The second map is going to be El Dorado. Host up. Let's start off. Double checking one thing, guys. We look good. Alright. Make referee, make a spectator. Swap in one player, swap in the other. And then put the correct races down and we can go. Just need a hero to ready up. You're ready to party chat, perfect. Ship seems impossible for Zerg to deal with. I don't think it's easy, but I mean, you look at that game and it's like there was nothing exciting about the fights from solo. There was no surrounds. There was like he just ran into Storm head first from one direction like 2 times over in the larger fights. Like that isn't gonna kill the mothership, right? And I mean, he did wipe out the air army. He just did it very inefficiently. Like, he also chose to go for the larger, straight-up, let's fight right now, rather than potentially playing the long con of, I'm going to feed, you know, abduct you here and abduct you there. It's frustrating, but that's kind of what the matchup is. Like, you're meant to play a longer game. If the Protoss is allowed in that scenario to, yeah, if you're, if the Protoss gets to that kind of an army, then you just have to accept that, like, taking straight-up fights is probably not going to be that crazy, you know? Game number 2 of this PVZ. Let's see what we get here. Let's head into our second game. This game wasn't representative, but it seems tough. No, I do think it's tough. But is it really like, okay, let's flip a script a little bit. Is it really so bad that for once it's actually the Protoss who are really good in the late game in PVZ rather than Zerg? How long has it been where Zerg were just at that point when they got to late game where actually Protoss were just in a lot of trouble, and Protoss could not do a lot, and Zerg, you know, just had so much army, Protoss couldn't really attack in anywhere, there was walls upon walls of stuff. I'm not disagreeing that it's not powerful, but we've also had periods where it's like, to me, it's like the first time in a long time Protoss have been powerful in that stage of the game. And everyone just said, well, why are you letting Zerg get to that point in the game? Well, why are the Zergs letting the Protoss get to that point in the game? You know, let's... I hate this logic, but that is also how it's been a long time. Watching Sarah leave the game versus streaming at 200 army supply convinced you? I mean, it's tough. But it's about manipulating situations. Some situations just get away from you, right? Like, if the Protoss has too many bases and you can't break those down. But it's the same as in the past, like, Zerg's late game could be broken down because you got into some good scenarios, but sometimes that scenario is just way too good. Are we really seeing Cyril lose to people who he's not usually losing to? I haven't seen Cyril streams and stuff, but... End up moving around, Queen gonna be there, Link's be coming up. Yeah, they buffed the mothership. The mothership has a lot of good utility now. It's very difficult to get rid of it. So that's definitely a factor. Mothership's just that much better. Actually, is significant in the game. Queen's gonna fight this Oracle. Oracle gonna get a couple of drones already. The sports continue up, the drones coming through, the Overlord and the Queen coming in. The Oracle continues to head on over to that left-hand side, so again we get a couple drones so far. Then we've seen the Oracle coming about, drone will cancel up a Spore Crawler, a couple more drones continuing to fall down. Again, 8 extra drones building, so still just gonna get those up. He has once again taken some damage early in this game, very akin to the last time. Uncle's trying to show up, but the Queen's going to be there. Push that one back. And again, +1 and Blink going to be on the way from Heroes. No surprises. Just going to use these Oracles, control the map, get into the Blink and +1. Solo just going to get the Rotron and the Lair coming up as well. You know, if nothing else, it is kind of low-key funny that all we heard for the last 2 years is complaint upon complaint about how Protoss is not competitive and how Protoss cannot play the game and how we need to do something, Protoss is not well enough represented. And now that Protoss is winning some games in PvZ, the entire community is starting to lose its mind. Honestly, here's an interesting take. What if we're just still too new into the patch, and usually you would have all of the top level players playing a lot and figuring new stuff out? But because there's no tournaments for anyone to play in, all the top level Zergs especially just don't have anything to play in, so they're not revealing anything or learning anything. What if the learning process is being delayed? Zergs always suck after a patch. You know? It's always been a thing. What if it's expanded upon? And also, I really think this map pool is very good for the Protoss styles as well. I think that's also a factor. I think this map pool is very bad. I think the map pool is more of a problem than the patch, probably. I think the map pool is in a bit of a rough place. I mean, we already had some macro maps in the map pool. And then all of the old maps like Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Scrare, King's Cove, all of those maps are amazing for Protoss to play like long games on, which seems to be the problem as well, right? The map pool is better than last season. I can't agree with that at all. I don't even think that's a discussion. Like the thing about the 3 maps that they brought in was that those are maps that weren't even designed to be played in today's meta. They weren't even designed to be played in today's StarCraft 2. They were old maps that were designed in a different era of StarCraft 2 that does not fit well into today's era. I can't agree with that one. I think current maps really suck. Last season was good for Terran? Yeah, last season was good for Terran. I just think it's a bit of a double whammy where this season is good maps for Protoss, and Protoss have taken a bit of a step in the late game in general anyway, outside of those maps, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Stalker started press forwards here from Heroes. Solar has a lot of road for Ravager Ling. He's 66 workers. Can try and get a little bit of a catch with some of the Lings from the other side. He tried to basically set up to catch this Stalker force, but he's going to end up getting kited. The Oracles will activate. Ravager going to go down. So when Ravager falls, the Queens are going to show up. Going to pull in towards that mineral line. We actually lose a Queen, so good job with the Oracles again being able to get there and get some more damage done. see now Roach Ravager still going to push on through. Just going to be having ourselves the while we continue to step forward. So Roach Ravager pushing his way in. I mean, obviously Solo just going to full send here. Doesn't have much option. He's going to catch Hero without the information, so he's going to get rid of a couple of building batteries. They're obviously not ready yet. Queen's going to be able to start transfusing here, maybe save some of the low HP Ravagers and so on. Obviously, Queens themselves maybe needed to fight, as there's a stasis ward there that will catch just a couple of units. Can we get rid of more of this stack defense? I don't actually think it matters. I don't think Solar is going to have enough here at all, as these Stalkers are looking to be good enough. The Roach Ravager's getting surrounded, and it does seem like this is going to be a win for Hero, because Stalkers on the natural come down the ramp. Stalkers on the top side being microed well also. Hero looking very good to open this day with a 1-0 lead, with a 2-0 lead even, and potentially get a win already. As he is going to be 2-0 there, and he's going to be a map away from moving to the winners match in this bracket. So we'll be heading into a game 3 here in a couple of moments. I believe it's Amygdala. Make sure everyone's here, guys. I'm going to get this one started up. Give me a second. Alright. Players are ready. Jump into game 3. You're out of the loop. Who's Trigger? Trigger is a Canadian Protoss player. Has been in the finals of the America Regionals a couple times even. He's very good. He's been very good for like 2 years or more now. Trigger is very good. He qualified into this event too. Didn't even need the invite. He fought his way through the qualifiers. It was actually a cool name to see coming through the qualifiers. I was very happy to see him hopping through. Solo's gonna play PvP if he has to play Protoss again. Ay. Yeah. I'm really not gonna deny. I'm not gonna deny that. I do think it's rough right now for Zergs. I do think like we're just so quick to jump to complaints that it's unwinnable, and complaints that it's definitely balanced. And it's not, you know, I always think there's just so much more to that in StarCraft 2. It's a complex game. It's not as simple as this, that, or whatever, you know? I mean, sometimes maybe it is, but it's very hard to just be able to say it's definitely because of something like that, right? I think that's what it comes down to. Alright, so we're going to set up game number 3 of this best of 5. Here up 2-0, looking to be in a comfortable spot so far. Again, these are best of 5 matches today, guys. We'll have winning matches, losing matches after. It's just a double elimination bracket. And today we essentially go through the first couple matches. Stalker the Sentry just going to be coming through. Say first couple matches, first couple rounds of the tournament. So today, winner bracket 1, winner bracket round 2, and then lower bracket round 1 is what we're going to go through. And tomorrow we go through absolutely everything else. And yeah, sorry, I've been a little bit distracted because obviously had a player missing, and I'm trying to fix that. Otherwise, we're going to be losing 2 matches today, which would kind of suck. So, I mean, I say I'm trying to fix it. I can't really do much else. I have nothing else to do in my power, but kind of like on edge, hoping they show up or something, you know. Anyways, a couple overlords spreading out and getting into this PvZ, and we'll see where the game number 3 will take us. Hero again, very comfortable so far, putting himself in some good positions. Getting a lead early last game, so obviously tries to be a bit more aggressive, going with the 66 drones and trying to just fight with the Roach Ravager, but it's very tough. We'll hallucinate across the map, and we do have a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon already coming up, so we're trying to pretend that this is something that it's not, basically. Here, trying to fake Solar out a little, but in reality he's going for something just very different with the double Stargate, so yeah, second Stargate is coming through. The Rotron and drones coming up as well. So I'm just going to shoot a couple of Lings. It's going to be right there. Tempest coming up, bringing that online. I'm just going to fire a couple of Lings getting pushed back. There's drones coming through. The lair and the extractors coming up as well. Yeah, Tempest's gonna fire. A couple of those Lings coming through. Again, the lair, the extractors all coming up for the moment. And Tempest continue to build through. Fleet Beacon continues to go. Spire extractors continue to come in as well. Tempest is gonna shoot. Overlord's taking some damage. This is going to keep on firing again. Spore Crawler going to settle. We just have ourselves the Queens. Going to come about. Spore Crawler gets set. We are going to drop that spawn position. Obviously, has to deal with these Tempests. Kind of an annoying place because they can kind of shoot over that edge. And because you didn't know about it, the Spire feels like an eternity away right now. How well can Solo kind of buy himself time right here is... But Hatchery's going to go down if you're not careful. So yeah, you got to kind of bring units forward to protect it, which is the issue. The Spore is not exactly great. It just melts because of the Tempest upgrade. Bonus damage to structures if you're not aware what the Tempest upgrade does. And I think this has just gone too unscouted for Solo to really do anything against, unfortunately. As you see the Tempest continue to whack away, Hatcher continue to take some damage. So Hatchery will fall, the other drone's going to pull back the other direction. Let's move away from the bottom side. Just going to be seeing the Corruptor still moving up. The Roach Speed is coming into play. We get that on the way right now. And a couple of Tempests going to fire some shots coming through. Again, Corruptor's going to step up. The Tempest's going to take some damage. Just going to be seeing our +1 and our blink coming through as well. The link goes down. The Roach and the Corruptor continue to come through. Add Roach speed onto that as well. Again, the Nexus comes down onto the bottom right. Just going to be seeing the Corruptor still gather. Drones coming through. And +1 and Prism just going to be popping out here from Hero. So we still continue through with that. Observer coming up. Cannon is going to fire as well. And continue down the right-hand side. And then I see the Queens continue to gather up as well. Oh, so Tempest continuing to fly about again. +2 attack coming in. Probes in the Nexus coming through. Just have ourselves the Roaches, a hatchery. Continue to build as well. This match is going to go down. Stalkers and Sentry's going to continue to fight. Adepts coming through. Guardian Shield going up. It's a lot of Roach Ravager. Continue to come through for the moment. I mean, solo with a lot of units, but again, it's just Roach Ravager. Obviously, Corruptor's help. Can we get enough? And the Roach Ravager will chase through. A couple Force Fields going to come down. A few more Stalkers continue to step back. A couple Sentries going to be there. And Corruptor's still taking some damage as well. Just going to fly over. Tempest falls. A couple more Crows of Valves. Actually going to land on a Sentry already. So one Sentry going down now. The Stalkers come back down to the bottom as well. And that +2 attack about to finish. Charge coming up. This Roach Ravager force coming through, and the Stalker's going to get jumped on as well. Just going to see those Lings chasing up the right side. Again, a couple of Tempest shots are firing. The few Lings are getting picked away at as Solo just tries to get through. Has to rebuild some more Corruptors again, which is just such a frustration, right? Just expensive. To keep on having to rebuild those Corruptors, having to go back to that is, yeah, just not fun. Stalkers going through, they grab a Roach. The Roach Ravager escapes around the bottom left side. Can't you just steamroll? No, because that's not how the Zerg, because you're playing Roach Ravager Ling, you're playing like a low-tech army that's best to pray to some speed buffs, versus someone that has Blink Stalkers in a defensive position. It's like saying kind of like a slow Zealot, kind of like a charge lot, like just a charge lot attack, trying to break into like Bane Hydra. No, probably not. You know, it doesn't really work in the same way. They're different qualities of army that do different things. The Roach Ravager, benefit is that it masses up very quickly. The problem with that is that in large numbers it does not do very well, and the Stalkers keep on blinking forwards. Well, Immortal's out now, just going to help so much, knocking away at those Roaches. We got a Queen here. It's going to be going down, and Hero just pushing straight across. Is the world going straight across the map a little bit too quickly? I don't think so. I think he's going to be fine chasing all the way across the other side. This Hatchery taking some damage. Corruptor's hanging about. We do have a few more Corrosive Vials coming down. Moore is going to shoot a few more Roaches going down. There's just no hold in this one solo, I don't think. I really think he's in too much trouble. He's going to cause Xperia across the map, obviously going to give it his best shot, but the Ravagers just don't stand up. A couple of Banes shot, man, are they late to the party? Could have done with some Banes a little bit earlier on here, realistically, compared to what we see. The Ravagers still going down. The Hatchery will fall. Stalker Immortal able to knock through that base and location. Queen goes down as well. Couple of Zealots being chased by the Roaches. GG is called. And Solar is going to tap out to give Hero a 3-0 to start off the day. And Hero will move into the second round of the winner bracket. They will play against, or he will play against the winner of MaxPax and ByuN. Very possibly some MaxPax action there later on. We'll see what MaxPax ByuN turns into. As we are going to go into the TVP on that side. So, I'm going to get into MaxPax, we're going to get into ByuN. I'm going to get that ready to go. And we'll get that ready to kick off. Perfect. Alright, let's hop on over to the NA server, guys. We're going to get this one underway, and we'll be kicking ourselves into that Protoss versus Terra match very shortly here. Need a coin flip. Heads is MaxPax. It is tails. ByuN wins the coin flip. Congrats, ByuN, on your server preference. Huge. Huge. Alright, second best of 5 of the day coming up in a few moments, guys. MaxPax versus ByuN. Hero gets the 3-0 to start us off. So the order of the day. So let's just go through what is happening today. We're going to be going through matches like this. So this is our bracket. Obviously, Hero has already won his first matchup here and has moved into the winner bracket semi-finals. Solo drops down to that lower bracket round 1. What we're going to be having next is MaxPax versus ByuN. Following MaxPax ByuN, the loser of that will play against Solar. The winner of that will play against Hero. And that's going to be our first half of the day. Now, at the same time, these matches are playing Clem versus Trigger and Shin versus Gumiho. So when we are finished with these 4 matches live, we're going to go replay cast these 4 matches. They're playing right now, because obviously by the time we get there, it's going to be like beyond midnight, 1 a.m. in Korea. And then we would have 4 best of 5 still to play. That's just not fair on the guys. So where avoidable, we avoid it. And so these matches will be from replays, but we'll do Clem versus Trigger, Shin versus Gumiho, loser match, winner match. And that is our day 1 of the Backers Brawl action. Clem is here, and Clem is playing Trigger, guys. So Clem has arrived. Clem is going to be playing. No DQ or walk. Well, he actually did get walkovered, but Trigger is apparently a nice. When Clem messaged me, I said maybe if you ask Trigger real nicely, he'll let you guys play. And apparently Trigger will play. So Trigger will not take the walkover. Trigger will play with Clem. So not the end of the world on our side, because it's going to delay that section a little bit, but it doesn't really matter to us because we're not going to cast it for a while anyway. So yeah, Clem versus Trigger will be happening, and that bottom half of the bracket will continue a bit later today as well. So that's where things are at. Very exciting. We've also got I'm going to talk a little bit about the tournament in a moment, but we've also got a Twitch bounty today. We are going to be watching the How to Train Your Dragon official trailer at some point. Isn't that? I love these bounties. These are the best bounties out there. We spend 3 minutes watching a trailer, and it allows us to run more StarCraft 2. So that's coming up in a little bit. We just need the viewership to get. We need like 1.5k viewers. So if we can just if you guys keep watching, keep enjoying the games, that would be perfect. So, yes, just keep watching. We've got that coming up. And when the ads finish up here in a second, I'm just going to explain a little bit about this tournament and how it came about and our sponsor and stuff for this event as well. So we'll just take 30 seconds while these guys video and get that ready to go. A go. Cool. Put myself on busy as well. I wasn't on busy already. Very easy. Crazy. How's everyone doing in the chats? Hope you're all doing well. I think the ads are up, so let me take just a quick moment to explain the first of many times about the Backers Brawl. This is a tournament that came around because our sponsor... Excuse me, sorry. Our sponsor just came around and was like, hey, I heard you can just... I heard people just send money to you sometimes, and you take that money and run tournaments. There's the TLDR, so... yeah, he came out, Andrew came out and messaged us and said, look, I'd be interested in putting some money towards a tournament. We went back and forth and decided what he'd like to do. He's kind of into maybe some off-race stuff and stuff like that. You know, and that kind of idea. But, you know, in the end, we decided just to do fairly standard tournament, basically, and he sent us over $1,000 to, yeah, he sent us over $1,000 to run the tournament with. So, shout out to Andrew, who basically just sponsored this. Chose the name back as BRAWL, the idea being that basically, you know, you can, yeah, basically you can, you know, anyone can kind of reach out, back tournaments, support tournaments. Basically, the message is help community fund some tournaments. That's his message that he wants to pass on, that he just wants, you know, you guys to be aware that you can reach out. You can obviously support in other ways as well. Obviously, we have the WardiTV Patreon, for example. That's currently at its all-time high in terms of support. 100% of pledges on the Patreon page go directly into WardiTV tournament prize pools. So it's a fantastic way to support tournament, you know, tournament prize pools, for example. So yeah, the whole message is TLDR, support, and, you know, if we all come together and support, we can make even more tournaments happen. They don't have to be the biggest out there, but just little things, they add up. And like I say, Andrew really went the whole distance and just straight up sponsored an entire tournament. So the next 2 days are literally because of him. Shout out him, and we appreciate it. We appreciate it as we start counting down into the game 1 of this second best of 5 today, guys. So we're gonna get this best of 5 game number 2, series number 2, sorry, coming up. Kick this off, MaxPax versus ByuN. TVP best of 5. It has looked a little lost in PvT lately. Maybe today you can get back on track. I like ByuN and MaxPax used to trade series a lot, but MaxPax I think took a little bit of a step ahead of ByuN. I think ByuN took a little bit of a step back as well lately, which is a little unfortunate, but especially as a ByuN fan. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully we don't have a another 3-0. Hopefully we get some back and forth in this series, as we're going to kickstart in the bottom left-hand side. Our red Protoss player, he is MaxPax. Taking on the blue Terran from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ByuN. Alright, game 1 of the series, we get this underway. We drop a Rax and a Gas to start us off. So ByuN already going to come in with a little bit of the aggression here to start things. Obviously the probe scale from MaxPax going to see there's nothing else going around on the other side. So away we go. Yeah, probe moving around. Just gonna have our Reaper coming up, Cybercores coming through as well. Our factory at the front is gonna come in, so that's not gonna be proxied. That's gonna go back on the other side. Make our way over and try to see a bit of what's going on. Reaper hops up, moving straight on through. It's going to be seeing the probes pulling around, trying to get in there. We're going to be able to get rid of one of those workers. So one worker going down. Reaper going to find a second here, I think. Oh no! Has to loop around, but he's scared because he took a shot from the probe. So it's actually not going to be all that crazy. Well, the Reaper now backs away. The Adept going to come shading after. And that will be that one for the moment. Continues to move on through. Just stepping over. We do have our Adept continues to shade around. Cyclone is coming through. Gets settled in for a couple moments. CC, Starport will come in about our Twilight Council building as well. So we get a lot of this underway. So we're going to try and fight a little too. backs away. Dep just going to be there. Psychology comes across. Reaper as well. Just going to lock onto the Adept. Again, Cyclone going to be there. Liberator, Siege Tank continue to come through as well. So we just continue with that for a couple of moments. We need to settle down here currently. And figure out what our plan is going to be. Obviously, Siege Tank keeps you fairly safe for a couple of moments as well. Trying to see what else we can do. Something coming about, our Nexus coming in. Observer coming up as well. Robo Facility is going to get the obs out. A couple more Stalkers get warped in along with it. The Predator heads all the way down to the bottom. Liberator coming down the south again. Siege Tank, Marines, Stimp back, all continue to come through for a couple of moments here. The Bunker coming up as well. The Observer and the Stalkers continue to gather in. And we just wait a couple moments. Again, wait to see what's going to be coming about as we settle down. Was our Stalkers sit here from MaxPax and they will put some pressure on. I actually missed the sub from before as well, didn't I? Let me just go back a little bit. Thanks so much, Sade, for the 9-month resub. Sorry, I was in the middle of talking and I forgot to come back to the resubs. Thanks so much for that. And then Airbear Nom for the 51-month resub. Thanks so much for continuing to support the stream, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We just have a Stim Combatant +1. Continue to come around for a couple of moments. So just trying to see what else is happening. It's going to be seen our Depth coming through, or Zell coming through, or two. Charge is going to be on the way. Add the Robo Bay into that. That's where we're going. So yeah, what's up? Pieman Jr., thank you so much for the 26-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for also supporting. Let Pieman Jr. be a reminder to you all that you too can use your Twitch Prime on the channel and help save StarCraft. One Prime sub at a time. Do you know how many Prime subs we'd need to run this tournament again? I actually don't know. 400? That's a lot of Prime subs, but 4 cheap Prime subs aren't the only thing that help run StarCraft. Like I say, every little helps. It's like, oh crap, we need 400 Primes? That's actually kind of a lot. I don't know if we've ever had 400 Primes on the channel at once. Maybe like during peak WardiTV viewership days. A long time ago, realistically. As you see our medevacs coming on down to the bottom. Oh, General But Naked, 10-month resub on the Prime, 1 Prime at a time. That's a great motto. Yeah, that's a great way to say. I love that as the drop here from ByuN comes in. At the same time, he has Zealots in his main base. I mean, ByuN's gonna have to stop pulling back for this. It's a little unfortunate because he's gonna more or less get cleaned up on the other side, and MaxPax wins this exchange. He gets 8 SCVs killed. Clearly comes out in a much stronger position than his opponent. I mean, that is just a brutal affair. And unfortunately for ByuN, I think he is going to be in... Well, as you can see right now, he is in quite a bit of trouble. The Bio coming through. Pylon and the Nexus. We'll continue about. We'll get that Nexus cancelled at least. GG, you saved SC2. Oh, yeah. 1 Prime at a time. You know, if everyone on the world used their Prime sub on the channel, we could be the circuit. If you think about that. So don't forget, next time you're at your local supermarket doing the groceries, don't forget to stop everyone you meet and say, have you Prime sub to WardiTV to save StarCraft 2? Some of them might just do it so you stop talking to them, you know? This attack is doomed. Force fields are good, 2 Colossus up. There's no need for MaxPax to push it further than grabbing a few units trapped by force fields. He's got his Zealot counter-attack. It's not just this fight that's doomed for ByuN. This game is doomed, because this game really depends on this fight and this army, and clearly it's just not going well enough at all. MaxPax with a dominating performance here in this opening game. Yeah, this one just got away from him very quickly on his server as well. So MaxPax on a strong opening, playing on West. It's big to win your opponent's server. Makes a big impact a lot of the time. I'm just gonna say GG. He can see his army's never gonna do enough. He's down only on 2 bases, taking damage himself still. It's not gonna be getting any better for him. He clearly seems to see it, and that is gonna be GG. And we'll move into a game number 2 rather than trying to draw this one out. Alright, second map coming up then in a few moments' time, guys. We'll get that underway and operational. Whispers of Gold is going to be the battlefield. Love it. Again, Series 2 today, we've got 8 best of 5s coming up. Our first one was a 3-0. Not the shortest 3-0 in the world, but not the longest either. You know, as long as not all the games are 3-0, fastest 3-0s today, I'm fine. A couple mixed in. It's probably not a bad thing for the length of the day. When we talked about this tournament format I set up, I was like, yeah, you know, best of 5 seems good, double elim seems fun, I like this bracket. I like this tournament format of just having, like, a bracket that plays. Then I realized it was 8 best of 5s, and I was like, maybe 8 best of 3s would have been better fitting for day 1, but it's all good. Nothing wrong with a good day of StarCraft 2. I'm thinking about using this tournament format again. I know it's just a very simple double elim bracket, but I kind of like the simplicity. I kind of like people just knowing what the bracket is before we start. It's a really good, just double elim is just really good for 2 days. I can't think of using it again for some stuff in the future that we've got coming up. Might be fun, might be fun. And we do have in the bottom right hand side MaxPax leading this series 1-0 to begin with. He is the red Protoss player taking on ByuN in the top left. Our blue Terran looking to bounce back in the best of 5. In terms of what's coming up, guys, WardiTV February continues this coming week, and then next weekend, WardiTV Monday on Monday, as always, of course. And then, yeah, we don't really have too much else planned after. Oh, yeah, we do. I have, like, a week where I'm kind of away a little bit during the week. But when the week after that is Team Liquid Map Contest tournament, which will be a lot of fun. And then we'll be into March truly, and then we'll kicking off WardiTV March and some other events and stuff like that as well too. So we actually have some fun stuff coming up. Very exciting. Very exciting. Alrighty, game number 2. Get this one underway. Probably is going to nibble an SCV, a little bit of early game action. The Reaper building from ByuN, going to get a second on the way as well. It's going to go a couple of Reapers here, apparently, is the plan. CC coming up. So it's going to get building on the natural. Hellion going to be on the way too. We'll see what ByuN can do super early on here. See if we can find some potential. Around the Hellion, just going to go. Adept is going to be taking some damage. We do have Twilight Council building as well. Nice for the Adept to get through those, see a little bit of what's up, get a couple of shots off. That Widowmine continues to come about. And again, just going to be seeing the Robotics facility coming on in. And the gateway coming through. The Blink is building. Reaper R2 hopping up and around it again, just trying to keep some map control. The Blink expected, MaxPax being very safe, making sure he walls off as well. Does not want to let anything go or get too far away from him. And the Stalker and the Deb continue to gather up here from MaxPax again. ByuN going to take a couple shots of damage. A few hits coming through. And we have that Blink continues to Chrono Boost. Medevac goes boosting across, just gonna go get over to that other side. Reaper and the hell are gonna get that probe, and we will have ourselves the couple of Widowmine and Marine drops coming in as well. So ByuN trying to pull MaxPax out of position, force him to multitask a little bit here. You see a few probes already going down. Has not had to use a Widowmine shot yet, which is great as well. We'll leave one Widowmine there. Blink not done, so the Stalkers can't really chase in. We do not grab that worker, but it's a lot of lost mining time. Blink done, so we can blink away from this mine shot. And probes get back to mining, but ByuN only loses one Widowmine. That's been a very successful opening from ByuN. Fantastic start. Stalkers are across the map, and this is obviously a very important stage of this game. As that's a dead Liberator. I mean, I know you're right by your base, but you're playing against MaxPax. You also have seen the amount of units on the other side. You should be able to know there's some units that aren't there. I think it's a mistake just to fly the Liberator like straight across the middle of the map. If you get a caught, if you like fly down the side and it gets caught, like okay, fair enough, good play to MaxPax, but I feel like flying it out through the center or toward the center is just asking for that to be go very wrongly for you. There is a second tank in range. Stalkers can micro well, but a couple of them do go down. 6 Stalkers remain. Tank's gonna have to relocate. New tank coming in soon. The scary part is that tank, when Siege makes problems, and now a couple Stalkers get to the natural as well. This is what MaxPax can do so very well for himself so frequently. And we've seen a couple Stalkers get into that natural, start to pick away at some of those SCVs. Yeah, he's just so good at finding different ways and different positions to attack in and to trade in. Makes life for the opposition so very tough, so very difficult. Well, Stalker's going to just straight up blink into the natural here, and there's not enough to support that Siege tank. Bunker will go down again. You can micro as MaxPax, so you can get so much value out of these Stalkers. Tank will get to Siege, and this is just where MaxPax is at his very best. Stalker's going to shoot. Just going to be seeing a couple of refineries going down, and so potentially, if you let this continue, MaxPax isn't going to break ByuN completely here, but he's doing a lot of work, and he's already taken his own third base. His charge is now on the way, so the continuation is looking great already. Shoot, some Stalkers get hit. Marauder just gathers up. Again, just more SCVs going down. It's brutal, man. MaxPax is just so good at this specific phase of the game. The opening for ByuN was great. Lost the Liberator, not so great, but it's just the blink control and the ability to do so much with these Stalkers every time. It gives you so much consistency in this matchup. I was gonna get the prison gets pushed away to the sides. Just gonna jump in. Oh yeah, like this, force the recall, finally being able to take some control. This is why he needs to do something. To be fair, he's gonna get in for quite a lot of probes, these stalkers. Gonna take a lot of shots. We blink, one of those medevacs does die, so 1 out of 2 falls. The fuller one as well, unfortunately. And 10 probes is not bad though. It definitely helps ByuN out after being the one to just take damage himself for a while here. ByuN coming through, CC coming up and off and into the orbital. The Vikings are going to get their kill off a Prism. The Zealots are going to chase through. A couple of SCVs that begin to drop. The Bioforce will try and fight those Zealots as well. Stalkers try and trade as our Bio gets through. A couple of shots coming about. Zealots are going to get grabbed also. Bio Wooden Lions coming over. And 6 workers going down. Just as ByuN already, did a little bit himself. It's MaxPax's turn to come back the other way. He's already got Zealots heading to the natural. It's going to be a challenge for ByuN. His supply just is not there. Has not been kind of throughout this, honestly, as the Zealots get into the natural, especially. There's a Colossus here too he can't really deal with, and MaxPax is cruising at the moment. He's going to try and get to a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. The Zealots continue through, the Bio will keep on fighting. We will kill the Zealots, but man, 25 SCVs, and it's hard to build up much hype about this one. I think this one is definitely on the disastrous side of life now. Folks coming about, continue to move through, Forge and the Colossus coming up. First the medevacs on the way through, the Forge coming up, the Nexus on the way, Colossus is going to continue up as well. Just gathers +2 attack still coming in. Stalker's going to fire, we blink away. Wouldn't mind shot is good toward those Stalkers, just pushing them back for the moment. So let's gather up. Bio chase, a couple of Stalkers going down, Zealots and Colossus gathering together, or we just have this Bioforce of ByuN. I mean, it's down 40 supply. MaxPax is pushing. It's hard, like, there's just, ByuN's been kind of dying the whole game. Look at the map as well. It's covered in red. MaxPax sees everything, so anything that ByuN tries to do right now is just going to be, MaxPax is going to be super aware of it ahead of time. This truly is a pretty brutal situation all around, as we do see our ByuN's trying to step forward. A couple of force fields come into place. The Bioforce will chase down those Zealots. A sentry is going to be chased as well. Now the other Zealots coming around the top. Prism into the main base. A few Zealots going to unload here and go into the mineral line for some SCVs perhaps. And just as ByuN is trying to push, he's once again going to have issues at home. His army supply is even. It's not really a true indicator of where we're at in this game because he has 0 rebuild potential. And I also think his army is just worse. He has a lot of ghosts, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to truly get through. I mean, 3 Colossus DTs are now around as well. Another problem for him to deal with. ByuN is just going to continue to be tested here, and I genuinely think he's going to get kind of bopped as he tries to drop in the main. I like this, right? I mean, maybe this is a pathway to success. You find yourself some harass, you find yourself in some different positions. The Zealots in the middle of the map are going to come through, and I guess we'll be able to clean those up, maybe. Just dying everywhere. GG's. MaxPax overruns, and he takes a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Alright, we are going to be... going into a game number 3 here. Just get our map set up and everything. Looks like they didn't actually pick a third map, so there's a little bit of discussion of what's going on there. Alright. I'm the host. Ready. Go double check ByuN is ready. Kick this off. Sorry, got a bit confused here. Alright, sorry guys. A little bit of confusion coming about. Let's go to ley lines, get this underway. Get ready to kick this off. In the bottom left-hand side, up 2-0. I'm cheering against him. I want to see I want to see not a 3-0. It is going to be MaxPax. He's just been a bit too good with the blink so far, quite frankly. Oh, what's up, the Gyron? Thank you so much for the 47-month resub. Appreciate it. Keep it up. Hell yeah. You know we will. Thank you so much for the 47 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's MaxPax in the bottom left, ByuN in the upper right. We get this underway. Oh my god. That's my Skype making noises for some reason. Skype, what are you doing? And on D&D. Shout out to the 2 players who still use Skype instead of Discord. Hence, I need to have Skype open at all times. It's a life decision for sure. Oh, you know, we used to organize everything through Skype. Skype in 2025, yeah, I know. I know. Well, we have a fun little opening here as MaxPax chooses to go for this setup. Engineering bay block, and so he takes the super far forward base. So immediately puts himself into a little bit of an interesting state where that's a very exposed base, and it almost feels like you're tempting ByuN to come and deal with it. Like you're almost tempting ByuN to be like, hey buddy, don't you want to come and do this right now? Huh? We're going to shoot. A couple probes going to get blasted around. We are going to have our Reaper going to be able to get rid of one probe, and I think it's out alive. Stalker gets the reach as it takes a second to jump down. That's brutal. Have you used Skype since 2014? It was the last time you worked in esports? Yeah, you know what it is? I'm sure a couple players I talk to on Skype actually do have Discord, but like, I actually don't have them added on Discord. And I've always messaged them on Skype, so it's like a continuation of habit, I suppose. It's kind of funny. I talk to my dad on Skype as well. That's also how I message my dad, so... I have it open 24/7 for the 4 people I might need to talk to on there. It's funny. Alright, we are going to see the Adept going to shade up. Obviously just provide some high ground vision to put some pressure on. Very shortly, ByuN will be on the map. I'm sure we'll be off and away trying to maybe make something happen. Marines going to get that though, and they get the Adept, and with the what am I going at the front, we will be safe here. I was going to say we're actually in a position right where the medevac's out, so we should be able to get across the map and apply some pressure soon. Let's see what will happen. He's going to fight. The battery going to be taking some damage, so a few shots coming about. The Widow Mine coming back the other way. Actually going to be very close to killing off this battery, but in the end we just lift up and get away with everything. And maybe reposition and try and do a little bit more a bit further down the line. Marines are going to drop back in, so there's the drop relocate, and a couple pros did not pull away. Gives you a chance to get a little more damage done again. Stalkers get there. Widow Mine gets taken down. We will see our probes pulling back over again. Banshee tank, Marines continuing up. The Nexus building on this side of MaxPax, and the assimilator coming through too. Up to the top. Tank shot is good. Already hitting a few of those stalkers, and then we'll see the Marines unloading and going after some probes as well. So damage being done out here in the center as well. Overall, again, don't mind the damage done early by ByuN. The problem typically comes now when MaxPax starts being aggressive. As the Banshee though forces to recall a couple more probes, and we keep the Banshee alive if nothing else, so we're going to be able to bring that back in again shortly. Banshee actually slips by the Stalker. I think we're going to get away with that one, so nice to get another Banshee on the map, and 2 of them together obviously can create some danger. Maybe that's just what ByuN needs, a way to be a bit more kind of active on the map, be a bit more of a stand, make something happen potentially as the Banshees continue down to the bottom. We scan, we get the OBS, Stimpack +1, Medevacs and Marines will continue to come on through. We had a couple Marauders into that mix as well. There's that storm coming up from MaxPax here. So, yeah, you're going to get to see him go into a little bit of a different tech. I don't think we've seen him go Storm yet. He's just been playing Colossus. He's been very ahead in the game so far as well. And Colossus have done a great job of just taking a lead and just bullying it all the way home for him. So, I'm not minded that choice. But I like Storm in this one where there's not as much of a definite lead in place. And it's a good way to mix it up. Banshees actually come through, get a good few workers. Some Stalkers going down at the front. MaxPax is actually just in trouble right now. His supply is not there at all. He actually needs Storm right now. He needs it because if he doesn't get Storm, I actually think he's just going to straight up die. I think he's going to be in a lot of trouble very shortly here. That's going to be pretty rough for him. As ByuN is going to start stepping onto the map. And we are going to start hitting away. A couple of probes going down. I mean, that's the problem with this forward base as well. It's just such an easy position to attack into as the Terran player, because you just arrive here so quickly. You can set up on the low ground. Robot facility depowered. MaxPax at least will get to finish up his Storm upgrade, so he will have a chance to fire Storms in this game, and sometimes that is all you need to really spin a situation around into your favor. So let's see what happens with it. Keep position. If we go off the base, I mean, that also is obviously a big victory, right? That is absolutely good enough here, so again, we'll see if we can get the base. The units are going to come in. The Nexus is going to go down. The Storm drops. Yeah, forced to abandon the siege tanks, and MaxPax did a good job of buying himself time. However, ByuN's also dropping into the main base, and that's going to be an issue if he loses all of the pylons powering his gates. It's actually very realistic to happen, right? I think these 4 pylons all go down. There's one more to kill in the corner here to depower the last few. MaxPax just says, GG's! We're going to have a fight. We're going to have some back and forth. We're going to actually have some games here. Nice. ByuN battles back on ley lines, and he is going to take a map, and we are going to get ourselves a bit more of a series on the way in this best of 5, guys. We're going to be able to get this going and keep this going. Love to see it. Perfect. All right. ByuN bringing it back a game after it was just a brutal start as well. As MaxPax just needs a moment, so we'll give him a moment. We'll get back on track. Yeah, it was a brutal start for ByuN in this series, so, and especially for us, we've already seen a 3-0. Nice to kind of take a step to slow it down a little bit. And just as we have a moment where MaxPax is BRB, guess I can host us onto Ultralove. Just a reminder that the loser of this series plays Solar in the lower bracket in our first elimination match of the tournament, while the winner will play against Hero in the second round of the winner bracket semi-finals. Kienk TQD, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hits Alaska Winter 923. Thank you for the generosity and gifting out a sub today. Thank you very much. Trying to get everyone in here so when MaxPax returns we can go. How is Gumiho still teamless? Why would any team want to pick up StarCraft players when there's no announced events? The problem is, because there's no events announced, no one knows the value of anything. If there's a bunch of events, the value for players' contracts will be higher. If there's going to be nothing, the value of players' contracts may still be there, but it will be much lower. So the players obviously want to get paid as much as they can. The teams don't want to pay very much at all because they have no idea what's going to happen. So no one's going to get picked up to a team until we have any sort of information about what the hell's happening with StarCraft 2 this year, which I genuinely can't believe we're halfway through February and we still don't know. Like, that's actually bonkers. Everyone else in this tournament has a team. Everybody else in this tournament was in a team before the future of StarCraft 2 was completely undecided. So yeah, I mean, Clem obviously on a long contract with Liquid, same with Trigger and Basilisk, MaxPax and Psystorm, ByuN and Shopify Rebellion. Shin is a continuation from last year. When I think a lot of teams last year just assumed StarCraft 2 was going to be in eSports World Cup this year, so Shin is not being dropped yet. I can't imagine Shin will maintain his team. Yeah, Solo got picked up as well when same idea. Gumiho's contract just ran out at a time where it was a lot more uncertain than when a couple of other players got picked up, so yeah. EWC announcements tomorrow? Probably not. changes every day, man. They change the announcement time of these games all of the time. Even GSL's not going? GSL will not go unless they get funded by the bigger circuit. GSL is being completely Blizzard or ESL funded for ages, so probably not. That's in the top right. Our blue Terran player is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. And in the bottom left, it is going to be our Protoss player, MaxPax. Why is Microsoft not funding it like they did with AoE? Because Microsoft don't see any point in funding it. At the end of the day, eSports is a money sink, right? It's a money sink, and it's a tool for marketing. It's like a marketing tool. The problem StarCraft 2 has is it has nothing to market anymore. Like, what do you market with StarCraft 2? Like, StarCraft is not a franchise that has any sort of future game right now or anything. It's not an IP that has any current value. So keeping StarCraft 2 esports alive is not of interest because there's no return of investment there. Sadly. That's just the reality of it. I think there's people that want to keep it alive because it's just a good game, but like, it's very difficult to convince people to give you money for it. Which is why the Esports World Cup was such a good thing for StarCraft 2, because they actually just want prestigious, high-level games in their tournaments. So they were one of the few people that were willing to put money into it. And now they've been blocked and slowed down by other entities, it seems. And here we are. A Hearthstone expansion? Yes, but the reality is that running a multi-million StarCraft 2 circuit is not going to make more people play Hearthstone. You know? Why is just chess any different to SC2? Because it has a much larger player base. Yo, Peanut Butter Jesus, thank you so much for gifting out a sub to Chikata. Thank you so much for the generosity. Thank you. Appreciate it. Depressed Craft 2. I'm not trying to be sad, guys. I'm not trying to be depressed. I'm just trying to be factual. Like, it is kind of bonkers that we are in February and we... Like, the craziest thing to me... Like, all of this is all well and dandy, but the craziest thing to me is that clearly someone is trying to make something happen with StarCraft 2 because no one has come out and said that there's no tournament. No, ESL have not come out and said there's no future. Oh, it's not happening, you know? So until that happens, something is probably being worked on. It's just crazy that we're in February and we have no potential information of what that is, why it's taken so long, if it is 100% happening or if it's just likely to happen. You know? ESL still running the replay channel? Well, yeah, because that's just free money for them. A few $100 a month, why not? As our Marauders here, Concussive Shell is available. Letting this adept in, it's sad because all the information is gained. It takes you a while to clean up. You got to pull some SCVs. You'll kill these early units, but there's not really much chance to get across the map from this, right? And that's going to be one of the bigger problems now. Getting across the map is definitely going to become a little bit more of a struggle as we get rid of that Zealot. CC coming up, Starport coming in. Yeah, what's up, Kai Flips? Thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Sorry, Kai Fips. It looked like an L on my screen. Bad eyesight. I'm sorry. Isn't ESL being discontinued? Nobody knows. They've not said yes or no. That's the thing. They've not said it's not happening. They've just also not said it is happening. In general, well, yeah, no, ESL is just a different name now. ESL bought Faceit, and so instead of being called ESL, they're called like EFG. It's the ESL Faceit group. Same people, different name. SC2 is at least as entertaining to watch as chess. Yes, but there's a lot less people in the world that understand what is going on in a game of SC2 versus what is going on in a game of chess. Again, it's just about watching what you're familiar with, or what, you know, something that you do yourself. There's a lot of value in that, and that's to one of its biggest problems is getting new people to play and try the game, you know? It's just going to drop off in this main base. Few Marauders here. Don't have Stim just yet, but this could be a very good trade for them. When Stim comes up especially, we will start to get some pros. There's a pylon we can fight. What are we going to do? Stim finishes. We're going to finish that pylon. I don't love the split damage. Now the Stork's going to blink on the medevac. STV's going down on the other side. And this felt like it had so much potential. What are we going to do in the end? We're going to get rid of a couple Stalkers. Unload again. We get one more Stalker kill. We're losing so many SCVs on the other side of the map. GG gets called. And MaxPax is going to take the 3-1 victory in this series. Some funky games. Definitely some different, interesting games as well. Definitely something a little bit unique there. Cool. Alright, we are going to be moving into the Korean server then. For ByuN versus Solar, and then we'll be doing MaxPax versus Hero after, so we'll be going into ByuN versus Solar up next here, guys. We get into our third best of 5 of the day up next. Some TVZ action, and then it'll be PvP between MaxPax and Hero. Those are the next 2 series coming up. So we actually know the next 4 series coming up. TVZ, ByuN Solar, PvP, MaxPax Hero, TVP, Clem, Trigger, and then TVZ, Gumiho, and Shin. So that's what's going on. We'll be right back. Take a break screen here, and we'll come back in just a few. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. So we got everything ready to go here. I get everyone into our lobby, and we will be going very soon. Just got cast us in, and we can kick off into ByuN versus Solo TVZ, keeping the games going. Just a couple of answers to questions. I kind of answered a couple things in chats, but just because I think it's always good to say this sort of stuff out loud. Yes, I do stream for StarCraft 2 full-time. This is my job. And yes, the prize money for tournaments does typically come from WardiTV. This tournament is sponsored by someone who reached out and said, yo, I want to support a tournament. How do I do that? They put $1,000 in, and that's why we're here today and tomorrow. So shout out to Andrew, who, again, his message is that people can get out there, support tournaments, and help make community tournaments happen. So he's basically saying that anyone can come out and support some StarCraft, and encourages you guys to do the same as well. If you guys are enjoying the stream, you can obviously do the following things. You can like and subscribe on YouTube. 3 ways to support the numbers and get those up. You can follow on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can support freely with your Prime. You can super chat on YouTube. You can donate directly. There's links for all of that. You can obviously use your money to subscribe. YouTube has a membership system as well. If you want to support on YouTube, you can support monthly there. And if you want to support directly tournament prize pools, you can go to our Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of any pledge goes directly into a tournament prize pool. If you pledge $100, we will even make up the difference of any transaction fees. If you've spent $100, that will be $100 that goes into a tournament prize pool guaranteed. So that's the Patreon page. And if you do want to just support or sponsor a tournament, or if you really like a couple of players and you want me to try and set up a show match for them or something, you're always welcome to reach out. I'm very open, accessible to reach on email, Discord, message me in Twitch chat or YouTube chat. We will put together tournaments for you guys if you would like, as ByuN accidentally loads his SCVs in the command center. So yes, there's basically TLDR, there's anything you want to do to support helps us put on more StarCraft 2, so do check it all out. Appreciate you guys. Let's go, go, go. In the top left-hand corner of the map, in our first elimination match of the tournament, we're about to go from 8 players to 7. One of these 2 will not make it to the second day of competition. In the top left, from the Shopify Rebellion, our blue Terran is ByuN. And the bottom right, our red Zerg player from Falcons is Solar. Hey guys, I know I'm selling out a lot the last few days and stuff, but the reality is that we're at a point where we need to run some tournaments because there's not a lot of tournaments going on outside of what I'm about to run in the near future. So we have to run some tournaments, and to do that we need money. Is the straight up and honest fact of it. So we are selling out a bit more than usual. We are mentioning the subs and stuff. We're trying to get the sub count to a little bit of a healthier state on Twitch so we can more comfortably keep on running tournaments and so on. So yes, we're selling out a lot. I think it's very important. You know, if you're here every day, you're probably sick of hearing it, but there are people who are... you know, only here for a weekend stream. It's the first time they tuned in a couple of weeks. So it is very important to keep this message going again and again and again, you know. Pigfest is coming? Yeah. And that's great, but that's like, I think, like 5 or 6 days of StarCraft. That does not fill all of the days. There's a lot more to be done. Obviously, the goal is to have StarCraft pretty much every day, so people can always tune in and find something to watch. The players almost always have something to play in. That's what we want to try and do. Frizzles the Bear, thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. On a petting service. I can give you guys bets if you want. Yeah, go wild. Spend all your channel points. Alright. Did that Reaper just... Okay, the Reaper got away. I was wondering what the guys were laughing for. Alright, well, CC coming up, Racked coming through. Having a little bit of a look around the map. Could I put a donation bar for $500 for Hero Marine Clem versus Showtime MaxPax in Harkon? Yeah, that'd be fun, but I'd love to put that down. I'd have to convince the players of it first, though, you know? Thank you for keeping the community alive. That's all good. There's a lot of people keeping the community alive. I'm not the only person doing things. I'm not trying to make out that I'm the only person doing things. Just, you know, in this period where we don't know about the future of StarCraft, at least for the last couple of months, there's been some Chinese tournaments, but now there's really, like, not much else going on, you know, so just gotta kind of keep our, keep doing what we can do, you know? Yo, Birdman SC, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. Appreciate it, as the Queens and the Lings will help and get rid of those Hellions. So there's a little bit of a dive in trying to abuse the later Ling speed of Solar here. Solar's going to get away with it, though, playing Neon Violet Squire. Big map, could 100% see Neon Violet Squire turn into a big, long game of StarCraft 2 between these guys. That's something that ByuN typically plays into. He's not afraid, you know, he doesn't mind shying away from that at all. He is absolutely the kind of guy who will play those kind of longer games, so let's see what happens. What's up, Birdman SC? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub as well. Appreciate it, and thank you. As our starport comes up, the Overlord goes down. The racks will swap on over to a reactor. We got 5 Marines in production. This looking like a very typical just 3cc now. The 3 racks set up on the 3 bases, and then we'll obviously from there start to go into all of the other bits and pieces, which is going to be, you know, extra barracks, basically. I mean, from here you go 5 racks, then 8 racks, and you can do that pretty quickly because everything else is really set in place. In about a minute you'll need an armory, but other than that, yeah, you pretty much are just adding barracks for the foreseeable future. Maybe you go 5 racks, then a 4th CC, and then 8 racks as well, obviously, as well as a possibility. I guess I said go up straight to 8 racks. I guess that's not true. You go to 5 racks definitely, and then you decide between 8 racks and a 4th base and a 2nd factory. So there are choices. Hey, what's up? Coke Hat in. Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. As a few Marines begin to move through into the middle of the map, just going to step on forward into the center here a little bit. See a few Marines gathering up, coming through the center. Sorry guys, I had to tap out quickly and answer a question for some of the players that are playing at the same time. Again, we're doing our best to keep this. This is going to be, in theory, 8 best of 5s can be a very long day, so we're doing our best to keep it a little bit more manageable for the players and making sure that they don't have to be here for a full length of 8 best of 5s. So a couple matches are playing at the same time during this. As Marines and Reaper are going to step through. A little scary for Solar, whose couple Banes are morphing. No Bane speed at all, because he prioritized the melee upgrades, so it's scary, but ByuN with a very un-ByuN-like micro, as he just lets, well, yeah, kind of because it wasn't really micro, he just kind of let those Banes hit, and that was a bit of a surprise. As yo, Family Fantasy RPG, thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Is this Marine drop going to do much? Nah, just clean some creep. They're going to go out to Ganos, Stable, Mr. Jabsnor, Guy Oof, Mishley, and Maltesa 7. Thank you so much, Family Fantasy RPG, for the generosity and gift now 5 subs. We appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, 3 Marines just going to unload. I mean, ByuN at least going to be able to keep that presence on the map. Like I say, a bit of a shame the initial Marines went down, gives Solo a lot of freedom. And a map where if you give the Zerg a lot of freedom, they are absolutely going to run away with it. They are absolutely going to, you know, he's absolutely going to do a lot with that. So that should be pretty intriguing. Lings is going to drop off. A little bit of damage being done. A couple SCVs get jumped on. +2 melee, +2 carapace coming up. The infestation pit coming through is about to finish in a moment or so. Decisive is going down. The Lingbane Hydra coming through. The Marine's going to stim up again. Gonna go pushing across. A few Marines load back up to the high ground. Banes, Lings, Hydras continue to come around a little bit. Banes crash through. 10 SCVs go down. The Lingbane Hydra is going to step up. A few Marines going to be right there, just going to step back themselves. Obviously sitting on the edge of creep right now. Stepping straight through. First one of mine doesn't do much. Good split away. Second one of mine will get a few Banes, but nothing too crazy. But I'm going to get completely overwhelmed. It's not even close as Solo completely crushes him. And that's not great when Solo crushes you and he's got the Lurker Den about to finish, because Solo's about to end up in his even better stage of the game. And step over. And if that goes down, just gonna be able to grab that. Lingbane Hydra back down the bottom side. There's a few Marines in the main base of ByuN harassing over there as well. Say a few. Quite a big drop. He's gonna go for the Lurker Den. Okay. Well, I actually feel like that's pretty critical, because Solo, like I say, gets to his absolute best state when he's playing the Lurkers. And so if you just get pushed off those Lurkers for a little while longer, I think that is absolutely huge. Banes crash in. Wouldn't mind take some damage. The Lings are going to come across as well. Let's see how ByuN going to be there. A few more units going down. The Lurker Den still setting up. The Lingbane coming about. Adrenal Gland's coming over. I'm just going to get rid of a few more creep teamers here. Bane's still trying to move up. The Hydra's going to be there. Medevac's pushed away. One more wouldn't mind to grab a Zergling, and we get all the way back over that center of the map here. Whoa. Korean server. Rex. It's an unlikely one. I'll take a moment or two, Rexel DC, and we will continue on with this without much further problem. Just counting on down. And get back to it, guys. Sorry for the slight delay. Why the Shin meta of Mass Overseer was not copied by the likes of Solo or Raynor? It wasn't Shin, it was Rogue that played Mass Overseer. I think it was a little gimmicky, to the point where once it was figured out, it just didn't work anymore.
Game paused. Game resumed.
And back to it. There's a little bit of Lingbane Hydra comes around, just gonna knock open those rocks. Yeah, losing that Lurker Den, it's a pretty big slowdown to get back in this game. Just gonna see how things are. Hydra's get there, the hatchery gonna be taken out, so that gold base denied. ByuN back in the main base, trying to drop around, do what he can, fighting these Zerglings. Mostly does okay. The Medevac's being killed by parasitic bombs. Not a lot of energy on them anyway, so not a lot of healing available, but Again, got a lot of the Bearlings. Finally some Bane show up, and finally this becomes a little bit more of a cleanup. However, now on the top right side, ByuN's multitasking, keeping him going in this. This is a game which I feel like Solo was meant to be very comfortable in, and now getting a little bit dragged all over the place. A little bit of a momentum breaker from ByuN. Solo is still maxed out, still feeling good. And he is still on a lurker den, which now has done seismic spines as well. So we are actually going to be able to go into lurkers. So like I say, maybe that's just what Solo needs to get into his more stable force. And start breaking down some of these positions that we're trying to take here on the side of ByuN. Some of those bases that are coming up and so over the next few moments. Here we go, Ling Bane coming through. Bane lanes are going to try and crash in. Split apart a little bit. Ghost goes down. The rest of these units continue to come across as well. And the Banes continue over. A couple SCVs going to get jumped on. Blind Cloud. I love the Blind Cloud on the bio. It means you can't stand there and fight. You've got to step away. That should give Solo a little bit more of an open position to work for. And I think that's very cool. Oh, Nidus in the main base is a killer. Bunch of lurkers pop out there. I was wondering when the lurkers were going to show up. But yeah, popping out in the main is a really nice first appearance for them. A lot of SCVs going down. A few lurkers still remain here. Ghosts are now dying. This has turned into a fantastic sequence of events for Solo, who's looking as though he might be able to grab a Game 1 victory. Things popped out. It's going to go through, get a couple of SCVs. A lot of workers still just dying across all the different mineral lines. I mean, units are still pouring out of the Niduses. Obviously, Solo setting up to attack on the left side. He's just got a lot of lurkers. I just do not think we're going to be able to do enough here. And Solo is going to get himself Game 1 of this best of 5. So Solo starts off strong, opens up on Neon Violet. I mean, to me, that's always a good map for Zerg, but I mean, ByuN plays it anyway. Obviously, best of 5. Some of the maps will be a little bit... In theory, the first map should be the most one-sided maps because they are the maps which get picked early. It means the players think that that's the most likely chance that it's going to be favorable for them. So that obviously is the concept there. Let's drop our lobby link down. We're ready up for Game 2 in a few moments. ByuN and Solo in the lobby. Ready. Let's get this going. Alright, game number 2 coming up as Solo takes the 1-0 lead, heading to El Dorado for a second game. Yeah, ByuN getting kind of smashed early. Some of those drops just not doing as much as needed to, and then he did keep himself in it for a while. It's definitely an interesting few moments. Alright, guys, kicking off into El Dorado. Let's get at it. Let's do it. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player. Down a game, it is ByuN. Again, best of 5s all day today. That'll be a fun one. Alright, game number 2. Still on the bottom right, ByuN bottom top left. We get set up and we'll see what's going to happen. SV pops across, just gonna get ready to put the CC down. Nothing too crazy happening early. Try and take it a little easy early in games, guys, just because, like I said, it's a lot of StarCraft today. I don't want the voice to give up on us. Gotta make it all the way through as we get underway. The Queen's hatch coming up at the moment. If it comes in, a couple of lings will take some shots, drones take damage. Drop an Eva chamber down, cancel it, pull it back. And this is going to come over. It's going to be a nice call on a creep tumor. Always good to get rid of some creep. Obviously slows down a little bit of the progress of the Zerg earlies, right? So just slows down where they're getting to, what's happening. Always a good thing, pretty much. And a couple of Hellions coming about. There's going to be Command Center coming through, the starport coming up. You settle a third base of ByuN. Just going to set up in the front towards the gold. We can step through the rebuild, take some shots. The Roadrunner already starting from Solar. I'm going to play a bit of a different style than from the Lingbane in the last game. Fast melee upgrades. Now going to be playing the Roach style instead. Couple of Lord's Queen coming through, Banshee and the Cloaking coming up as well. Mompler moves across, lands onto that gold base. The Lair and the Evo Chamber coming through, add a couple of extractors into that as well. He's going to come around. A few drones are going to be starting to drop as well. Going to see those beginning to fall. The Banshee comes around this side and now going to get a couple more shots. The drone's going to take a little bit more damage once more again. Some hits coming through. The Banshee's still trying to find some extra work as we continue to make some damage happen. That's chill, and the Hellion's gonna break through. He's gonna shoot Banshee and take some shots. Yeah, the Hellion's coming over, gonna go after some of those drones. So a couple of workers gonna go down, a couple of workers going down already. Six workers killed. Good damage with the Hellions. We'll still continue to head into +1/+1 and that roach speed, so we continue to get that underway. probably just going to send it. 66 drones seems to be a magic number for Solo lately. We've had a lot of his games where he just cuts at that 66 and hits the 3 base economy timing. It's as though that might be the plan. This bottom side accessible for ByuN. Nice on the way as well. So yeah, Solo's going to send it. ByuN needs to realize he does not need to be being aggressive right now. He's actually going to have to become the defender in this game. If you don't realize that, it's very easy for Solo to get the jump on you. And if Solo gets the jump on you, things can become very difficult and very tricky very quickly. So let's see what potentially happens in that regard, as we do have Marines coming across. Marines just going to be pulling back around again. The road travel is starting to move out. It's go time for Solo. Anytime you wait from here on out, in theory, you just get more and more stuff available defensively as ByuN. Seachank goes down. The road traveler starting to break through. The medevacs got chased over on the right. The Nidus in the main base goes down as well. STV's pulling back. The Roach Ravager coming back over. The Banshee's going to be there. Marines are going to stim up again, and again, more of that Roach Ravager getting blasted. We'll see the Banshee able to shoot as well. And it starts to pop out even more additional Roaches. And that Command Center will just have to lift up. So it lifts up, peels back. Then Banshee begins to cloak a little bit. The Queens and the Roaches are going to get there. The Medivacs have to step away. Just for now. Tanks are blasting. Those Roaches are taking so much damage. The Nidus network has completed, and the Marines are going to go after the creep team. Is just going to pick away at everything they can find on the other side. I mean, so far this feels like an okay defense from ByuN. You're not letting Solo get too out of control or anything. Seems pretty reasonable, but I mean, Solo still has numbers. It's just the tank setup is so good, and again, having to drop across the map, killing some drones, and just chipping away at Solo as well. It puts a bit more pressure on Solo to maybe kind of push in, and he might just have to... I mean, in general, he's on pressure anyway. Roach Ravagers are coming through. The neck. Night is still popping as well. He's going to go after the hatchery. Just going to try and get this one. Tank's just too good. Solo's attack is clearly not going anywhere. ByuN is going to tie us up 1-1 in this best of 5. And we are going to be setting ourselves up for quite a series. A little bit of a back and forth series compared to what we've had so far. Azio, thank you, by the way, Sabum72 for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Let's head to a game 3 here. Our third map is going to be on Ley Lines. We actually get to a couple smaller maps for map 4 and 5 in Whispers of Gold and then Frostline. So as we go along here, we're kind of working away from the bigger, more macro maps to, like, I mean, Leyland's a bit more standard. It's got a lot of bases, but it's much more easier to attack on. So we're really just working our way through kind of from bigger to smaller. So it's going to be interesting to see how the dynamic of the series changes as the maps change themselves. Moving through this. Everyone joining the lobby. Will just be a moment or so. And ready to kick off into game number 3 of this best of 5. Like I say, it's all tied up right now in this series. Go, ready, TVZ. Let's do it. This off. In the top right hand side, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. His 66 drone timing not working well enough for him in that last game. As in the bottom left. Our blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion is ByuN. Alright, so hatch gas, soon to be a spawn pool coming through. We'll just have our hatch gas and pool coming up, obviously. We will see where we go from here. Chance for one of these guys to take the win in the series, obviously, or take the lead in the series and be very close to that win. Very important as our hatchery comes through on the natural. We get that set up. Factor going to be 9 from a drone or so. Continue to come around. Hatch still building as we move. So yeah, bringing a lot of that into play. Drone pulling around, a few lings and queens coming over as well. Hatch goes into the third base and gets settled here. Obviously Reaper will show up and try and start doing some damage. Let's see what we can maybe find for ourselves. We got CC building up. So third base comes online. We get that started up here. We're trying to still poke around, obviously. Girl Queen's trying to get something done as well for a couple moments. Not that, yeah, Queen's obviously still going to be used against the Hellions as well, so just doing everything they can here. Hellions going to try and get through. This time there's Ling speed. Obviously, you've seen the Hellions be aggressive in an earlier game. The Ling's backed up, kind of let the Hellions come forward. An interesting choice, but oh, the Queen kind of gets there. Oh, it's perfect. It's absolutely beautiful, the defense, actually. You lose the Lings, but that's fine. You're going to get rid of all these Hellions. Trading Hellions for Lings at this stage is not what you want to be doing at all, not in the slightest. So that's going to be absolutely brutal as a couple of Marines are going to go and make their way through the Overlords. Overlord will go down. Our third base is going to move across into position here for the moment as well. Is ByuN building his third because he sees Solo building his third? Not really. Zergs are pretty much always going to build a third base, so third bases are pretty common in TVZ. Unless you're going to build like a 2-base all-in. You pretty much, I mean, a lot of Terrans are going to build their third bases before they get any scouting information on a Zerg anyway. It's just the way the matchup works a lot of the time. Again, Bane's coming through, the hatch coming up. Got a few extractors on the way, barracks and reactor coming through as well. Another depot down, gonna get rid of a couple of these creep tumors. That's a lot of creep tumors that just went down actually. I'm just trying to attack through. The Queen's going to be there. We turn those Banshees away. Medevac's coming through again. The upgrades coming up. 1-1 combat shield all coming by. We get the extra Banes morphing in. The hydrogen coming up as well. Marines coming about. The tank is going to drop down and siege up. We'll see the few Marines starting to fire. The Queen's going to take some shots as well. Lings and Bane's going to be there. We get more melee upgrades coming through the Bane speed as well. The 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield about to finish up from ByuN. Add a factory onto that too. Another armory as well. We continue to get that on the way and rolling. Position is fun from ByuN. He has the upgrade lead, so might be able to trade out a bit. Bane speed just finished though, and that might be what Solo's waiting for to kind of pull the trigger here and commit. Oh, those Banes all clumped up in the back. I mean, the tank goes down, but ByuN will just lift and evacuate his Marines. Edge has the Banshee showing back up, and reinforcements from ByuN. I was going to say, I think I've just stepped too far forward. I think Solo might have been able to jump on that, but he's a little bit distracted by the Banshees. Very distracted by the Banshees. Just loses all of his Queens. That's such a shame. Because I actually think Solo could have jumped on this because ByuN was not aware of how close his units were. I think he could have killed everything, and the Marines and the medevac were still in the medevac as well. Eight drones going down. Marines just going to be jumped on as ByuN continues to push this forward. I mean, that was a nice little connection of some Banes helping you out fairly significantly. Marines going to be there. A few Lings getting whacked. 2-2 coming through. Infestation pick coming up. Drones moving about, just gonna have a couple of Marines gonna be there, some Lings and Banes continuing to move up again. SCVs are gonna chase forward. The Bane lane's gonna turn onto some of the bio. Muscular Organs continues to come into play at the moment, just gonna have a few Hellbats on the side. Gonna get turned away by the Zerglings as well. That hatchery, low HP. This Ling Bane Hydra tries to come back through, hitting these Marines a little bit. And the Lings move about, the bio and the medevac on the bottom side moving over, 2-2 upgrades coming over as well. A couple of Marines is going to continue to come back toward the medevac. The few Lings going to get there. Look at Dan. 5, continue to come up. Our bio around that right hand side getting going as well. A couple of creep tumors will begin to fall. A lot of units that are going to take a lot of damage. The Banes continue to come over here. I think Solo's just bleeding out a little bit too much. ByuN does have the ability to kind of lift and get out of this one as well at this point. Enough units that will fit in all of those medevacs. So that turns into a fine getaway plan. That's the bio coming through the top. Fast moves through. A couple crit tumors will go down pretty swiftly, so we get rid of those. Now we got a hatchery that's very low as well. The rest of the bio are going to come stepping up. Again, Hatch will take some more shots. Just going to be seeing the Hydras coming through. The Banes are moving about. Just going to see ByuN continue to step away for that right-hand side. A couple of Banes getting grabbed. The Zerglings falling. And with the hatchery already down on this top side, I mean, I love the split from ByuN. It's making it very difficult for Solo to re-establish and retake control at all. It's not the greatest moment from ByuN, though. That was just too many units. Oh my god, he's going to lose everything. Oh my god, ByuN, what happened? It's all just falling apart. He just missed micros. Doesn't pay attention. Loses 2 entire armies. That is absolutely brutal. And lurkers continue to come up. The seismic spines coming in. Adrenal glands and +1 missiles coming up also. Fire steps up. Spore Crawler will go down. Some Lingbane Hydra on the right side. Starting to run through. A couple Wooden Mines trying to aim their way towards something. Parasitic bombs all across those medevacs. We're going to regather here. Bang going to step through. The Hydras are going to be there. Wouldn't mind going down. More Wouldn't mind shots continue to come through. Another Baneling just going to get pushed away. Marine's going to step through. The hatchery will take some more shots. The Lings, the Hydras, the Bane going to get knocked down as well, so we're just going to be able to grab that now. A couple more Banelings getting jumped on here. The bio continue to chase through. ByuN recovering from some of the bad fights in this to continue putting pressure on. But I think the Lurkers are here. With Lurkers being here, I actually start to favor this game for Solo a little bit, because again, Solo's Lurkers are like no others. He's so good at the Lurker stage of the game, and now he's gotten there. I think ByuN's lost too much momentum. Well, some drones continue to move about. +2 missiles, +3 carapace coming up. Upgrades for Solo continue to bound on through as he plays catch up on some of those upgrades of the Terran 3-3 finish for ByuN as he keeps on trying to push. First Nidus is starting to come up. Looks as though the Lurkers are in those Niduses as well as we lurch forward with the Hydras to get rid of the Liberator. In this position just gets broken down instantly. Marauders trying to get rid of the Nidus attempt in the natural, and that would be huge to stop it. Doesn't look like Solo's going to get anything out from the Nidus. Already pressing forward is Lingbane Hydra at the front here and starting to hit some of the mineral lines from the low ground. So I think ByuN had a lot of momentum in this game, but the moment he lost his momentum, it becomes very tough because you're playing against Solo, who's so freaking good in so many of these situations. The bio gathers. We do have the Nidus coming in on the bottom. Bio gathers up again. The Nidus coming through. The Lips coming up. Marines and Ghosts coming about. Ling's going to step through. The siege tank will fire. A few Lings taking shots. ByuN the Ghost going to be there to push the Lings back the other direction. Our CC will turn back around once more. Hydra step through. It's going to be seeing the command center taking a lot more damage. CC is going to be burning. The Liberators are setting it up. We're going to lose one lib. We're going to lose a second and third. Good abduct. I mean, the ghosts are here, and they are going to continue to push back, but there's a good start to this, and actually those ghosts are actually going to get chased by banelings right now. Just about being able to handle it, but the rest of the bio does go down still. Solo loses a base right-hand side, and so ByuN continues to have a little bit of momentum for himself in this game. Our Lings, our Hydras continue to press on through, and they are going to go straight after the Marauders and the rest. The Overseers coming around as well. Add a burrow and a +3 melee upgrade onto that as well right now. Continue to bring that over as we have our Bioforce continue to gather up. The Liberator coming through as well. And Marines, Medivacs continue to come in for the moment here. Just going to get our Marines and our Ghosts to get rid of that Nidus. A couple of Hydras are going to jump through, and they're going to go straight onto the Lib. Liberator goes down. We had a few extra banelings into play. The Hydra's still coming online as well. The Lings will just come across, going after some of those SCVs, trying to find harassing damage, trying to find a little bit extra wherever possible. So they're still moving about. The Bio and the Ghost coming through. Get rid of even more Zerglings right here for a couple of moments. Those SCVs still gathering. We just have, again, the Bio Ghost Force coming over. A couple of Lings going down. Just going to get a wraparound. Marauder's going to take some hits. The Medivac loads up, and away we go. Bit of ducks once again. Those Liberators just not getting a chance to survive realistically. Bane's crashing through for a ton of SCVs. Planetary Fortress gets dismantled in the process. Huge couple of moments there. The Medivac continues to push across. The Bioforce gathering, the Ghost setting up, and we continue to get ourselves to the top side of the map, the 12 o'clock position. Going to be broken into over these next few moments. Liberator's going to get jumped on. All these Banes will be going down still. The Lings are still streaming across. Hatchery does die. +3 missiles, +3 melee. Building up here still from Solo, so we continue to get all of that into play. Nothing Bane army just continues to chase on up. We are going to be seeing the wraparound attempting to hit these Ghosts and the Bio units. A couple of snipes coming off. The Overseers going down immediately, and we are going to see the Lurkers hitting a Planetary Fortress from up above, so the Lurks continue to put some work in as well. The Zerglings back onto a missile turret. The Libs are going to come straight over. Siege up on top of those Lurkers now. This Planetary does go down. Still are able to take this out, but that will be pretty much it for the moment. I don't think we go any further than that right now. And again, the rest of the Hydras and the Banes continue to come about. And we'll have ourselves the army still setting up in the center, so we push through once again. A couple of Liberators will siege. The Lurker's going to take some heavy hits. 7 SCVs, 8 SCVs going down. The Hydras going to get chased into the corner there. The rest of this army gathering up together. And a lot of dead SCVs, a few drones are being killed. And just coming back once more. It's a fun game because obviously at this point Solo's got the economy, but ByuN has the army. And so it kind of comes into that kind of constant trading effect where Solo wants to trade so he can keep on rebuilding. He doesn't want ByuN to kind of add that extra 10 to 15 supply of army at any point, so you've got to be super careful on that as well. Oh, Vipers, the Lurkers, the Lings continue to build up. Our Ling's going to step through. BioMine jumped on pretty quickly here. Hydra's coming forward as well. I like the jump from Solar. Again, Liberator's getting taken down fairly swiftly, so not able to do too much. Some Lings actually reach the mineral line here as well, and enough Hydras apparently just to fight and clean up. That's massive. That's a big breakthrough for Solar, actually being able to like fully clean up at the end of this as well. There's going to be a dive across the map. It's ByuN jumping onto the far right, and he will scan for the drones as well. So it's going to make up a lot of the damage he just took. Problem is, I mean, you lose an equal amount of workers, and Solar is still double the worker count to you, and that's the issue. He has a significant amount more economy, so overall as a percentage, he loses less eco, right? Which is definitely worth noting, because it means that you are able to kind of stay in it a bit more comfortably as Solar. Now he loses a lot more workers, though. Lurker step through, the Lings are going to come up. Here come the Hydras as well. They'll lunge forward, get rid of 1 lib, 2, 3, 4. The Lings are just dominating the ground, and I don't think ByuN has really enough to hold on. There's Liberators here, there, and everywhere, but they're getting abducted into Hydras. I think ByuN has a serious case of not enough bio at this point, actually. Like, his army is pretty much only libs. And funnily enough, that's just not good right now, because he actually needs something else to really kind of buffer for them, and the libs alone just don't control the areas enough. GG's, very well played by Solar. This was a tense game. ByuN had a lot of good moments in it, and Solar had a lot of good moments, but honestly, it was no guarantee for quite a long time. Pretty sick stuff. GG's get called. Thank you so much. They call me Titot88 for the Prime for the 4 months as well during that game. Thank you very much. Very fun game on ley lines, as we will have Solar taking the lead heading into our next map here in just a couple of moments. Let me throw out an invite or two onto its Whispers of Gold, right? Much smaller map coming up. So we've really made our way through some of the larger ones. It'll be very interesting to see, like I say, what happens on these next ones now. For what you do, Wardy, thank you. No worries. Thank you so much for supporting it. Say it, even if it feels like we say it all the time. Without you guys, we can't do what we do, so I appreciate the support. I dragged the wrong person into the player slot. Solar there, ByuN's there. Cool. Oops, sorry. Alright, ByuN readies. Solar is ready. He's always ready, apparently. So we will kick this off in game number 4, and we get this one underway. Solar keeps baiting with off races. There is a $100 bonus for the best off-race performance in this tournament, guys. If anyone wants to play off-race rather than trying to win games, there is that bonus. A little bonus to try and make it fun here and there, but no one is seeming too tempted by it. They'd rather just play straight up a little bit as we jump into our game number 4. In the bottom right-hand side, the blue Terran player who is going to be down a game now. It is going to be ByuN. And in the top left, our red Zerg. It is Solar. Getting to game 4 of our best of 5. Loser of this is out, of course. Winner of this moves on through to play tomorrow, and they will be one of the opening matchups there in the lower bracket. Epic zoom in here on the SCV as we watch it nibble up a little bit of action right now. Nothing too crazy. Okay, the refinery's coming through, the rack's coming about. We get that underway. Yeah, drone's just going to keep on mining it up. CC in the barracks on the way through as well. Add a refinery onto that as well, on top of everything else. Clem's going to off race for sure. Yeah, he's definitely the expected off race. Yeah, when we were talking to our sponsor about, what to make this event, he was first thinking maybe like a full off race tournament. I said the honesty of part of it, which is like, I think it'd be fun, but also you might not get all the players to kind of play, all the top tier players and stuff. Like, I don't know how many people would be super into playing like a full off race tournament. Yeah, in the end we ended up just kind of running something a bit more regular and standard, but it's been great so far. Some fantastic games thus far. As ByuN is down a map in this best of 5. This is series 3 out of 8 today. We've got so much SC2 still coming your way. So many games still to come once we finish up this one. You also want to go full off race? Yeah, I was actually talking to Lambo. Lambo said it'd be fun to play reverse race, which means you don't just pick an off race, you must play the race of your opponent, which is obviously quite fun. And then you can also make it, if it's going to be a mirror match, or if it would be a mirror matchup, you put like a special rule in there for how it plays out, or so. I actually really like that idea. That might be something we do at some point. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think I like reverse race more than off race, because it kind of forces everyone to play all the races. I think that'd be neat. Yo, Impstomp at 8, thank you so much for the Prime sub, appreciate it. Solar. Early roaches, and he's just going to get very aggressive here in a game 4 as he looks to win early. Having the reactor still on the barracks is a huge deal for ByuN. Marines are going to be much better than Hellions against roaches, so that's a good thing. Obviously, if he really knew it was coming, though, he could have maybe gone into a tech lab and gotten a Cyclone or so coming up. That'd be one of the best ways to deal with this. He's going to go in towards that tech lab now. As the first units are starting to show up, let's see what goes on here. The Overlord to provide a little bit of high ground vision so we can attack up the ramp is very useful. Roaches start to move through. The SCVs are going to pull. Again, a Hellion in the background here helps a little bit against those Lings, which pull back to the sides. 8 SCVs go down already, so I think needs a little bit more than that typically. 10 SCVs. He's making more units, which is kind of the interesting part of this, right? It's more Lings, it's more Roaches. He's going to hold them out the front. He's maybe going to hope that ByuN doesn't expect it, and then you can maybe get a little bit of a jump as well to more effectively push you into a better position. More Marines popping out. There's a lot of Lings on the way. So Solar going for round 2. Very tough for ByuN because he has no way to scout. That's going to be round 2. Instead of, a macro game. Solar scouts a little bit there. He's going to scout again. He wants to try and see if there's units on the way or not. Actually got the SCV building the depot too, which is cute. Cyclone steps forward, is going to try and scout. I think he might have just seen it. Not sure. Well, we're going to move forward now. That Cyclone gets the first lock on onto some Lings. The Lings are going to pull away toward the mineral line. We need the couple Roaches and the Ravager to undo some of the choke point kind of factors here, which is going to be an issue as these Lings try and play a wraparound. Cyclone's going to buy a lot of time as Siege Tank spawns. You can just see the Marines are shredding through Zerglings. That's GG, and that's a game 5 coming up for us right here in this series. So we are going to go the full distance in this lower bracket round 1. We are going to go all the way through to a 5th and final game. And that will be on Frostline. So Solar chooses aggression on the smaller map. Does not hit well enough at all. And like I say, now we go to a 5th and final game. Beside this, like I say, Frostline will be that map, and we will have ourselves a chance to see either of these players making it through to day 2 of the Backers Brawl. The lobby link down, get this set up. Get everyone into position and we can go. Are there brackets? Exclamation mark B should get you there. Yeah, after this, we have Hero versus MaxPax, Clem versus Trigger, Shin versus Gumiho, and 2 more to-be-decided series to go. So, like I say, loads of SC2 today, loads of action, loads of games. Let's keep it going into Frostline. Mad Alien, thank you so much for the 59-month resub. Welcome back for the 59, coming up to 5 years. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Zerg player. Choosing the aggressive opener, which did not succeed for him in game number 4. Hence, we get to tied up. It is going to be in the bottom left, our Red Zerg Solar. Top right, our Blue Terran player, ByuN. Quite happy with that easier win in game 4, I think, after he's had to really work for it in all the other games. Natural drops onto the natural and get that settled in. Two racks at the front from ByuN, so going to go for the Reaper. Opening. Put some pressure on. Well, a couple of Reapers coming through, matching the pool, coming up at the moment. The Reapers continuing about, away we go. Just gonna get set up here for a couple of moments. And again, our link speed coming through, the Queen's on the way. We're just going to be poking. Again, the link speed coming online. Binary coming up. CC's on the way. Get all of that settled. Reaper shots coming through. The Queens get bounced about for the moment as well. And the Queens gather. Wait for a couple moments here. Tech Lab, Reactor, both coming through. The grenades. Queens is gonna get back already. A few Zerglings gonna get chased. We got ourselves the link speed coming up as well. Look at that hatch coming through. The couple Queens on the way. Had a few drones on as well. Cyclone's trying to just poke around the front. Obviously, a fairly standard opener for this final game. No one going to take anything too risky. Yeah, we had the Reapers, but even that was just 3 Reapers. Put a bit of pressure on, nothing too committed. We've seen ByuN be crazier than that in the past. Things moving around again, one upgrades and stim pack coming through. Peasant Hellions moving around, the Queens are going to settle down. Shin's going to be there. Helens get pushed the other way. +1 attack. Stimp back coming in. Armor upgrade coming about. Hellions and Marines keep on producing. We get ourselves the couple units coming over. Crypt Team is going to get to the front. Get taken out. Spore Crawl and the Bane Nest coming around as well. An extra few Marines is going to be popping here as the starport finishes. That's ready to potentially swap one over to a reactor or so. Those medevacs build. And Armory starts as well, so ByuN really trying to hit this time in 1-1. Stim. Going to have a few Hellbats mixed in there as well. All the command is going to go land on the third base. Once we get rid of that Zergling, like I say, it's pretty much go time. It's going to be powerful. I mean, look at Solar. 1-1 and Bane speed only just starting now. He's going to have none of the tools to really deal with this attack of ByuN. I'm terrified for Solar. I do not think this is very good for him at all. And the Melian Carapace upgrades coming about. The extra Banes coming through. The Hellions Wolf and the Hellbats. Still cancel. Medevac still coming across. He's going to step up. A couple of Banes already getting jumped on. We're going to see the Hellbats pulling back. Banes trying to crash through. Pretty good defense from Solar, considering it's just slow Banes and unupgraded Lings. That's actually a very clean defense. Just pushes ByuN back immediately, and that's what you need. Create a bit of distance between you in this game. We're still setting up again. The 2-2 upgrades coming about. Melee upgrades are coming in on the side of Solar, so we keep that being brought in as well. Step up. A couple creep tuners going down. The Ling Bane wants to threaten through this bottom side of the map. Melee upgrade about to finish. The infestation bit coming through. Halfway done currently. So attack continues in, and Solar I think is set up very well to survive to that point he's so freaking good at. Hive coming about again. The 2-2 melee upgrades coming through. The hatch is coming in. Upgrades building from ByuN. Just going to be seeing the racks showing up also. Matter of fact, it's going to load where they go over to the side. Still got the Hive coming through. An extra bunch of Lings continue to produce on in. The Banes and the Lings are going to crash onto a couple of tanks. Man, ByuN's supply is getting absolutely blasted. Yeah, to the point where he's just going to leave the game right here and now because it's done. GG. Solar is going to take this lower bracket matchup, and ByuN is eliminated round 1. Our first player to exit the tournament, unfortunately. And he will be knocked on out. So unfortunately, ByuN will be leaving us. But we have loads and loads of StarCraft 2 still to come, featuring up next the PvP between Hero and MaxPax. I know it's a PvP, guys, but it's always an exciting one. And after that PvP, we've got Clem versus Trigger, Shin versus Gumiho, a winner match and a loser match, all still coming up. So all of that's still happening. Plenty of StarCraft will continue through. And that is where we go today. So yeah, we will continue through with all of that, guys. We'll get into more games. Like I say, Hero MaxPax is coming up next, so we'll hop back to NA. Get that ready. What's up, Mason Jar 014? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Lots of Primes coming in today, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for using your Primes on the channel. Thank you so very much, as we'll get Hero MaxPax ready to go. Why did ByuN leave so fast? Yeah, sometimes you just know when it's over, man. Sometimes you just know your army doesn't stack up or you're in a position you're not fighting back from. Sometimes it's like that. Alright, coin flip. MaxPax heads, hero tails. MaxPax heads. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so videos will come down. We'll get this MaxPax and Hero series ready to go. Like I say, some PvP, but between the very best PvP in the world. Make this pretty darn fun. We'll see which Protoss is going to move to the winner bracket final, which will drop down to the lower bracket round 2 already. That's going to be fun to witness. Should be great. Awesome. Alright, plays a video, and I'm just going to sort something out for a moment, guys. Don't mind me, just do my thing. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Alrighty. I guess. We're gonna get into this MaxPax Hero series in a couple of moments. Pick this off. Hello, baby girl. Hello. Alright, just while this gets started up, guys, let me take a quick moment to grab a bite of lunch, and then we'll get going into this next match, this PvP, in just a few moments' time. Alright guys, Ellie has been here for your free game entertainment. I think her mouth just went into eating mode when it was meant to go into, again, scratched mode. PvP, best of 5. Let's start off on top right with our red Protoss player MaxPax, in the bottom left our blue Protoss player Hero. Low ground pylon from Hero straight away. Always fascinating when these two play each other. They always find such fun ways to play against each other, I feel like. As we get into our first game of this series, right here and now. He's AFK. I'm trying to steal his camera. Alright, MaxPax Hero PvP. Going through right here. MaxPax, the betting favorite, 66 to 34%. I think Hero's been great against MaxPax lately, though. I don't know if I completely agree with that. What if SE2 does die? You have nothing to worry about. Just put Ellie on Twitch 24/7 and will be more successful than ever. Yeah, my problem will be convincing Ellie to be on Twitch. She only sits there when there's food, you know? She only sits there when there's food. I can't just feed her forever, you know? It's tough to convince her to stick around. She's trying to give me a paw right now. Maybe you can't have any more. I think she deserves some more. Hey. Alright, Saga coming up on both sides. PvP is going to go into PvP in terms of Phoenix versus Phoenix. More than likely. Let's take a couple moments. Step a little shade and grab a probe. Here Shades has adept out. These adepts are going to trade shots. No one wants to commit into it. Oh. Coming through, but only because Hero's shading by. They both see exactly where this is going. Second Stargate. Gonna be a lot of Phoenix on the way. And now we get to watch the top BRAWL players in the world play Phoenix on Phoenix. Perhaps one of the dumbest compositional matchups in StarCraft 2, but it is interesting to see where players try and cut corners. The micro is impressive, but the micro is also very difficult to kind of spot out, so hopefully we can identify that a little bit here. A lot of importance in stacking the Phoenix and so on, and making sure they all fire at the same time on the same target. Phoenix is good if it gets to the carrier stage. Well, that's the big question mark, right? Do we get to carriers? Between these two, I feel like we get to carriers a lot when they play Phoenix and Phoenix. supply block from Hero slowed down his production for a moment, but he's a little bit ahead on supply. I think his workers, though, it's going to go for the faster fleet beacon. Funny, because it doesn't feel like that long ago we saw Hero trying to make a no fleet beacon Phoenix versus Phoenix style work. That's actually kind of fun to see. That's pretty entertaining. Phoenix is coming across the map. As you drop the pylon down, the Phoenix is still gathering. Just gonna get ourselves a grab on that probe. Obviously, the pylon difficult to get rid of because you have no ground units in this scenario. Makes this fairly awkward. And it's exactly what MaxPax likes to do, which is to get those pylons set up aggressively, potentially be aggressive himself here. Heroes are going to have such a faster Phoenix range, we'll see if he can do anything with it. Phoenix range is great, but if you don't take a fight with that advantage, then it's like, you know, and both players just end up with range. The Hero has a real chance here to actually get a good fight, especially if MaxPax isn't aware of the range advantage. Seeing Hero pushing forward aggressively might be just a sign in itself, though. Phoenix try to remain stacked. It is a single Zealot killing that pylon that I mentioned before. Here we're doing the same thing, but a gas steal is actually really cool. That limits the gas income and that limits the Phoenix production, right? So any little play you can make, try and slow your opponent's Phoenix play down. That is the game plan for both at the moment. Phoenix overhead still gathering up. Another ship on the way through from MaxPax as well. A couple Stargates being added on as Hero goes into additional Phoenix production over the mothership. Gets the Oracle for Revelations against the mothership too, very smart. Phoenix will shoot, a couple of shots go off, but nothing too major. Again, 4 Phoenix at a time. MaxPax can get a robo facility. Is that just for an observer? Is there another plan? Gets a good time warp, gets the Oracle and a Phoenix. Mess up by Hero. Boom, mess up by MaxPax. One Phoenix went too far forward. Hero trying to get shots on the mothership without it cost him anything as well. Another ship taking some damage. I'm going to lose a lot of Phoenix in that time. It started to target Phoenix instead. And Hero still has the Phoenix advantage. I mean, I'm just so intrigued by the Robo. It's almost like a vote of confidence from MaxPax, which was misplaced, because I don't think he actually has enough to get away with the Robo. I mean, he's down his Stargate still. Trying to get the +1 air weapon advantage back. Phoenix count does get to tie up now. Jeez. Imagine Protoss had EMPs in this situation. Be nice, wouldn't it? To be fair, that's basically just like a 2v2 though. Go back and forth. Time Warp has to be dodged. You can't take the slow down there. Probe's going down, so we actually do some damage. This hero, but has to be very careful. Move about again, a couple of Phoenix shot going off there. We do have 24 to 22 Phoenix lost in the game so far. MaxPax lost 19, Hero 22. So Hero's kind of getting away with it because he's been building more Phoenix for longer. Promo facility is still yet to do anything, by the way, as MaxPax adds Stargate number 5. Hero sitting on 5 already. It's going to be Hero that gets onto the mineral line again, gets a few workers. Turn, starts to fight. Mothership trailing behind. Not useful here. Revelation is there. Time Warp is dodged. Gonna lose the Oracle again. That's definitely a factor too. Guardian Shield coming into play even. Trying to utilize the sentry on the ground as an aid right now. We are just one-shotting through. Shot after shot at the moment. Mothership going to start taking a few volleys though. We're going to dive on in. What do we do? We're diving on the Mothership. Do not love that for Hero. He's all down an attack upgrade here. Hero picking multiple bad fights there. I mean, that was just... It almost began to feel a bit desperate, no? It almost just began to feel a little bit desperate. Rough. Phoenix still gathering, +2 air weapons on the way up as well. We continue through with that. Just for the moment here. Phoenix coming up, +2 air weapons coming through. We got 5 Phoenix coming up on either side. The Mothership building, a couple of cannons coming over as well. Phoenix still gathering. Again, the +2 air weapons coming through, +1 air armor coming about. As Phoenix is going to continue to come by, we will just have ourselves a couple of Phoenix join together, +2 air weapons coming over. Shields coming over as well. I mean, MaxPax is just ahead on supply, and he's got himself, funny enough, pylons in the main base of Hero that Hero has to slowly deal with. That's not a big deal. The bigger deal is this army coming through at the moment. Time Warp goes down. Mothership still firing. We're going to fire up some shots. Yeah, and the Phoenix coming by. A couple Stargates still coming about. We'll just have our Observer, the Phoenix, +1 air armor and shields coming through. MaxPax is just... I mean, the upgrades are definitely going to have an impact at this point. He's also ahead by 7 Phoenix. I guess as they max out and a few more Phoenix finish up from here, it will level the playing field a little bit. Next continues to sell. Just going to be seeing our Mothership firing. The Phoenix is still right there, firing up a few more shots right now. Stop breaking in. Mothership goes down. A couple of Phoenix are getting chased. Coming straight across, and we are going to get a few more shots coming through. Hero wins the fight, and he's actually going to go hunting. Never mind on those upgrades, huh? He's just going to come straight on through, continues to win, continues to chase, and this is the volatility of PvP as the Phoenix get hunted down. Does Hero truly have enough to end this right here? The supplies continue to say yes, and the look on the game kind of says he'll probably have to back it up, actually. I think there's a few more reinforcements spot, but his own mothership being here, huge as well. And that's just a massive fight. That's the problem with relying on observers versus oracles. The oracle is a guaranteed detection for a set amount of time. If you lose your obs in a fight and you don't have detection to fight, you know, to be able to shoot, that's obviously really brittle. Crazy. And Hero's in a rough spot as we, funnily enough, now sit here above the production. We'll camp and kill a couple of the Phoenix that spawn, but we will also be slowly picking up the Stargates by the mothership attacks. Little by little, slowly but surely. MaxPax flies his Phoenix away up here. I think he's just trying to get elsewhere, try and buy some time, but Hero chases, and he knows he can chase. GG's. Wow, what a turning point that turned out to be right in that moment. That was a wild one for Hero. As MaxPax was in a great spot, looked as though he had everything he needed, and then you just take the fight. And yeah, you just don't have detection, so you just lose the fight instantly. Time warps come down, you get a little caught in it, you keep on trying to trade. You just lost your mothership so quickly too. It's so brutal. And that is the flick of a switch at which PvP can turn on and off with. As we'll be heading into our next game in a sec. MaxPax is actually in the replay, which doesn't happen very often. He's trying to figure out, well, what went so wrong after it felt like I had so much control? Our second map here is Play Lines. Try and get that hosted up while MaxPax is checking the replay out. Central, West, Central. Alright, Hero takes the 1-0 lead. Players up into position. We've got a few less casters now, but I think that's correct. I think a few people did leave us along the way. Ready, GLHF, ready, GLHF. Start, let's get this going. Alright, let's hop into game number 2. One part of these guys playing each other is every game can look so different. We might see a bunch of Phoenix versus Phoenix if they both want to open in that kind of way today, but there's obviously potential to watch so many different kinds of game as well. Get this going. Again, 8 best of 5s today. After this matchup, guys, we'll be halfway through. So, guys, give me 1 second to double check something. Alright, we're going to the probes. Similar coming down, gate coming up, pylons come in, and we got ourselves settled in here for the ley lines. And like I say, after this, we're going to be into all the other games for today. The other half of the bracket with Clem, Trigger, Shin, and Gumiho should also be very fun. Would I want to be a Phoenix pilot in MaxPax or Hero's Army? Absolutely not. You could be the best pilot in the world, but in Phoenix versus Phoenix, it doesn't matter. Like, your job is to stay close to your friends, and you might still just be the one randomly shot out the sky, you know? Like, there's no way to be the best. I guess the way to survive the most is to be at the back, but then you're potentially going to lose the war by being at the back, because if you don't all fire at the same time, you're missing DPS and then your team loses out, you know? So I guess let me just reply to a player quickly. Adept. Zealot just gonna keep on swinging. Definitely take some damage there. Zealot will continue to take some shots. Adept gonna get over. He's gonna get the Phoenix to live. Adept will take a few shots right there. So a couple hits coming through. A few shots coming down. Nathanius, my boy, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 23-month resub on the Prime. When Wardy stops casting SCT, I believe it's done. Happy Saturday, love you. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for the resub, dude. Thank you so much. Now the Phoenix is going to step across against Stargate. Twilight Council coming on in. Phoenix will collect on together, and bottom right side of the map, Hero, Proxy Twilight Council going to turn into Dark Shrine. Kind of sorry for a little bit of stuff at the start, guys. Just sorting a couple things out. Phoenix step through, just going to be seeing the Adept there. It's just going to be underneath. Just going to get the Phoenix to lift that and take that down. As Phoenix gather out the front again, Dark Shrine halfway done at the moment. Obviously, it's interesting because Hero basically makes it look like Phoenix versus Phoenix again, but the reality is it's going to be Phoenix into DTs. And the tough part, MaxPax should be like a little bit confused now. He's like, why do you have so many less Phoenix? He's got to start figuring it out. He's got no detection on the map. It's a beautiful mind game from Hero if you get away with it. And MaxPax, I mean, he's getting away with it, right? 2 DTs warped in, approaching the front. He needs to shut down the Stargate pylon so that you can't build an Oracle. And then it's game. As MaxPax is going to realize, he's like, hold on a second, this ain't enough stuff. Yeah, immediately he starts up 2 Oracles. He starts to realize exactly what's going on. Yeah, he realized straight away. As the DTs move in, they do not go after the pylon. They're just going to go for probes and get as many as they can. The problem is you're never going to catch up against the Phoenix of your opponent. I guess you're eventually just going to try and play Archons here as Hero. It's probably your best bet, but this first Oracle's about to spawn. Man, I guess the second pylon came down, so maybe killing the pylon wouldn't have been it, but got the first revelation. I mean, DTs can still stay split, but the more Oracles you have, the more difficult it is to make that a factor. Obviously, Hero will continue to do some damage here. Next revelation available, and we can lift that up to stop the damage. The Phoenix will come through and clean up. MaxPax is down by 13 workers, but he has a much better army in the sense that, well, he's got all of these Phoenix, and they will be an issue for a long time. DTs in the main. Gotta keep them split. Do not let a revelation hit both DTs at once. MaxPax starts to build Void Rays as well. Wow. As he's kind of stuck, I guess, on Stargate production because he's pretty hard committed to it. And then at the same time, you know, you've got Hero who's going into Blink. I actually think Hero's done enough here. These DTs are still putting work in. So much lost mining time as well as the probes have tried to pull around and move about. 43 workers going down again. The Blink coming through, the probes coming up. Portrait about a pop. That's just going to step on through. Chilling for a couple of moments. The Zealot slowly pressing off across as well. Phoenix lifts up as Zealot. We will see the clean up in the main base a little bit. Do we just kill him? I'm not even sure we just killed actually, but man. MaxPax is down to 12 workers, so basically as Hero starts to build Stalkers, it should pretty much always overwhelm here. As recovering from 13 workers is going to be tough. The Phoenix in the main is going to get rid of a couple more probes too. I love it. Your opponent's in such a low eco that any work you get rid of is going to really hinder them rebuilding. GG, beautiful mind game, beautiful sell from Hero. Then he gets a 2-0 lead over MaxPax. Not over because these two absolutely can trade series with each other and trade games and reverse sweep. But that's a really sick play. That's a really cool one. As Abyssal Reef will be map 3. And MaxPax is down by 2. Alright, drop the lobby link in. Abyssal Reef coming up for our third map of this series. We'll get this underway and see if we do have a reverse or if Hero's going to just run on away with it. Like I say, a very cool build from Hero. I'd like to join MaxPax's army as a probe. Nope. Dude sends his probes across the map aggressively all the time as well. I don't want to be a unit in either of these guys' armies. Maybe if I had to be a unit in one of these guys' armies, I'd be a MaxPax Stalker. Because there is a chance that I might just never die. Probably the only chance. Hero's winning more versus MaxPax recently. Oh, 100% he is. Yeah, MaxPax was obviously so good in PvP because he could consistently do the same thing to get set up every time. Now he can't really do that because if you do the same thing every time, you will just die. There are certain builds that just kill you. Before, he had like a catch-all build order which could defend everything, you know? That doesn't really exist anymore. What do I think it feels like to blink? That's a great question. Very disorienting. I don't know. Wouldn't it be funny, you know, you ask that typical StarCraft game, like, which ability from StarCraft would you like to have in real life? And someone's like, blink. It's like, no one tells you that Stalkers can only get away with blinking because they're like mechanical units that can deal with the pressure. You blink the first time, you actually just blow up anyway because it's like... No one thinks of the consequences, you know? No one thinks about what these Stalkers go through each and every time they blink. You would have Burrow. You can literally... I mean, I guess you can't instantly go underground, but you can... Burrow seems like such a wasted pick because you could just dig yourself a hole and lie. Now, Burrow movement, being able to move underground, that could be cool. But Burrow movement only exists for, as an upgrade, only exists for roaches, so you're basically calling yourself a roach. Think about that. Burrow movement feels like crawling through the inside of a ball pit. I wish I knew what crawling through the inside of a ball pit felt like as an adult. I have a slight feeling. I mean, Ellie has a ball pit. Not very big, but I get in there and throw balls at her sometimes, and she. I guess I could imagine like moving my hand through that. That might feel like for my whole body, I guess. Yeah. Roach is an upgrade for most of you. Yeah. Twitch chat, please have some standards for yourselves. Have some belief in yourselves, you know? Phoenix will come about. We get this set up. What about DT Blink? Well, that's not Blink. That's actually a Shadow Stride. They're actually just stepping through the shadows very quickly. Very different. We just dumb it down by calling it Blink, but it's actually an advanced movement technique. Yeah, maybe people should take Shadow Stride instead of Blink. The best part of Shadow Stride is they can even when there's no shadows, they can still do it. It's insane. It's a glitch in the system. They use their own shadow, and they blink through their own shadow somehow. They step through their own shadow consistently. Crazy. Phoenix going to patrol about. Stargate coming up on both sides. And probes will come through, and as Zealot gets over to the right. In order to pick Blink, you also need to do a Stalker doesn't put your soul into a crystal computer. Is that what Stalkers do? God, being Proto sucks, man. No one went for Neural Parasite. Too much responsibility. He'd probably get arrested for violation of rights. Something like that. Phoenix Wars again. Honestly, if these guys like playing Stargate Openers, they're going to play a lot of Phoenix Wars, guys. It's not uncommon. If they both feel like this is their best way to open, then they both get forced to play Phoenix, because transitioning out of Phoenix is extremely risky and oftentimes not worth it. So that's kind of what we are seeing here as we get set up and ready to rumble. Is gonna get an attempted lift on a Adept. Oh, Hero gets aggressive. We go 1 for 1 there. We'll get the Adept onto the Zealot. MaxPax doesn't try and contest the lift. Usually the issue is if you're lifting a unit and firing, then the Phoenix of your opponent can get shot off before you can then shoot at the Phoenix, right? But we don't try and make that an attempt right now. 10 to Phoenix apiece, and we're kind of in the middle of the map, so this should be an even fight if it breaks out. Hero going to be the fast fleet beacon in this game, and a third Nexus too, a little faster than his opponent. He had the fast fleet beacon last game. Didn't really do much with it, realistically. Like, I mean, what happened with him last game? He went fleet beacon, and then he had the faster mothership. He just didn't really find much with it in the end. As the probe pulls back through the middle of the map, and the Phoenix continue to hold out. Phoenix will step up. We are going to have ourselves the Phoenix range on the way then from Hero. He does end up a couple of Phoenix behind right now, so this is time where MaxPax can step forward and bully a little bit. Is what he begins to go for. He's going to just dive. MaxPax thinks he has enough. What he might not have is the ability to kind of have, the defensive advantage of like reinforcing Phoenix showing up quickly might be an issue. MaxPax is just going to lose everything. He went into that with more Phoenix on the map, and that's why attacking in aggressively is just not the play. He starts up Phoenix range, but this game's over, guys. You don't recover from Phoenix losses like that. GG. That was the worst Phoenix play I've ever seen out of MaxPax in this specific game. I actually think the worst I've ever seen him. I think that's a complete I'm tilted out of this series. Let me just get out of here scenario, to be honest. I think he was kind of just done. GG's. MaxPax drops to the lower bracket. Hero goes to the upper bracket finals, so congrats to him. As we are going to continue through with more StarCraft 2. We're going to be heading into Clem versus Trigger here in a few moments' time, guys. So that's what we're going to set up for as we get into our second half of the matches today. Perfect. Let's get that ready. So we are halfway through the day already. We had a couple of 3-0s, 3-1. I mean, the ByuN solo series is definitely the best so far. By quite a bit, honestly. So yeah, definitely a factor. Alright guys, we'll just have some ads rolling and then we'll be getting ready to go into the TVP between Clem and Trigger. So we'll get that ready to go. That's setting up. What's up, Farron Brago? Thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it and thank you, thank you. Perfect. Let me just get this all sorted out, guys. We're set to go. Cool. I'll give it a couple moments. Thank you again, Farron, for the for that sub, mate. Thank you. Alrighty. Actually gonna step away for 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. I'll not go to break screen. What are we doing? We're going Clem versus Trigger, yeah. Alright, I will not go to break screen, just step away for a moment. Grown Man, thank you so much for the 39-month resub as well on the Prime. Thank you so much for the Primes, guys. We are almost back at 700 subs again. If you want to help us out with that, helps out a whole bunch. Like I said, I'll be like 1 minute. Alrighty, hello guys, hello, we're back. As you can see and hear. 6. There we go, everyone. Alright, let's go. So we are in the second half of the day, guys. So these games were played a little earlier on. As usual, TLDR, instead of making the players be here for the next 3.5 hours, still or 4 hours, maybe longer, best of 5s are not quick necessarily. We've let some of the guys play, and now we'll just cast the replays. These replays are 3 hours old or so at most, and yeah, we're gonna start off with Clem versus Trigger, which, if you were here at the start of the day, was a series that we were maybe not initially going to get because Clem wasn't here, and that was very unfortunate. However, yeah, Clem wasn't here, and that was very unfortunate. However, he did show up, and Trigger did allow him to play. I said to Clem, you can ask Trigger To me, it was already a walkover, but Trigger said they can play, it seems. I mean, it doesn't really affect us too much. I really wanted them to play, because like I say, this is a tournament, I guess I'll talk about in a second, which is sponsored by a guy who just reached out and wanted to run a tournament, Andrew. Shout out to the legend. So I really wanted them to play, because there's no worse feeling than putting a tournament on for someone and then someone just doesn't show up and we have less games than what they supported for and stuff like that, you know, so... But it all turned out okay in the end. Let's get into this best of 5. In the bottom left, our pink Protoss player is Trigger, taking on the blue Terran. In the top right corner of the map, we've got Clem in this TVP best of 5 game 1. Yeah, again, just a shout out to Andrew, who sponsored this event, reached out, said you know, heard that, you know, someone else was sponsoring a tournament, would like to do the same himself. And we've been back and forth a whole bunch, figuring out player list and a format and dates and stuff and everything that works out. He reached out all the way back in January, so it's been a little bit of a time in the making, but simply for the fact that January was already fairly full of tournaments. So, yeah, we get to enjoy this, and shout out to him for helping the Backers Brawl be a thing. It's very much so his event, but I'm just getting some players together for and casting. And yeah, the message he wants to get across is that it is really just that easy to reach out and to support tournaments. Whether it is reaching out and making a large donation to run an entire event, or even if you just support the streams and you help these help other tournaments happen little by little, you know, through the subs and whatever else. That is the yeah, that is the motto, the message that is being put across. So there you go. Share his message, and we get into this best of 5 game 1. Where's Showtime? No Showtime. There was a qualifier for this. I don't know if Showtime played the qualifier. I don't think he did. But yeah, the invite list was basically from a list of players which was selected from our sponsor. Our Nexus, Adept, the Warp Gate coming through. We get ourselves settled in here for a couple of moments, and we will have ourselves the Reaper going to start coming about for a couple of moments, and actually he's going to chase that Adept for a couple of shots of damage as well. So trying to get a little bit done here. Twilight Council building on the side of Trigger. We get that started. The Command Center building on the natural, and the Adept from Trigger continues to come across to the upper right-hand side, coming over here for the next few moments and seeing what we can do. Adept getting chased in the Reaper Hellion combo. We lose one Reaper, which makes it a little bit less powerful to dive through with, but apparently we're going to send it anyway. As we just head straight on forward. The Adept and the Stalker are going to shoot. The Hellion will take some damage. The Adept on the other direction coming around as well. That Hellion will indeed go down. A nice little move or two. So Trigger gets the shutdown. Now he goes across the map himself to try and see if he can get anything done. A couple of Adepts blink behind this. Clem sets up with the Widowman in the front and get that Adept, which is a really nice start. It can pull back and then jump into the medevac. And he can still Widowmine drop here if we want to. I think he does want to, but obviously with the Unity he's got to be a little bit more cautious. He'll load up the Widowmines. I feel like he would like to go with everything across the map, but like I say, can you justify that when these units are poking around? The medevac goes south, and that's exactly where Trigger moved his units to, so you'll get a slight heads up on this. Does not get a shot on the medevac, unfortunately, which is a little bit of a shame, because any damage on that medevac will help you to deny it, and now instead it's going to be, yeah. Instead it's going to be a little bit tougher and rougher. Medevac comes through the south as the Stalker continues over. Again, the medevac is boosting. 2 Widowmines in production. And the Robo Bay comes up from Trigger as well, so we get that Robo Bay building out. The medevac comes straight over, through to the bottom left-hand side. Blink Chrono boosting on the Twilight Council. The gateway is coming up. Marines in the tank coming through, engineering there in the barracks coming up, refinery added on. Then that blink about to finish up, the Robo Bay coming through as well. Our Nexus sets up in the front, the probes will get to mining. It's going to be a fairly passive game because obviously the Reaper Hellion got kind of shut down quickly. The Stalkers are not in a position to really take advantage of having blink across the map or anything. And so we're going to do what feels like a lot of just kind of sitting back here. So Marines get onto that Observer. That's going to be a nice grab. Obs going down is definitely a little bonus. As the factory moves off over to the side, the barracks going to move on to a tech lab as well. And we'll start up Stimpack Combat Shield most likely in a second, and the +1. A combination of bio upgrades all coming through as you would expect it to. And that's going to be our groundwork for this game as our Marines chase the Stalkers back a little further themselves. Raven needs to be careful. It's nice to keep that alive. Did not send it across the map to harass with auto turrets. It seems to want to have it for just a larger push here and try and help him to get into position or so. A couple auto turrets drop down immediately. The Widow Mines blow up. The auto turrets continue to put some work in. The battery falls. We step forward and back a little bit. As the tanks will lift up and we will step through. Both those tanks will siege. Got a little grab, the bio stepping forward, the pylon will go down as well. Trigger going to be supply blocked at the moment as a couple of those Marauders are still taking hits. Raven continues to sit overhead and it is going to be Trigger stepping through at the moment. Siege tank taking a lot of damage. Dealing a lot of damage onto that Colossus. The Marines get there. Zealots go down. We get rid of one tank. Oh my goodness. The Colossus living is huge, right? But Colossus lives at the cost of everything else. It felt like going down. We actually do drop into the main. We're moments away from bio upgrades being ready to go. Marauder on the top side gets the Colossus. Obviously, the drop in the main has to be respected now. Forces a warp in. We sit towards this side so we can also maybe hit the mineral line or threaten there. And we're still not done with this attack because of the Colossus going down. No splash damage makes it a lot more difficult to deal with this. We're starting to lose the Robo Bay moments before Thermal Lance is done. And I think this game is running away from Trigger very quickly right now. He is going to be down at that Robo Bay. No more Colossus to be produced. No more range for the Colossus that is out. And don't get me wrong, like, he cleaned up the army. He forces it back, but sometimes cleaning up and forcing units back and so on is unfortunately just not good enough at the end of the day. The Forge and the probes continue to come over here. Pylon being added in from Trigger and a bit of bio. Thinking about maybe stepping through to the center again. Now the bio comes about, the hallucination moves through, those couple of medevacs take some tags. The medevac gets into the bottom right corner, can load a few of those Marines off, and obviously that gives Clem another option to be aggressive here soon, so just keeping that drop alive. This is such a difficult moment from Trigger. You know, he's got one Colossus. The rest of his army doesn't turn up. This isn't even that impressive of an army from Clem. It's actually mostly Widow Mines against an army that doesn't really mind Widow Mines that much. So it's not super pretty. We are going to see the defense in the bottom right from Trigger is actually very good. But the Colossus dying to the few units on the top. I mean, like, this army didn't even look that good from Clem, and yet here we are. It's won this fight. I actually find that baffling. I thought this was going to be one of those moments where I'm like, this isn't it for Clem. He's going to get pushed away. And we continue through. The Widow Mine hits the Colossus, helping to play cleanup. Trigger honestly took a very good selection of fights there, I think, and it just wasn't enough because of the damage he took earlier on. He already ends up in that much more trouble. Ends up in that much more of a difficult position. Widow Mines burrow. The Zealot's going to get chased away. The rest of the bio still coming through. We'll have those Widow Mines firing and hitting a few Zealots again. Just the back and forth just continuing here as the army gets set up in the middle of the map. Yeah, Stalker looking for the Immortal. Zealot's still taking damage as well. A couple of force fields drop down into place. We head down to the south. That base going to be in trouble as well. The battery taking damage. The cannon going to start taking some shots. We jump straight into this. Cannon, battery, pylon all going down. Continue to gather. Just going to be seeing the bio still trading. Sentry, Stalkers, Immortal getting chased. The few Zealots going to go after the SCVs. The bio still pushing down the bottom. At this point, Clem, with the upgrade advantage and all the rest, is just going to out-wrestle Trigger here, who blinks forward to chase, but with reinforcements nearby, the blink is not going to do you anything of justice. And straight up, this is just going to be too much from Clem. Game 1 should be his, and he will start off strong in this winner bracket round 1 of the Dakka's Brawl. What am I shot trying to line up on those probes, but Trigger just says GG. Clem is going to take the opening game. He defeated the final boss first, which was waking up on time, which he did not actually defeat, but he slided past it. He got a he got a second shot, and with it he takes a 1-0 lead in this series as Clem gets off to, like I said, just a great start all around, right? I think very comfortable, convincing, put on some good pressure. It was a little bit of a slow start, but the moment he started pushing, he looked to be very, very comfortable, so... Alright guys, I'm just going to run some ads. I'm just a little afraid that we need to create a little bit of space between us and the ad timer. The ads obviously do help support the stream and the tournament, so I'm just going to run those, and we'll just be a little longer getting into Game 2 than we'd usually like to be. We'd usually like to not run a full set of ads between games, but just in case, because it is getting a little bit tight before they start playing in the game, is obviously what we would like to avoid. We only had 4 gateways? Oh my goodness. I didn't even realize the gateway count. Did Rung join us? Was Rung here before? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Alright, got 7 casters. Just try and remember that so I know for the future. Give it 15-20 seconds. We will take this off into Amygdala for map number 2. So second map coming up here. Amygdala going to be our battlefield. I think we can just kick it off. Should be fine. Let's go into Amygdala. In the bottom left-hand corner, our pink Protoss is going to be Trigger. Down a game. Let's see if he can battle his way back into this series as we get into this series. I feel like I'm running out of words today. Top right-hand side is our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It is Clem. Alright, game 2 of our series. Amygdala, our map. Got a couple gases down here early from Clem, and that shows us a little bit of aggression in these early stages. That seems to be our opening plan. As the 2 gases come through, the barracks comes up, and we do have the gate and the gas coming through on the side of Trigger, so we get that all ready to roll out. The probe here from Trigger already coming to scout as well, and just try and give him some early info, seeing that that's not going to be a super fast CC, for example, is already some nice info you can work with here. Just getting those little bits and pieces of scraps of information all tangled up together so you can, again, make some good calls on what's happening and all the rest. You can see the second depot ready to keep the probe out is already a little suspicious if nothing else as well, so should be able to, like I say, maybe make a guess that it's a little bit more on the aggro side of things from Clem this time. The probe retreats, and the Reaper is out, and that will go hunting. That's exactly why the probe wants to get away, because the last thing you want is, the last thing you want is the Reaper to catch your probe and to lose that. By the way, I completely forgot, sorry guys, to pay out the previous predictions. I will pay those out, and guys remind me on, I'll try and remember to put predictions up for our next series. Just forgot. I should really get back in the... I keep saying people should remind me. I should just get better at doing it again, to be honest. Stalker shoots, Reaper takes damage, the Twilight Council and the Adept coming about, the Warp Gate coming over. Obviously the Twilight Council, no surprise, expecting Trigger to play a lot of Blink in this series. Starport coming through. Reaper really is the highlight of the show right now. Not much going on, but there's not really meant to be. Obviously, we're building up into the upgrades. We will see Clem, though. He's going to go into that Hellion, and we'll see what follows up with the Hellion. I was interested if he's going to build more. Right now, is a Widowmine, then a Hellion, so it's a little bit of a different approach. Where I guess you're going to have this Hellion to try and take attention at the natural, or take advantage of attention that gets put in the main base by the medevac. Looks like he's waiting for one more Marine. So yeah, just a comparison to the last game, which was 2 Mines and 4 Marines. Now we have the Widowmine and 6 Marines, and then the Hellion and the Reaper together. Just a little bit of a different way of approaching this. The Adept might have just caught wind of that Hellion movement. The split of units already pretty nice, as we actually have 2 more Stalkers warping into the main base. It's actually not much on the natural, just 1 Stalker. But you're more assuming that Clem's going to hit the main, so... this would be one of the times where it'd be good for Clem to actually just unload and push at the front. He's the single Stalker there. Of course, Clem can't really know himself. He is going to try and get into the main base now as those 4 Stalkers going to start to hit the medevac, and that's actually going to be a continued unload as the Reaper Hellion over here are going to fight the Stalker as well. Interesting. While you fight this, obviously Blink not done yet. He's going to try and target down the panel that would deny Blink for longer. He can't fight this because of the Widowmine! Oh my goodness, what a frustrating position for Trigger. He's walled off. It's the Reaper wall off. The whole point of this is to block the Reaper moving around the main base earlier. Wow, that's actually so frustrating. So, yeah, because the Widowmine's here and he doesn't have Blink, he doesn't want to give up a Stalker, so he can't actually attack the Marines, hence he cannot save the pylon. Blink gets delayed by a little bit. Clem gets away without losing really much of anything. The Hellion and the Reaper, I believe, did get 1 Stalker at the front as well. Oh no, that Stalker lived, actually. I apologize. So yeah, there he is. If the Stalker lives, I guess that's something from Trigger at least, as at least it wasn't like a fall apart on every single direction that we saw. Because they very easily could have been something along those lines. As that Blink does finish up, the couple of gates in the Robo Bay coming up as well. The battery coming through. Our charges building on the Twilight Council also. The Raven just chills on the far left-hand side. The Reaper gets pushed away. Extended thermal lance coming through. A couple of SCVs already dropping down as... not SCVs, but probes. As the Raven double auto turrets gets 4 kills for itself. As the Widowmine Marine drop still poised is holding Stalkers back too. You know, it's such a different game when the Protoss never gets to go onto the map versus when the Protoss gets to just sit on the map with a ton of Stalkers. We've seen it, right? We've seen those games of MaxPax where the Stalker count just sits here. It's oppressive. You can't do much as the Terran. At any moment, if you unsiege, you could get jumped on. Versus in this game, it's like a few Stalkers trying to poke away because you can't really justify setting the rest over. Yeah, you're focused on getting the Colossus up and stuff as well. Maybe you're not trying to do much here. But there's a reason that most of MaxPax's games, his goal is to get a blob of Stalkers at the front and apply pressure, right? Because it gives you so much opportunity. I will step up, and the Stalkers just have to blink. Obviously, with Marauders out, 4 Stalkers aren't going to have much to say. Observer checking out the main base will know about the 3rd sea. Sea flying over too. And that's probably why Trigger is already fairly comfortable in taking a 4th base. Putting that down right now. Now I've got an extra round of Zealots warping in here as well. It's just going to get that set up. Sonic just continues to move over now, and again the Bioforce gathering in as well. Right about now. Wants the Observer. Order turrets to try and get it. It's not going to reach. The Marine should get there, though. Stims a couple of them. Let me get an Obs kill. Always nice to be able to grab that. Very nice little catch. You see the few Zealots here going to try and move up. The rest of the army is there as well. This is a very scary situation as Trigger just gets overrun completely. No, Trigger, what are we... I mean, he did a lot of damage, and actually Clem's going to run out of units a little bit. Where's his reinforcements? Does he have reinforcements? I guess a lot of Clem's supply is still held across the map. Okay, well, that was interesting. It's just a shame that we lose the Colossus so quickly, because you saw how okay it turned out in the end. Imagine then we actually just keep those Colossus alive a little longer. The difference that could maybe make. Yeah, maybe you could still be pushing here. Now I don't think we're really doing much. Okay, the Prism can set up a few Zealots, and maybe we're harassed with that, but... The other problem is you're back to square one tech-wise. You know, you're really now rebuilding Colossus. And so in a stage of the game where you'd like to be transitioning to your second splash damage of the game, either Storm or Disruptors, instead you're doing what? You're building Colossus again? That really is not ideal. So let's get one SCV. We're going to go after the Siege Tank. Raven, Bio, Medivacs, all still gathering together. The Stalkers come across the Colossus around the bottom side. Again, we have ourselves the Bunkers of Shells continuing to come up for the moment, and the Colossus steps across as well. Look at that from Trigger, takes the other side of the gold. It's interesting because this gold is obviously difficult to take because the middle of the map obviously just gives you access to the mineral line. What Trigger is saying is that basically by him taking the gold on this side, he wants to control the middle of the map and use this as a pushing point rather than just a, you know, because it's very different if you're defending this base when it's over here. You defend here-ish. Your average army position is going to be here or thereabouts. Now that you take this base, your average army position is going to be here, obviously a bit further upwards, but I'm also accounting for defending this base over this side. It stretches you out a lot. This avenue of attack becomes a lot more accessible for Clem, but that's an avenue that's rarely used, and you know that might not be one that Clem really switches on to using because, like I say, this is a very weird base layout suddenly. It's actually very interesting how much army positioning difference is going to become out of this simple kind of taking the base on the other side. Good blink to set off the first Widow Mine. We're looking to do the same for the next, and we can kill that off as well, though the Stalker actually died, unfortunately. Disruptors on the way. I mentioned that second tech, or second set of splash damage is going to be Disruptors, but we're actually still building Colossus too, so Trigger adding a fourth Colossus on against, what is 6 Vikings. The Raven is still about. Obviously just saw the anti-armor missile on that Protoss army. Something you don't really want to engage during. And that's the great thing about the Raven. Will always provide that kind of threat. Also, as a Dark Shrine comes online, if you still have the Raven alive, usually if a Raven's alive at this stage of the game with a Dark Shrine online, it's across the map harassing, so it's not really going to come into defense, but in this case, it might be very good defensively as we try and throw a few Zealots into the natural, but nothing comes of it there. There's a couple of Zealots on the natural mineral line, which will go after some SCVs too. 6, 7 workers already going down. I think that is nice. I say already, but realistically, that was the end of the harass. We already tried to get Zealots in before. It's actually pretty fine from Clem. It's just, obviously you would always like to not lose workers, but 7 SCVs for how much you gave up as Trigger overall trying to kill SCVs, I think that's pretty darn okay. Mortar gonna shoot, Stalker gets pushed back. He dropping onto that army, we're gonna chase straight onto it. One of the Colossus coming from the left side, gonna be very exposed at the end. Can the Vikings get rid of some Colossus here? First one going down. We drop a force field into place. Clem gonna start to turn back onto this. Disruptor shot is gonna fly short, and now the army of Trigger continues to try and get away. We lose our second Colossus, which means we've got 2 left, and now only 1. The Zealots are going to save you, though, as this Disruptor could have been huge, actually. If this Disruptor, when it's here, fires, I actually think you might have cut off the Terran army, and if you're nothing else, maybe force you to lift into the Medivacs, then the Stalkers could maybe make a blink play to try and deny them. Bio steps away, another scan comes out. The Disruptor shot that doesn't really do much just yet, but of course we're mostly looking to use these Disruptors to zone. Unless we lost one, which is sad, and that Disruptor shot lands. Clem's so good at kind of playing the very edge of those disruptors in their range, and this is a problem retreating away. One Colossus, one disruptor, make it two. Gonna fall here, and suddenly this is a Zealot Stalker army, which obviously is just not ideal. Do you think Clem is... Oh, he's gonna get flanked! Oh, it's a beautiful disruptor flank, my goodness! We get the medevac that filled up with units as well. I was about to jump over here to show these Zealots attacking, but actually the action continued. The disruptor flank lands. I was gonna say, it feels like a Zealot Stalker only army, which Clem should do okay against eventually, but right now he might have to back away from. But never mind, some reinforcing disruptors showed up, and you know what it is? It's kind of the position that I just don't think Clem's used to playing as well, where these disruptors usually have no right flanking from the top here, but because of this base location and where the armies are positioning themselves, it actually comes around in this case. Stalker Disruptor continues to move through, +3/+2 coming up. A couple of Widowmine shots off on the Zealots. There is a couple of Disruptors firing through as well. Another Disruptor shot going to land nicely on the bio. Raven is still alive, by the way. Huge, because moments like this, anti-armor missile is just going to make it so much easier to shred through the front lines, and so many of these units are so much more susceptible to die in those moments. The Vikings land to play a defense on the top. We scan over there. Was our first DTs coming in? We've actually had 9 DTs go down so far, so we're actually starting to clean up a lot of those as well. Why was Trigger attacking rocks when he could end the game? I don't know if he was in end the game position. I think it's actually not bad to open some rocks and open positions to move around. I think Clem was probably going to be okay if you attacked, and Trigger just took it as a moment to improve his map setup, because now you're kind of able to join up towards these bases as well. It's very interesting. We're seeing this kind of bottom half of the map just being taken. Sometimes you see kind of the left side of the map taken versus the right, but this is turned into bottom versus top. And especially because Trigger's got this base here, like, what a fascinating scenario because of the way it's positioned. It really does make this that little bit more unique overall. $14 Stalkers warping in, so that gateway count is looking great. Step into Liberators over here. First few Stalkers taking some shots. One Stalker goes down. The other Stalker's taking hits as well. So Disruptor pushing through. Disruptor shot misses. Of course, Disruptor Shot's missing on the end of the world because they are forcing the Terran to walk backwards, and that's one of the big wins there. That Ghost was moonwalking. He was stuck in a sniping stance when he got taken down by the Disruptor. Moving up to the top, Disruptor Shot here, gonna miss! Well, not miss, but it got denied. They lose the base, but Trigger's supply is plummeting. All the way down to 140. His rebuild is Zealots and Disruptors. The issue is especially because the disruptor count is being denied, and I mean, we're at 0 disruptors now. This truly is the point where it's very difficult for Trigger, because 2 disruptors doesn't scare Clem. 2 disruptors is a, oh no, I have to pull back for 5 to 10 seconds, and then I've got 10 to 15 seconds of just attacking you. You know, then I've got some freedom, and right now the 2 disruptors is only going to be 1, because the robo facility dies with the second disruptor still building on it, so Trigger denies the 12 o'clock from Clem, but Clem can pretty much pick and choose which base he wants to kill and in what order. He can probably get them all if he really does wish so. The Zealots try and charge through, but the bio is going to be there. The Zealots going down. We're still killing 25 SCVs on the map. So don't get me wrong, like, Trigger is putting in work. It's just the work is coming a bit too late. Killing 34 SCVs when Clem is not at a 50 army supply lead, you know, any time before now would have been amazing. Obviously, part of the reason he's getting so much is because Clem is just on this Doom push. He knows his army is just untouchable to anything his opponent is building. This is a reposition here from Trigger as well. He recalls his units here, and that ain't going to make a difference either as Clem continues through. Battery out of energy. Disruptor flank again. It's honestly pretty good, all things considered. And Clem is going to begin to lose out. The last few units have to start retreating, but reinforcements show up, and again, there's just no match for how much Clem can build and how fast he can bring it to the action at the moment. Lose this bottom right base. The gold base is going to be another, or the next one of the next targets, and if that goes down, you're really on 0 mining this Trigger. And at that point, you can't really pull it back at all. I mean, to be fair, like I say, credit where it's due. think he did a great job of actually making it competitive, because it's very easy to look at this game and to see where Clem could have just overrun much sooner. And at the very end, I mean, he really is just a bit of economy and a few warp-ins away from realistically being able to hold this off, and the game goes on, but that's typically what happens, right? Clem will push you and try and break you, and eventually you just slip at one point, and then that is your breaking point. From there, you just crumble. Because Clem forces such a, forces you to play such a clean game. The moment you start scrapping and all of this stuff, that's where Clem is just going to be in his absolute element. Steps up, Colossus lives, I'm going to step forward, EMP goes down, Sentries hit, Pylon goes down. I mean, we're saying what we're seeing because what we should be seeing is a GG screen, and Clem taking a 2-0 lead in the best of 5, and there is our GG screen. Clem will take the 2-0 advantage here on Amygdala, and Clem will be a map away from advancing through to that next round of the competition. Alrighty guys, we're going to go into game 3 of Clem vs Trigger, which will be on Ultra Love, as Trigger tries to stop Clem from getting the 3-0 result. Let's see if he can do that. Thank you so much for watching, by the way. We've got 2,000 people tuned in right now on the Twitch. We are at 400 or so on YouTube. Thank you so much for watching today, everybody. So great to see so many people out here and enjoying some StarCraft 2 in the form of this backers brawl. Here's Nasi. Love it. Amazing. Then this is our first match on the bottom half of the bracket. So Clem versus Trigger. Then we have Shin versus Gumiho. We're going to go into the elimination match after that as well. And then the winners match to round us out for this day. And then tomorrow we'll be having Solar, MaxPax, and others continuing to play again. So far we've only eliminated ByuN. Tomorrow we'll start off by eliminating 2 more players and then just pretty much keep on eliminating players. Have an upper bracket final to play as well. Where are the mods to update the bracket? The brackets update? No? The bracket looks up to date to me, apart from the fact it doesn't say Clem 2-0, but you know, Wikipedia will update soon enough. Who am I missing? Let's see who I'm missing. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what I said last time, I think. Let's go into game number 2. Game number 3, sorry. This PVT. Almost 45k subs on YouTube. Hell yeah. I'll keep on saying it. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. See more uploads, see more live games. The win-win. We are on our way to 45,000. I really want to try hit 50,000 YouTube subs this year. I think that's very difficult to do. We're not on rate to hit it. But maybe if the YouTube stream keeps going well and stuff, maybe we can get there. So if you're watching on YouTube, consider subscribing to the channel. It's just a click and it helps us out a bunch. And yeah, I think the numbers are still about 50% of people watching on YouTube live are not subscribed. So 1 in 2. By that logic, if everyone not subscribed watching right now on YouTube clicked sub, that'd be like plus 200. So it's bottom left. I think BRAWL's player Trigger is down 0-2. Does he have a reverse sweep in him? Does he have just a map in him? Fun to see. As we have in the top right, the blue Terran Clem. Thank you for streaming. No worries. Thank you so much for watching. Most important thing, obviously we stress the subs and the likes and making money for tournaments and stuff, but the most important thing, that you guys keep on watching as well. Even if you're just a lone, simple viewer, you still get to, you know, run sponsors and stuff, which help support StarCraft events. We still run the ads, which obviously help support StarCraft events as well, as controversial as they may be. So, yeah. You guys just sit back and watch. That's the most important thing. The good thing is, usually if you guys are already watching the stream, I don't need to promote sitting back and watching more. So it doesn't come up that frequently, but, you know, worth mentioning, it is still worth doing, just in case you're suddenly starting to, you know, doubt your StarCraft viewing tendencies. Have no doubt, have no fear. Bigger number's good. Honestly, 2,000 viewers on Twitch right now is pretty bonkers as well. Like, there's been a lot of events lately that have just not had that sort of viewership. And in fact, I felt like viewership was a little bit on the low lately. 2K viewers is really right up there. So yeah, today's popping off. Thank you so much for watching. Glad you guys are enjoying. Appreciate it. I guess it's very rare we get to stream our own tournaments on a weekend. Usually weekends are taken up by everybody and we have to try and fight for a free weekend sometimes, but I guess just getting a good long streaming on a Saturday is still really powerful. The weekend buff, yeah. The weekend when no one else is trying to stream 10,000 tournaments is what's going on, I guess. Excited for WoW later? Yeah, me too. Hopefully we got some time today. See how the day goes. But yeah, the WoW, the WoW. I don't want to say it's an addiction, but it is kind of like I'm in that position where I'm like I really want to keep playing every single time I stop now. It's definitely the addiction is sinking its folds deeper into me. Well, he's gonna fight. Dev gonna dodge back and forth. Are any pros interested in a co-cast today or tomorrow? Oh, I've got no idea, mate. I don't ask anyone if they're interested in co-casting. Usually if the guys are streaming themselves, they just say they want to co-cast and we just co-cast. It's not that formal. It's very rare we set up pre-decided co-casts. If these Hellions get denied, this is huge for Trigger because this is an attempted medevac Hellion drop with the proxied medevac. Killing 2 of the Hellions already completely shuts down so much of the power of this from Clem. He goes for the natural. Main would have been better. The main's actually empty of defense and could have actually had some probes there. He's still going to go for 3 workers, which I think, considering the situation, is wild. He could have maybe had 5 or 6. There's a couple of low HP ones he didn't get shots on. Honestly, pretty impressive considering what just happened. You look at what's been lost. 2 Adepts go down, 5 probes overall versus 2 Hellions and Reavers. Honestly, not bad. It's obviously is a proxied starport, so that's a little bit of a commitment as well. How's that medevac? Gets back to the top. Gonna unload. Get back at it. Am I a hedonist? I just googled this term because I actually had never heard of it. Someone who prioritizes pleasure over other aspects of life. I think I'm actually a StarCraft 2-anist, where I prioritize StarCraft 2 over other aspects of life for the most part. Is that I've been better at that this last year or two. We've been taking days off and actually, I've not tried to stream every single hour of every single day. Stoke's going to intercept those Hellions, and this time they will not get lucky and get away. They will just go down, but it's also kind of past the time of the Hellions. Like, nice if they could have got across and done something. It's not super terrible that they die right now either. Marines and tanks come through the middle of the map. The Storks continue to get pushed away down to the bottom left side. SCT should be the first priority in everyone's life. I mean, I think so too, but maybe if the game was more mainstream, we wouldn't like it anymore. I don't know. It's weird how those things work, no? Tanks and Siege just honestly doing a fair bit of damage. That tank Siege is in a nice place because that's obviously between the natural and third base, and it's a great Siege because it's going to help a lot against these Stalkers committing for these other tanks. We will get 2 of the tanks. The Liberator's putting in a lot of work. The Marines are still trading very well. Oh, we don't kill the Liberator off, which is huge. So that Lib gets to survive. Oh, tank on Siege into the Colossus is going to get over without taking any shots. As we blink in, this will be a cleanup. The Colossus should ensure that against the Marines, but 2 on Siege tanks chase and kill the Colossus. Man, Trigger and Clem are having some fascinating fights today. As, on Siege tanks killing the Colossus. Fantastic stuff, and now we continue this push. I thought Clem was about to be just cleaned up and gone, but not only is he still here, he actually had some pretty good trades so far. Battery gets drained of energy, and Immortal now in production because we don't have time to build a Colossus. He's actually going to kill the pylon, depowering the robo facility too. Actually, no, he's not, because he didn't prioritize it. I think that's a mistake, no? I think he could have absolutely killed this pylon. Instead, he started shooting at a couple probes. I would have much rather seen the robo depowered. Although maybe in the grand scheme of things, maybe not. This siege tank's going to go down as well. The only problem for Clem is obviously rallying across the map like this. The more you rally across the map, the more likely is those units then get kind of killed off as like a bonus for the Protoss. As you see now, you know, those units went down fairly freely at the end, and that gives a nice little chance for Trigger to step back into the game. As Outstalker Immortal continues to regather here. And you know what? Trigger on a little bit of a worker lead. That's looking fine. He's on an okay army supply. He's taking a 4th base. Do not mind where Trigger is at in this game at the moment. I think he is in a fine spot. But you know, against Clem, maybe you want to be more than just a fine spot. But you can't have it all. Fire stems up, the Stalkers get pushed back. These are going to show up with an Immortal, a couple sentries. The Colossus is going to be there, who pop up the Guardian Shield. Pulling over the right side, Trigger gathering up. And do have ourselves Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming through. Add an armor upgrade into the mix as well. No battle cruisers. Did you see Clem's games the other day, Nate, with the BCs? He played BCs 2 out of 3 games in the WardiTV February groups against Geralt. It was very fun. I think you'd enjoy those. Armor coming up in the back of the natural. Do you have our units obviously collecting? Everyone's taking a moment to settle in this game, right? We're going to have a few moments. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a point where Clem is happy to add on more tech. You know, he's a point of the game where he wants Vikings. He'll start to think about ghosts, while also maybe trying to afford upgrades. He's going to get all of those now, actually. It's a moment in the game where Trigger wants to set up a Dark Shrine, improve his army to a little bit of a better setup. You know, start moving into that next stage of splash damage, which is going to be disruptors again for him. One more disruptors coming up, +2/+2 on the way out. +1 ship weapons, +2 and +1 on the way from Clem. We do have our Protoss army of Trigger stepping through and a little bit of damage being done already as well. I'm just going to try and take a 4th base. Now, if you can deny the 4th base coming online, that would be brilliant, but it's not easily done. Extra Ghost coming about. Again, our upgrades come through. Ship weapons coming up. Upgrades due to Shadow Stride coming online as well. The army of Trigger comes out over to the right as well. Stalkers, Immortals, and the rest will come on in. Just going to see another Disruptor shot. Going to fire as well. Go back and forth. Going to knock the rocks down. And it blocks Clem from chasing. A couple of ghosts are going to set up. Rocks go down. We open through. The Disruptor going to fire. Taking a couple of shots. Shadow Stride still coming in as well. Disruptor's going to be chasing about. Got Bio coming in from the other side. Disruptors and the Immortals continue to come through, and that's going to be a sandwich of a sandwich. Trigger actually going to keep on going after this and try and chase further through. Can he make this a little better for himself? He's going to get cleaned up. A little bit crazy. As the units continue to come through. Then we set up, maybe a bit of a push. Shot lands, couple of marauders get hit. Viking's going to step through, couple of zealots going to go down. And chase forward, one disruptor shot drops, another disruptor shot landing, another disruptor shot coming through. It's a good little split from Clem. Problem is that Trigger lost so much, and the defense is okay against the DTs at first as well. Trigger lost so much that this is the issue, and now you're losing even more disruptors again. Aim for the pylon. MP comes down, rest of the Bio pulling through. Zealot's going to slice, as we are going to have ourselves another Viking going down. The Viking's taking damage as well. Clem continues to push over to the right side. Stalker's getting jumped on as well. We have Clem. 183, 190 supply to 150. It feels like this is just turning further and further in Clem's favor. But let's see, because Trigger, to be fair, has 5 base, going to 6. You know, as this one gets mining, that will be number 6 in the game. I think Trigger just needs to try and hold Clem off while not losing tech units for a couple moments, like that, you know? Like, it's all well and good buying some time, but then if you lose a disruptor every time it fires, that isn't going to win you a game, especially when you're already a bit behind, you know? You need a bit more value than that. The problem is right now, I think even a good disruptor shot, if the disruptor then goes down, isn't good enough. Like, his issue is number of tech units available, right? Whereas, if he was able to get a few more tech units out, that might make it so the Clem can't actually attack or trade. But as long as the tech units keep dying, that's an issue. Now, obviously, these Colossus are having a much better time. Let's see if they can do well against the Vikings. Probably not, because they focused the Prism first. Now the Vikings could actually focus the Colossus. They're probably going to fall as well. And yeah, if you just don't keep tech units up, you're not going to win a game, I don't think. And you're definitely not going to make a comeback, unfortunately. Yeah. I think that's going to be nigh on GG, I think, unfortunately. It seems weird to kind of call it at 170 to 140 supply, but I don't see the fight going the way of Trigger. He loses the tech unit again. He doesn't have DTs on the map right now to try and harass as well. That could have maybe been a possibility. Against this army, there's still a few ghosts. Maybe even a couple of Arc ones would have been nice also. Not that we have too much gas to really make that happen either. I don't think there's much else to really say on this one, guys. Like I say, in my eyes, I'm waiting for Trigger to do something that's going to turn the game around. But these fights ain't going to do it. As he loses one more Colossus, Stalkers are full, and this Colossus spawns into its death, unfortunately. All the snipes coming through as we're just trying to soften up some Zealots, make it easier to get through those Zealot lines. We knock the Robo facility down. Our Nex is still taking some shots. The Vikings are still going to keep on chipping through as well there. The DTs warp in. They're going to go after some Ghosts. They're going to go after some Marauders. Stalkers trying to chase the Vikings, but we load up a little bit. We continue to boost up top. DTs will be swiping it away as we speak. Obviously, if I wasn't convinced for Trigger's position before, I don't think the supplies now are going to make me change my mind. But I'm going to get a clean sweep here. 3-0. Trigger should have taken the Clem didn't wake up on time card. I think credit to Trigger. He wanted to play the series, wanted to see what he can do. Trigger has beaten Clem in recent times. This is not an unwinnable matchup for him, but Clem definitely getting the better trades on him today. not all games really the same, but I think some similar overlaps in terms of just Trigger struggling to really take any fights where tech units are surviving through them, and really struggling to get those tech units to really find the efficiency they need to find when you're playing this matchup. I think that's a recurring theme that might have be the one thing to kind of really look at moving into future games against Clem, or coming out of that series to kind of work on, right? GG's, Clem gets a 3-0. Okay, we've had 3 3-0s. I think it's fair that we don't have any more 3-0s. I think we should just say that's it. If anyone else 3-0s, it doesn't count. Okay? Up next, we are going to be heading into Shin versus Gumiho. TVZ action, and actually a very fun one. I know Shin and Gumiho are maybe not the super star-studded names, but they are very solid Korean players that I actually think can put up a good fight against each other, and the winner will get to move on to play Clem. The loser will drop down to play Trigger, which I actually think is a very entertaining series as well. I think whoever ends up playing against Trigger down there is also going to be a lot of fun. We'll be doing that first. So Shin versus Gumiho, the loser versus Trigger, the winner versus Clem is where we are going in this bracket. So we're going to be doing that. And yeah, that's the next 3 best of 5s. That's what's still coming up here today, guys. So we're going to be heading to Shin Gumiho first. As mentioned, I'll start getting that hosted up, and hopefully we can get this underway. Are me and Rotty going to cast a LAN this year? I've got no idea, mate. I mean, the only LAN we currently know of is, what, Home Story? I mean, I imagine we'll be at Home Story together, based on past Home Stories. There's no other LANs yet this year, as far as I'm aware. There's the Bulgarian tournament, but I mean, they didn't even talk to me last year, so I can't imagine I'll be there this year. So, yeah, Clem is crazy good. Alright guys, got about 30 seconds. We're going to kick off into this TVZ. Like I say, Shin versus Gumiho. Hopefully a fun one. Kick this off and get that underway. What's the Protoss answer to the BRAWL? Protoss answer to the BRAWL. I mean, it's just the same as it always has been in terms of just it is tech units. It's really just having enough tech units. You can kind of make like Zeldstorm, Disruptor, Overwhelm. I think the problem is that Trigger never did enough with counterattacks. Like Clem never really had issues with like DT showing up or Zealot showing up. He didn't manage to pull the ball apart at all, and he also didn't have tech to really live through it, I guess, in the end. I mean, Trigger's army comp can work, but he needs some better fights. There was that fight on the base of Clem that was just really horrible for him. Like, that's really what set this game apart from one player to the other as well. So, yeah, pretty tough. My Bros players seem to mix in some Tempest mid to late game. Yeah, I think the problem is, though, is that Trigger was too dead in these games, no? Like, by the time it's worth building Tempest because your opponent's thinking of going into some libs, like, he's already on an army that needs to scrap together as much as possible and that he's not currently able to do more with, right? I think that's one of the big issues, so... It's tough, honestly. More than anything else, it's just tough. We head into the top right-hand corner with our Blue Zerg players. We enter a fresh best of 5. We're going to start this series up on Frostline. In the top right, our Blue Zerg. It is Shin. Previously known as Ragnarok, of course, just in case you are newer to the scene. Shin, or coming back from a long break or something along those lines, Shin. Zerg player played as Ragnarok for many a year. He was our off-season champion after eSport World Cup last year. I mean, he was the player everyone had their eyes on in the off-season. He was playing so freaking well. It was Shin this, Shin that, Shins everywhere. He was beating Clem, MaxPax. You name it, he beat them. And then a couple of bigger tournaments came around and Shin just went back to being Shin. Inconsistent, lacking results. And never quite sure what Shin was showing up. And it feels like that's just become his kind of motif once again, which is just wild that he swung so far from success all the way back over to just, not that he's bad, just that he was seeing so much success for like 2 to 3 months, and then just boom, went apart. Bottom left, our Red Terran player Gumiho, back-to-back Home Story Cup champion. Which is a pretty crazy stat in itself. Fun to see if Gumiho will be at Home Story Cup later this year to go for the back 3 back. Maybe Gumiho can coin the 3-peat for himself, but others could not. When's the next major StarCraft tournament? Oh, honestly, I would love to know. No one knows, but we're waiting for info. We're hoping there's going to be something before Home Story Cup in like June. But honestly, nobody knows right now. Which is just brutal. Reaper gets chased by a couple of Zerglings. Orbital Command Center coming up. Queen is coming through. And a second Reaper shows up. It is Multi-Rax Reaper, and we're going to go into some Marines to follow the Reapers. So not into add-ons straight away. Some Marines to keep that wall off a little bit safer, perhaps. Guess we'll see what comes of that. Reapers hop up, couple of Lings get chased around. Creep Tumor gets taken out. Queens will take some shots. Grenade going down. The Lings taking damage as well. Quite a bit being done. Now just going to be seeing our couple Lings taking shots and the Reapers pull away for the moment. Couple Marines building up. The Reapers pull back down. We finish the wall off. Like I say, it's interesting we're building so many Marines. This is not a follow-up I'm familiar with. It's just mass Marines, no add-ons. Oh, because he's going to play mech. Is that it? He's going to play, like... My guess is that he wants to play, like, mech and then... I don't know. It's weird, no? Starts off a couple of Hellions off the factory. Starport finished soon. Reapers and Marines gather. Reactor coming in. Refineries are building on the natural. So we are going to go 3 gas, which pretty sure still sort of signs out mech, unless... I mean, 4 gas would be mech, definitely, but I mean, the longer we go without setting up into stim or anything as well, I mean, are we just going to hit time? I've got no idea, honestly, I'm guessing. Trying to put the pieces together. I mean, obviously at first it's going to be this like kind of Marine Hellion push, but Shin's making roaches. I wonder how this would look against... I'm going to say this already. I think Gumiho's just going to die to the roaches. But I would love to see this build against like a Ling Bane player to see if it actually is good or like what the potential success is. Right now, I feel like he just dies to... I mean, Shin is literally massing roaches. Lair is up. Roach speed building even. This attack's going to do nothing in this game, but it's a little bit of a shame because I feel like in another game it could potentially see some success. I mean, Gumiho's the man with crazy build orders. But yeah, this feels like a heavy build order disadvantage right now. Roach is going to step up. Hellions take some damage. Like I say, with Roach speed, you can start to even go across the map here potentially as well. Oh, obviously the Marines loading into the medevac. The Hellions and Reapers look to dive by, but the Roaches say, cool, you go that way, we'll go this way. You're going to kill an Overlord. Meanwhile, Gumiho is going to die on the front. 2 bunkers building. Factory just got a tech lab. He did start stim after all of this. Oh, that will not last long. Reaper Hellion getting turned around by a few Roaches and Queens so far. The medevac's still yet to make a play. Reactor goes down. Like I said, bunkers are going to finish. We're not going to even have that many Marines in the bunkers. Here, the Ravagers. Those 2 barracks at the front are going to go down. That A creates the opening, and B, it reduces production, so less and less units coming through to help against this. As they're dropping the main base, and a couple of Queens will start to get onto it. The few Hellions are still lingering. First bunker goes down on the other side of the map. We'll get back in touch with that harassment as soon as we can do. But for now, we've got to watch this because we got to get a defense. Oh, he contaminated the siege tank. Oh, probably unnecessary, but just guarantees an even easier road to victory. Very cute from Shin. Cute little move on top of a very convincing push. I was perplexed by Gumiho's build, and unfortunately, we're not going to get any answers on this one. We will remain perplexed until we see someone else try it, because that, very plain and simply, was not it. Sometimes it just ain't it, you know. Sometimes it doesn't take much to be said. Sometimes that just ain't it. Invite. Rare builds can be rare for a reason. I wonder if this is like a like I say, to me, I'd really love to see that build against like someone who does not go roaches, because that feels like it felt like we just walked into a build order loss. So I would love to see like the non-build order loss variation. Like there's got to be a reason Gumiho does this, right? Gumiho didn't just make this build up and was like, you know what, yeah, let's just do this now and try it. Like, he's got to have tried it before, or have an idea as to why he thinks it's good. Yeah, definitely interesting. And top right hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Shin. He is up 1 in this best of 5 series, heading into game number 2 now against Gumiho in the bottom left, our red Terran player. Let's see if we coming about. A couple drones, hatchery coming over for the moment. Overlord's moving through. It's going to set up a little bit here. It's going to be having our hatch gas pool. All coming about. The Reaper and the Orbital coming up as well. Let me just take a moment, guys. Early game, TVZ. We'll wait for the Reaper. Obviously, we'll make it a bit more exciting. Gumiho maybe not be the top one Terran, but he's the Terran we need. You love his mech builds. Gumiho is definitely that player that is always going to keep the game entertaining, right? So Reaper will make its way out towards the upper right side. Away we go. Moving across to the top. The Reaper hops in, just going to get a couple of shots of some damage being done for a few moments. Reaper takes some shots, gets turned the other way. So the Reaper gets turned, Lynx coming up, CC and the reactor coming about. Our factory going to move over to the reactor as well. Drop that down. Rex moves over. Just going to be seeing the starport coming up as well. That Reaper is going to step on through. Again, link speed's halfway done for now. Let's have our Reaper will move through. Queen getting a few shots off. Yeah, a couple of drones, link speed coming through for the moment. Step on in. Again, Queens and Links coming about. Overlord's going through. Those Hellions come over to that right-hand side. Diving straight through. 3 drones going down here. Lings do get the cleanup. Like 3 workers is very allowable. And obviously it's nice to get damage done, but it's 3 Hellions dead as well, so I think it's very fine. I think it's okay. You'll see the Lings wrapping and those Hellions taking damage. Get back to that right hand side. Just going to be seeing that Rotron coming through. The drones and the Queens coming up. Refineries on the way in. And Banshee and the Cloak coming through. Just going to be seeing the Hellions getting there. Blood drones going down. The Zerglings taking damage as well. The Queens and the Lings will just come across, clean those Hellions up. Take that out. 6 drones go down once more. Oh, I mean, nice for Gumiho to get in and get a few more drones. I definitely felt like he needed a little bit of something to help him out in the grand scheme of things right now. Hellions and the Banshee going to turn those Lings around as well. Okay, nice from Gumiho. As he is going to go mech, by the way. So all our gases, our factories, and now the armories. Mech it will be. We're just talking about Gumiho and his mech builds. You can contaminate siege tanks. I'm going to presume this is in response to the last game, but he didn't contaminate the siege tank, he contaminated the factory building the siege tank. So you can stop it from producing. So it didn't come out to help the defense. Which is why it was cool. You don't see contamination. You see contamination a fair amount, but seeing one that directly influences the game straight away is very cool. What upgrade is that? This one? That's Magfield Accelerator. That's the Cyclones do more damage to armored units again. Yo, so Duke Nukem, how you doing, mate? Good to see your name. Hope you're doing well. And pull back over. A couple of tumors will begin to go down. Continuing to push the creep forward. Again, the upgrades all coming through. Cyclone's still on the way. The Tech Labs and Engineering Bay coming up as well. We will have our Banshees gathering together. I mean, Gumiho just continues into even more factories. Just going to use the Hellions and the Cyclone initially to clean out some creep. Obviously, this is turned into a little bit of Battle Mech. Battle Mech being the very fast-paced style of mech with Hellion Cyclone controlling the field, lots of lock-ons, lots of trades. The Hellions clean up Lings, so the Cyclones can lock onto Roaches, and with their Magfield Accelerator, they do good damage and clean up Roaches super quickly. Do you get predictions for later games? If I remember, you can spam remind me at the start of a series and I will put them up. I'm just terrible at remembering, honestly. 4 Vipers on the way. We do see those Cyclones continue through, getting a Spire as well. Let's see what the Spire gets used for as a couple Banshees linger about. Yeah, the Viper's obviously a big deal. Yeah, Spire just nice to have, but also could potentially be for an access to Broodlords as well, potentially, so we will see where that goes. Ling's gonna go moving about. Sorry, yeah, Magfield doesn't do more damage to armor, it does more damage overall. We're thinking of a different past Cyclone that's now a new Cyclone. Oh, we knocked down some rocks over here, so they all drew up. We'll have the couple of Medivacs and Cyclones building through. The 2-2 upgrades are on the way. Got a couple of Sense Towers into it. CC's all coming online. We're going to be seeing our Ling on the bottom there getting roasted and toasted as we drop a CC into play, and that's going to start becoming a planetary fortress, so we get that brought up. The Great Spire is coming through. Our Cyclones and our Hellions locking on. Just going to see a couple of those Roaches getting grabbed. The Vipers are going to abduct. This is where you find the efficiency against this battle mech. It's a lot of good abducts, and that's going to allow you here as Shin to get a good start to this fight. You have enough Roaches in the front against those Hellbats, it seems like it, and now we're going to break through and start chasing the Cyclones. Obviously, the Hellbats are doing exactly what they need to do, which is just to buy you a little bit of time there. I think in the end, we're going to be okay. We do kill off this base from the bottom. Obviously, new CCs nearby should be able to replace that. SCVs go down. A Hydra step up once again. Continue to chase over to the left. A couple of those Cyclones are going to continue to go down. Then the Roach Hydra. Ling pulls back to the right once more. We turn again. Now that's being picked off. And Shin's doing great. Obviously, it's difficult to kind of truly break through and finish up here. Vipers are back full of energy, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to show their true colors right now. I think they'll need a few more of the ground units to come around. And from there, maybe they can come back as well. Over to the left side, a couple of abducts. We're going to see some of the Vipers going down at least. One final abduct on the Cyclone. The Vikings at least chasing through for some kills. Okay, oh, that was a lunge in position, not ideal. We get rid of the Hellbats. Once the Hellbats are down, we may actually this time be able to close the distance onto those Cyclones as Shin looking hungry for a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. Wants to try and get it sorted and in his favor right here and now as GG gets called. Shin will take the 2-0 advantage. And Shin is going to move to 1 map away from moving through to the next round, which would be against Clem. So that is where we are. Moving toward there. Alright, so we get into a game 3, which will be Ultra Love, as it is a must-win scenario for Gumiho to try and turn this around, otherwise he is in trouble. And he will be in the lower bracket already. I'll throw the invites out, and we can go. Shin is dark? Nope. Shin is not dark. Dark is Shin. There you go. Nailed it. You're right, it's the other way around. Shin is not dark, dark is Shin. Yeah, good job, Twitch chat. No. You guys are so silly. This is actually legendary GSL winner, Sniper. No, Shin is Shin. Shin used to be known as Ragnarok. Played as Ragnarok for a long time. Always wanted a name change. Tried a name change a couple times. Went away from it. Eventually became Shin. And stuck with it in the end. Fruit dealer. Yeah, I was trying to think of a good Zerg. Nesty, I should have said. They're all coming to me now. I was trying to think of a good Zerg name. So, predictions? No, I can do predictions at the start of a series. I don't do predictions game by game. Especially not when it's too old. If you remind me at the start of a full series, I'll put predictions up. I've got nothing against doing predictions. I actually like doing the predictions. I'm just terrible at remembering, and I definitely don't like doing them like one game at a time. I prefer doing it for a full series. Because if I do it one game at a time, it's even more chance for me to forget you. Third game, Gumiho in a must-win situation. You lose this one, and you go down to that lower bracket. Obviously, you win, and you can maybe start make us believe a little bit in the reverse sweep. I'm currently salivating. Oh, what? Are they playing a Zerg in the next round? Yeah, I don't disagree. I think Clem will be pretty happy if he gets to play if he gets to play a Zerg. CC coming through, the orbital command coming about, Marines coming in as well. I'm going to move over. It's going to drop a hatchery down on the third location here. Again, get that started up. Refinery, gas, factory, all coming through. The reactor building on the barracks. We're going to rally out toward a couple of those Marines, which are just hunting to see if there's any Zergling, watching the third base location or anything. So just trying to clean that up ahead of time, being as proactive as possible about it. For the moment, just being smart. Yeah, we got that link speed coming through. A few drones are going to be coming in as well. The Marines took a venture out. It's fine because they didn't really go that far forward. They're just going to be pretty chill for the most part. Pulling back here. And yeah, pulling back over, settling down for now. That hatchery finishes up as well, so just gonna get that straight on through. And yeah, the link speed comes in, the queens are coming up, medevac in the barracks, reactor also reducing into play at the moment. I'm just going to get out to the center. We'll be seeing the medevac coming through as we try to push forward a little bit. So that medevac coming over. Marines will continue to join up. Just look to see what is happening as the medevac turns around. Stim back on the +1 attack. Continue to come through for the moment. Marines will just unload, and we're going to have the queens, the group schemer, continue to set up for the moment as well. May as well gather up. Medevac is going to come around, so we just settle here for a couple of moments. Yeah, those Medevacs Marines will just step up. Stimpack and the +1 continuing about for a few moments here as well. He's going to step in. He's going to be seeing that Queen's taking some damage. First Stim's coming through. Hellions defend the Lings on the counter. There's a lot of Medevac healing available right now with only Queens here. Roach is not yet available. Shin is going to be in some trouble. Gumiho is going to start absolutely shredding. As the first Roaches spawn, they spawn straight into trouble. I mean, right now, you don't even need to go anywhere. Just fight on this third base. Kill Roaches as they arrive or spawn. There's a very good chance to get this base right now. +1 attack about to finish this. Terran army's only about to get stronger. 2 Roaches pop out, instantly dead. These 3 Roaches on the left side have work to do. Put the Hellions in front to try and tank, keep the Marine count healthy. And Shin is just going to GG out. Gumiho comes bounding back into this series with a clean push on Ultra Love that Shin just was late on the Roaches for, is what it comes down to. Very late on the Roaches. That was pretty funky little build and all sorts. Damn. Damn. All right, we are going to head ourselves into a game number 4 then. Gumiho will not let this one go to a 3-0. Thank you, Gumiho. We appreciate it because, like I said earlier, I feel like we've had enough 3-0s today, you know? There's been enough of those 3-0s already. Let's see some of the back and forth series. Let's see some of the, you know, proper matchups. Let's see some of the competition. That's what we're on about. That's what we're talking about. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. One, two, three, four, five, six. Who are we missing? Number 7 right there. We'll get ready to go. Start this very shortly. Everyone joins. Perfect, let's do it. Game number 4 of our best of 5. Series 6 of 8 today. And 8 best of 5s. We're already 5 hours deep, and we still got a little bit more in the tank. Like I said, we got this series to finish up, and then 2 more best of 5 still to go. So lots of StarCraft continuing through. Abyssal Reef coming up right now. Let's get in game. In the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Shin. Still just a map away from advancing. He takes on in the bottom right our red Terran Gumiho. Alright, so we're going to get underway. I'm just going to get this rolling. How's that? Pool first comes in from Shin. Just going to get that pool first started up in the upper left-hand side. The Overlord coming down toward the bottom right as well. Away we go. Try and see a bit of what's up, a bit of what's happening. All these early stages. So there's Overlord heading down to the bottom right-hand side. Gumiho and push an SCV out over here, ready to put a command center into position. So that CC goes into location straight away. Orbital command coming up, Reaper coming through. Then the Queen Overlord, Hatchery, all continue to come around. Reaper in production, and yeah, these first few lings off the pool first. Take a third hatch now. going to begin to go across the other side. It's funny because Gumiho is just going to go for no SCV scouts, so the Reaper will miss the Lings, and the Lings will be able to cause some chaos over on the natural expansion more than likely. So that will definitely cause a couple of issues here. The Zerglings going to arrive. 6 Lings as well. So, yeah, as Gumiho shows up with the Reaper, he's going to notice pull first, instantly turns the Reaper away, run home. Because, yeah, he's going to realize there may be some need for defense. Oh, that's the Lings into the main. Mistake. First Marine goes down already. SCV on the natural being chased. SCV on the high ground gets taken down as well. Oh, my goodness. Great start here from Shin. 2 SCVs killed. He's absolutely chasing. He wants 3. He's going to get 3. And he can obviously run around and deny some mining time for a bit. Plus that Marine that died as well. It's just so unnecessary for Gumiho. You raise that depot, this just doesn't happen. The Reaper doesn't even get back to deal with the Lings because, yeah, it's a fairly sizable map as well. Yeah, what a great choice. What a great opening from Shin here. 4 workers killed. Obviously lost him to, had to pull first. Obviously those Lings had to get something done, but nothing wrong with that. And as another grenade goes off and pops a couple of drones about for the moment as well. So you see our Reaper and the Hellion getting denied, so Gumiho trying to get across will not see too much success. So the Reaper and the Hellions will hang back for the moment. Roach Roaring again here. From Shin, so you get that set up. Just going to be seeing the units gathering back out to the center. Medevac blows up, Hellion's getting in. And we'll shoot a couple drones going down already. We load back up again. Planes will unload. Just see a couple of them loading up. The roaches step across as well. Lad, drones, queen. Continue to come through right now. Just gonna see that medevac back around the top side. Aliens pop through again. Drones gather. It's just going to be chilling, medevac hanging. 1-1 upgrades in the stim pack coming through. We'll see the Banshee heading up to the top. Banshee gets around the back. Get a couple of shots off there. It's a drone. That Banshee just backs away. Spire, the choice from Shin. He obviously opened with the Roach Run. So we're going to go Spire as the next step of this currently. Overseer moves, decides to back away again. So we're just continue to pull back. Spire coming through. Link speed and Roach speed both coming up and online. Again, the 1-1 upgrades and combat shield coming through also. And the Marines here are going to be able to grab that Overseer. So the Overseer will also drop. Nice to be able to grab that as we pull back over to the right. Hellions, Medivacs, and tanks all joining together. A couple of tanks will get sieged. The Hellions around the far right side. Banshee going to be taking a little bit of a leading charge towards the upper left. And the Lings and the Roaches. We'll just gather on the front of the 4th base. The Mutas are going to pop out in a few moments, and we'll see. Obviously, there's Roach in a Muta style, not super common. Going to eventually go Bane Nest and now Infestation Pit too. And it feels like Shin's just doing a bit of this, a bit of that. I hate how uncommitted it all is. We'll see how it goes for him. He's going to be terribly behind on upgrades because the Spy is a pretty big investment that takes away the potential to really have upgrades on the Roaches now as well. Little pause apparently when this was played earlier today. Again, we let them play earlier so they don't have to stay up super late. It's currently like 2 a.m. in Korea, so instead of having them playing 2, 3 a.m., they played a little bit earlier on. We're casting the replays. As mentioned earlier, no hidden replays for you guys. Just what we promised as our couple of SCVs go down. The Muta's not doing super crazy to begin with, to be honest. 2 upgrades still coming up, +1 missiles, +1 carapace, building on the evolution chambers, added bailing speed to that as well. The Banshee fires and chases a Zergling out over the side. The Mutas are going to come back up from the bottom, back toward the center. This Mutas will grab a Banshee. And yeah, upgrades coming through, bailing speed coming up, Hive building on the natural. All those additional Banes going to start morphing in here from Shin, so we'll get those morphing as they rally into the center. So all those Banes gather up. Again, 2 upgrades coming through. The couple of barracks are coming into play as well. Waiting for that Bane speed to finish. We are going to be on what? Missile carapace upgrades versus soon to be 2-2 for the town. Gumiho has a massive upgrade advantage, as we mentioned before, with the Mutalist build. He kind of prioritized those Mutas, Shin, and so Gumiho does not have, Gumiho has just gone into upgrades as normal, where Shin really delayed his. This is the kind of push from Gumiho where Shin might be in some trouble because of A, the upgrades, and B, the fact that he's still got a bunch of Mutas on the map that are not currently really set up to do much of anything. Tank defense is good against these few Roaches, it seems, although some other units turn back as well. We have a fleet of Medivacs flying over, sees the Zerg army. Shin splits, and for a moment looked as though he was just going to pull the trigger and commit to it, but he does not. Scan again. Stepping forward, couple of tank shots firing away. Ling, Bane, Roach, Ravager. And it comes from 2 sides. Oh my goodness, it's a mess of a fight. We lift up in the top left. This is Gumiho. He's all creep now. That's going to help a lot as the Banes try to reach the Marines. The tanks are putting in work. The Banelings are gone. And 3 siege tanks remain. Corrosive Files will make that number 2. We have a lot of Marines up in the Medivacs that need to get back out of here. We need to step forward. We are going to be seeing no Banes available. That's a problem. The fact that Shin didn't have any preemptive Banelings morphing. As we just target fire down all the Banelings, if there's no splash damage on this army, this may be an unkillable force. There's a couple of Banes. They both die. I'm not sure if that was target fire or just manual detonation. It didn't look like target fire because they both popped at the same time. But yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter because Gumiho just has too much. And Gumiho is going to take us through to a game 5 of this series. Gumiho will take us the distance. Gumiho will take us to one final map. And he has broken all of the momentum of Shin down at this point and is swinging it into his own game here. You know what? You guys wanted predictions. You guys can have a prediction for game 5 because it's now tied up. You guys can go and vote on this 5th game if you would like to. I'll put that up and available, and we will just get straight into it, guys. Actually have a good amount of time on the ads right now, so we should just be able to get it going without those. And then it's always nice, right? If you can sneak some ads in without, or sneak a game in without ads. And we get it done here. Awesome. All right, we are loading it up, my friends. We are loading it up. Alright, gonna kick off into this next game, guys. Get this started up. In the top left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player as we enter game number 5 of this series. This is Shin playing the short map that is Whispers of Gold. And Gumiho might like that. We'll see what style he brings out in the series. He now has the momentum in 2 games back-to-back to bring it to level to take us to a game 5 the second time today. Max gas coming through, hatch pool coming up. No gas from Shin just yet, so a little bit of a later gas coming in. Still 2.5 minutes on predictions. I know. Exciting, isn't it? Overlord just chilling. I'm taking a couple moments here. There's not much goes on early. Marine goes to chase an Overlord. Even less interesting than usual overall because there's no Reaper in this game. It's just going to go straight to Marines. It means that Gumiho has a little bit of a faster factory. You don't spend 50 gas on a Reaper. It comes at the cost of not having the information a Reaper would usually provide you with, but you also have the benefit of the other side of this as well, which is that, like I say, you get your factory a little bit faster, it can set you up into a better position a little bit sooner, a little bit earlier on, as the Marines pull back over. Next week coming up, Queen on the way, a few drones are coming about, a couple crew teamers being added on. Starport will be building, the orbital command coming up, Hellion and Marines coming on through, Marines and Hellion on the way. Overlord just going to get to the center again, creep spread. Hatchery building through for the moment. Again, just taking it easy on the voice, guys. We are down our 6 past to 5 of the day. Got a couple left after this, trying to make sure my voice doesn't completely die. Just taking a kind of chill, especially in a game where not much is really going on. We get into the stim pack and add 2 more barracks. It's going to be a medevac to maybe get some Marines across the map. That's kind of the action that we're seeing right now. See if the Marines can find anything. Over the next few moments, they will get into that medevac. Away they go. 6 Marines to try and work on some damage. Marines will unload. Marines are going to fire. Medevac pulls back the Zerglings. Stepping back as well. We'll just see 6 Marines in that medevac coming about right now. +1 attack. Stim pack coming through. Roach Roar and Lair continue to come up at the moment. As again, the medevac of Marines coming back down the right side. The Lings are going to chase over to the right to get a Hellion, so just going to be able to grab that. Marines will come through. The Lings are going to wrap about. Marines going to come moving about once again. Again, we got the Stim Pack, the +1 attack upgrade. Marines, medevacs all continue to build at the moment. Add a siege tank onto that as well. Gonna add some additional creep down. Just get an overlord on the top right. It's gonna be a Wolfseum Orphan in 4th base. Come through as well. A couple of medevacs gonna load up, and Gumiho is gonna go stepping toward the upper left. It's gonna be some creep spread up for picking up for grabs. We do have a combat shield building, +1 armor on the engineering bay. Stemming up, those roaches are gonna step through, and the medevacs load the Marines back in, and we're gonna momentarily jump toward the main, but then the Queen's saying nuh-uh. Pushes back the other direction. And still got combat shield coming through, and +1 armor as well. And we boost over to that right-hand side. So we got, what, two medevacs of Marines coming about here currently. Settling right now. Again, our roaches and our queens continue to gather up. We'll get a few Marines unloaded. Overlord goes down as well. Roaches will just step through. The Marines load back up. Our Roach is still going to be there. The medevac's boosting. Again, +1 armor, combat shield, medevacs, Marines, everything on the way for the moment here. We get ourselves the tank sieging up and pressing through. There's a good amount of Marines just gathered here from Gumiho. Just has Marines and Marines and Marines. I mean, obviously the tanks are back at home, but just felt like we were very Marine heavy so far. We'll step up. Double Roach is taking some big hits. Ravagers go down. Creep Team is being picked away at as well. Marines will unload a couple pros of files. Oh, just gets the empty medevac. Scary moment for Gumiho as, yep, those Ravager piles had a lot of potential. So you get those full medevacs with those bars, and this could have been a real disaster. Doesn't happen though. On the left, a couple of roaches will go down, the split drop. Gonna find some creep teamers on the right. He's actually gonna get onto this mineral line. We got 2 queens, probably a couple drones before we lift up and get out. 5 drones going down in total here. The left side army's already pulled back. I was thinking maybe it was worth pulling back for these creep tumors at first, but obviously he saw the opportunity he had on that base. You know, that was a much better choice. We actually running on the left-hand side, and Gumiho catches Shin just again a little out of position, a little bit kind of going back and forth still for a moment. There's a roach going about. Medevacs are going to come over as well. Try and see what's up. For a couple moments as well. See what's going on. Pushing into the middle. Obviously, a group of Marines are going to step up. A couple of Banes are going to go down. The rest of these Banes continue to roll through. Uh-oh. Good split. Good pullback. Let the tanks do their thing. The other Banes did get to reach. We've got another tank even further back. So the further back we go here, the closer we're getting to, you know, more reinforcements, but actually good biles. I like that he biles that tank on the low ground. Biling this tank here really means that you just get rid of all the threats, because your units in position will get rid of everything else as well, so yeah, neatly done. I just got this up. The Ling Ravage just gonna knock down some rocks. The Ling Bane Roach Ravage just gonna force those Medivacs to lift up and back away. She's gonna be nigh on maxed out here on Wisp as a gold, but Gumiho has a decent setup defensively, getting 4 bases. There's a good chance to max out before he necessarily needs to force like a larger fight again, or gets forced into a larger fight again. Go back over to the right, the Lingbane Ravager gathering up. Run up this ramp. Lightning Cloud going to force the Bio to step forward. Actually, very nearly let some of the Banelings connect. It's actually a nice line of units that were left there to try and absorb some of the Banes as well. Good micro from Gumiho. As he keeps on running, I'm afraid that going down that ramp, he might run out of steam a little bit, but a few Marines survive. Just needs to get rid of some of the Roach Ravager. I mean, the Siege Tanks are over to the left, some more poised to defend the 4th base and the 3rd. That's going to be the issue we really see here, as the Ravagers do help to take that down, and Shin, can't deny that is a good fight, right? 14 SCVs killed, Vipers live through it. The Lings are going to aim for that bottom side, but that's already a planetary, so the Lings should not do much, unless they morph into Banes right now, is possible. Now Medivacs load up, we go boosting over the left. Medivac's going to be moving across. The Lings are going to be moving around. A little bit of creep spread. Going to drop down as well. A few Banelings will get morphed in. Knock those rocks down as well. It's just going to open that up. The Bio getting chased up the top side. The Lings will wrap around. Marine Marauder going to get jumped on. And we load up those Medivacs as the Bio continues to fight. And Extractor falls. The Lings are dropping. 7 drones dead at the moment. Nice little counter from Gumiho after he was taking a lot of damage. He's actually going to get the Hive here. Let's take bombs on some Medivacs though, and what do we actually manage to save? A lot of the Marauders left behind as the Medivacs prioritize escape. We'll see, some of the Medivacs were healthy, but the Medivac with Marines in does go down. Oh my god, Queen on the bottom side got kills as well. Pretty much everything dies off of this drop in the end. Huge moment. 1 Marine, 1 Marauder, 1 Medivac left. Wow, that was a great catch from Shin, having a couple Queens on the bottom side, huge as well. Massive moments as our Marine Marauder again gathers in there. We do see Link's top right, gonna go after Marauder, not quite able to. The Medivac still moving over. They're gonna come back down the right side once again. Ourselves that, did you see his reactor upgrade coming in as well? Here's the energy regen rate of Medivacs. Nice late game upgrade if you already got that fusion core down. You usually get fusion core to get advanced ballistics and lib range, but I don't think Gumiho's in much of a state to build libs. Like, he's closing in on maxing, but he's just about keeping on 4 bases, which is an issue. Have to obviously rebuild that Hive. 3-3 upgrades kicking in from Shin very shortly as well, so going to be able to take a little bit of a benefit from that. Infestor, Banes, Spines, Drones, all continues through the army of Shin. Waddles one way, Waddles the other. The Lane Bane Ultra Ravager joins up, and we do see a bit of Bio going to start fighting. Some of those Lings start to drop down. Banes will connect in. Marauders will drop. Quarter Mine aims and fires. Banes get smashed. This Bioforce is coming through. We got the Lings and the Roaches and the Ravagers on the right side moving through as well. Bit of Bio just going to be pulling back away here. The rest of Bio coming over. Vipers are really coming through to chase a little bit. Water Mine shots trying to aim. We do see the blinding clouds coming down. Orbital Command lifts up into the skies. Big shove through from Shin. Still got the Ultras chasing. This is just an issue of damage taken earlier from Gumiho has meant that he's not being able to afford the tech that he kind of needs for this stage of the game, which is some Liberators or some Ghosts or, well, kind of pick and choose anything that actually deals with Ultras. In the end, he pushes Shin back, but Shin's got money to spend. He's already spending a bunch of it. And obviously with 14 SCVs down, you're in an even worse economical position as Gumiho, whose income is extremely low at this point. Obviously, we'll still have some mules to maybe help him out, but it's definitely not ideal. So, True Cat Mysteries, thank you for the 18-month in a row, 54-month total resub. Subs for the sub card. Thank you so much for the subs. Appreciate the resub. Thank you for supporting us. Our links come through. Marauders getting jumped on SCVs. Just going to try and stand strong. A couple more Marauders coming up. The Spine Crawler coming in from Shin as well. On the top side, of Fungal Growth gets a catch. I'm going to say a couple of those Fungals are nice as well. It aids the Ultras massively. As we drop into the main base, and Gumiho keeps on trying to stay active. Army supply not bad for Gumiho. It's terrified. These Medivacs are going to get blinded. Whatever you call that one. Parasitic bombed. That's it. They're going to get bombed, and obviously a lot of them are low, so it feels like you're guaranteed kills each time you drop one of those abilities right now, which is nice. Ultra goes down on the right side, though. Shin just about maintaining the supply advantage, and it is truly just in the workers. The army supplies are neck and neck, and they've remained that way for a little while at this stage. As the Medivacs come boosting through the left-hand side, boosting out of there. A couple Medivacs in the upper right are going to reposition themselves. We drop down, and we will scan to knock down some creep tumors here as well. So those creep tumors will get picked off. The Lings, the Ultras, the Ravagers come across. The Medivacs have to load once again. Again, the Lingbane Ultra comes through. Trying to fight, trying to play the cleanup for the moment. Sailing Bane Ultra continues to come through. A couple libs setting up. The bio will unload. Just gonna see the Ultra still chasing forward. A couple of Liberators right there. Just gonna have ourselves those Marauders going down. The rest of this army getting grabbed. Umbra's not gonna be able to make the difference. GG's, and Shin is gonna capitalize on this final game, and he is gonna bring this series into his favor in the end. After he was up 2-0. It went all the way over to 2-2, and in the end, Shin was saying, I just wanted you guys to see some more games of StarCraft 2. GG's, and that means that Shin advances into the winner bracket semifinals to play against Clem, and Gumiho drops down to play against Trigger in the lower bracket. So we're going to be going into Gumiho versus Trigger next, I believe. All right, let's get ourselves ready for that, guys. We'll have to run some ads to get us started on this, but we're going to be going to ley lines for map number 1 of this Gumiho versus Trigger PvT. So we're going to do the elimination match first, and then into the winner bracket matchup. Pubsky Fritz, thank you so much for the 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't forget to order the internet points. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. See, when you guys remind me, it's so easy. Now you guys can predict between Trigger and Gumiho as well. Sipship, thank you so much for the 40-month resub on the Prime as well. If you guys are enjoying the stream, we are so close to 700 subs. Consider using your Prime sub on the channel. Or you can subscribe by gifting subs or regularly or anything. Always helps. Allows us to get even more StarCraft 2 out for you guys. This is the Backers Brawl. And obviously the Backers Brawl is sponsored by the guy that just reached out and said, hey, I want to help make a tournament happen. So we did that with him, and this is the result of that. And again, his main message is get out there, support StarCraft at the community level, and we can make even more StarCraft keep on happening. Who else has just left? We've lost another caster. Rex, Indy. Ah, ByuN was casting. Yeah, makes sense. Alright, so yes, awesome. And yeah, we're going to obviously be moving into this elimination match now between Trigger and Gumiho. Very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Alrighty, yeah, let's get this ready to go. Alright, let's get this started up, guys. Sorry, I was just reading something while we took a couple moments. So yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, again, all the usual. Keep on following, keep on liking, keep on subscribing. We appreciate you guys. As we have 2 best of 5s left here today, let's get into Trigger versus Gumiho and start figuring out the first of these best of 5 series. So we will lose one player, the other will actually advance on through to play the second round against MaxPax in the lower bracket. Is pretty brutal, let's be realistic. Yeah, that's pretty tough. So Trigger or Gumiho winner plays MaxPax. Let's get this underway, guys. Let's get into some StarCraft 2 action. So we get into hour 6 of the stream, or hour 7 of the stream, actually. In the bottom left, we have our blue Protoss. This is Trigger. Taking on, in the top right, our red Terran player. We have got Gumiho. Alright, first game of this best of 5. We get set up. We do have ourselves a probe coming across to the upper right side of the map. It's going to get to the top and get underway. Lazary's gonna nibble. Probe taking some damage. Probe coming down, and the next in the cyber getting through. I'm just going to be seeing our factory coming up, the reactor getting into play. Take a few moments here to get settled. Let's have our SCV coming about as well, so just going to bring that over and across, see what will happen. Second racks and factory, so a little bit of bio-aggression here from Gumiho, but nothing overly crazy or anything. Yo, thank you so much, Franz, for the 73-month resub. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you so much for 73 months. 6 years down. On to the 7th. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. As that Marine's going to catch this adept walking through Trigger. Plus, you got to see him play against Clem earlier, and he had a couple of cool moments, but I think Clem just got a little bit too kind of into those games, and I do think Trigger had a little bit of a rough time. Hoping he can show us something here against Gumiho. I think Trigger's been playing some great StarCraft 2 recently, and I really expect him to actually come through and have a pretty good showing in this event, honestly. I was very excited when he qualified. I guess we'll see what happens. Marines head down the bottom. As you see Robo Facility, Warp Gate, Blink coming through. Hellion's going to try and dive as Gumiho pushes the front. The probe goes down trying to get to the third phase. You got 2 Hellions in the main. No battery ready. That's going to be painful. 3 workers go down immediately. Make it 4, make it 5. So 5 workers getting picked off. A couple Stalkers sitting down there. You see 2 more Stalkers just getting warped in immediately now as the Stalkers chase across. The Hellion will go down. And Trigger pulls out the front as 6 workers go down. Not crazy. And then Stalkers gather up. Marine Medevac coming about. Stim coming over. We have ourselves a double medevac now coming down the right. Remember that second barracks came up quickly, which gives you a quick chance to get across the other side. Get down to the bottom. The few Stalkers coming across to apply some pressure, so this drop could be scary. Trigger is not going to see this either because the gateway that was here was obviously in building, so that's rough. Pylon will go down. That depowers the charge. I don't think that pylon's going to repower the Twilight Council either, so that's a little bit of a rough one as that just gets in. Gumiho strikes quick and easy. Pulling over to the sides. A little Chrono boost on the Nexus. We do see some units gathering together from Gumiho right now. Sorry, just accidentally punched my microphone. Other Marines at tank. A couple of medevacs continue to move through. It's going to come through the center of the map. +1 attack, combat shield. A couple of Marauders and barracks coming online. The concussive shells coming as well. The Marines and the tank will step forward. Tanks will fire. Battery gets picked off. Pylon going to get taken out also. Marines will step through. Nexus going to take some damage. A couple of Zealots still going down. And this Nexus is going to continue to take an absolute beating at the moment. This Nexus is getting so low, we're going to have to make a play. Probes have to be pulled. That's how seriously Trigger takes this. We target fire down the center with Guardian Shield. Tank's gone, but 16 probes dead. I mean, this is not really a defense from Trigger. Never mind, it's not defense anyways, because the Nexus dies. I was going to say, if this was a defense from Trigger, it wasn't really a defense as much as it was a sacrifice to keep the base alive, and realistically, this one is going to be out of reach. I mean, that early damage just goes so far. It's only 6 workers, but you're running around silly. It just doesn't feel good. It makes pushes like this so difficult to deal with. You lose your charge upgrade for a little while as well. There's a lot of things that kind of push you into a weird position in this game. Is going to get the Observer too. Nice catch from Gumiho, spotting the Obs and getting that. It's one of the few things you probably still kill in that situation. Beautiful stuff. Gumiho through and through, looking fantastic now in this opening game. and looking to make a bit of a statement in the opening round of the lower bracket. Opens up this ramp, that's a dead immortal as well. I get it, Trigger, you gotta go, you know you're not gonna be in a good position because the third base is dead, so why not try and move across the map? But obviously this just looks horrible. And it is a horrible situation. This is not meant to be like, oh yeah, I'm in a great position kind of scenario, right? Like, you're just not at the end of the day, and everyone sees it, so GG's. Alright, we're going to be heading to game number 2, which will be on Ultra Love in a couple of moments. Got that set up for you guys. And get ready to kick this one off. Ultra Love coming through. Thank you so much, Gullo on the Prime sub as well. Appreciate it. 13 away from 700, guys. 13 away. So that's awesome. Thank you so much. Alright, let me host this up. Gumiho. Cricket game 2. Yo, Mogs, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Chaldrarian, Dhax1, Bobby, Slide Talent, and Nuznod. Thank you so much for gifting out 5 subs. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you so much. 8 away. 13 minus 5 is 8. Amazing. Alright, let's get into this game number 2, guys. Ultra Love coming up for Gumiho versus Trigger. Yeah, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you. Let's get this underway. Awesome, caught up to the live stream. Hell yeah. Welcome to the live stream. It's kind of nice if you're watching on YouTube, I guess. If you join late, you can just start watching the games, and you can just fast forward through the breaks when nothing's happening. Kind of neat, huh? You watch SC2 almost daily, and you've never played it. The last time you played StarCraft was BRAWL? Hell yeah. I mean, StarCraft, I think, is one of the absolute best viewer experience games. At the end, like, because at the end of the day, it just boils down to, I mean, obviously you've played RTS to some extent, so you understand it, right? But, like, it boils down to the blue army fights the red army. But, like, a lot of the moves that get made in StarCraft are very... It's very easy to see cool moves. I think it really shows itself. You don't have to play SC2 to understand what a lot of the cool moves are in SC2, which I think is really great, right? I think there's a lot of people in a similar situation who do a lot more watching of SC2 than they do playing it. I'm the same. I do a lot more watching than playing. Top right is Trigger, down a game in this best of 5. He battles against the Red Terran player Gumiho, who leads the series. And Trigger goes for the proxy gateway across the map. Is it going to be 2? It's going to be 2. So Trigger going to bring a little bit of fire into this series with a proxy 2 gate for the second game of series 7 out of 8 today. Again, it's 8 best of 5s in total. Very exciting. Yo, that's a hell of a donation. El Hicham, thank you so much for the £30 donation. Let me read that properly. I just need a moment to open my dashboard. Thanks for supporting the scene and providing some great games. No worries at all. Thank you so much for watching. I mean, again, shout out to Andrew, who sponsored this tournament. Doesn't have any special shout-outs or anything. Doesn't want to be kind of super well-known or anything. Just shout out to him. He reached out. He sponsored this tournament. He is the reason you guys have great games of StarCraft 2 this weekend, in the form of this event, and clearly a lot of you guys enjoying it, so yeah, like I say, that's what we like to do. We take the generosity of you guys and we turn it into StarCraft content so that we can keep on enjoying more StarCraft. So thank you so much for the support. As always, the subs and the donations, they allow us to do more stuff like this, running events, and more StarCraft together. Gumiho's in a terrible spot. No scout to begin with. Reactor first. It's funny because the reactor first now is going to start helping you, but I don't know where it puts you in terms of, I mean, Stalker showing up. Factory gets a tech lab. I think you're going to be okay. Obviously, you just have to kind of play a little bit defensively here for a while, but I do think we're going to turn out to be kind of alright, no? A couple more Marines jump into the bunker. Marines building on the barracks. The two Zealots and Stalker want to try and step up. Chili McBilly with the 7-month resub on the Prime as well. Thank you so much for priming us up today. There's no better time to use your Prime. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's an Adept, and the Adept is cool because it can shade and provide a lot of high ground vision without units being in range of the bunker. So that's what the Adept is very useful for. It's funny, but I actually think the Reactor First is better than a Reaper here, because the Reaper obviously can scout, but the Reaper doesn't help you too much in this defense, like, unit-wise. Like, it doesn't put a lot of damage out, you know what I mean? And the Reactor First means that you're then accelerating toward production, and the Reactor is done in time where it can't be cancelled by the two Zealots still. So you're still walled off. So I actually think this build order is quite nice for Gumiho, considering what he's playing against. This is obviously more dangerous if you go, like, to a low ground and so, but that obviously doesn't happen. Marines drop off. Medevac moves up. We'll have a couple probes going to get under fire here. Pro's going to drop down. Just going to see our Stalkers pushing about. We all see the Adepts coming down the bottom as well. Marines tanks just going to be coming over. The couple of Zealots and the Adept going to be there. Marines taking damage. The rest of the Marines unloading. Not going to be seeing the tanks sieging up to try and deny these gateways. I think it's fair to say that this definitely hasn't done enough for Trigger early in the game, and it's very scary because right now I'm imagining Gumiho is just going to waltz across this map and have a very, very good time. We're going to knock down both gateways. Trigger has 2 gateways left on the other side. Blink finishing soon, but yeah, this is not it. Units going to press up. A couple of units are taking some shots. And tank sieges, another tank sets up as well. One Stalker goes down, the rest of the Stalkers pulling up a little bit. 20 supply lead, Gumiho up over Trigger right now. We continue to press forward. He's down 8 workers. I mean, if Trigger was able to find a defense, sure. This game might go on for him. His economy is fine. It's the units that are not fine. We blink in. I get it. You don't want the tanks to siege, but with a medevac there, the tank doesn't even die. And Trigger is going to get overrun in his own natural. He gets rid of 1 tank now. There's still Banshee, 2 tanks, a lot of Marines. Obviously, Gumiho is on 1 base. Just don't think that that really matters here, because Trigger's going to be on one base himself very shortly. Nexus goes down, the medevac falls, and Stalker's going to get chased away. We continue to push on through. Another tank will siege up the probes. We'll press in as well. A few other Stalkers going to step up. We're going to see that siege tank going down. Marines are still firing it up. Banshee is going to sit there. GG says Trigger. Gumiho takes a 2-0 lead. Gumiho with the swing around compared to the last series we saw him play where he was 0-2 down. This time he's just going to go boom, straight to the 2-0 advantage. Not messing around at all right there. Let's Gumiho. Going to be kicking this off. Alrighty, we go game 3 then, guys. Going to be Gumiho Trigger. Again, after this, should this come to a close quickly, we do have Clem versus Shin in that winner bracket semi-final, fighting for a spot in the winner bracket final against Hero. That's where we are at. Let's watch this. Let's get this going. Ready to roll. Nice defense early game. Yeah, honestly, the proxy 2 gate just did nothing. Kind of decided the game already, didn't it? Little risk from Trigger does not pay out, unfortunately for him. Unfortunately for him. Well done. Get going. I like that Trigger's open to taking some of these risks and stuff, though. I think there's a lot of benefit to that, you know? The top right-hand side, down 0-2. But yeah, I really was hoping to see some cool games from this event. It's just not really been his day so far. It is Trigger in the top right. I do feel like one of his biggest issues... I mean, one of his issues, realistically, is that... I think consistency just isn't there. Some days he looks great, and other days it's just a little shy from what it needs to be. Well, we saw Gumiho almost come back from 0-2 down last time. Maybe Trigger can do it as well. Gumiho obviously is in the driver's seat of this series, though. Up 2-0. Robot Trigger heads down the bottom left. Necessary nibbling, probe taking some damage. We do just have our Nexus and our Cyber Core coming online. The CC drops into position. Reaper, Orbital coming up, Cyber Core coming through, and away we go. So that probe comes across, Nexus setting up. Our factory will be building from Gumiho and see what is going to happen. So just take a few moments. Like I said, take it easy. We've been casting 6 hours straight right now, so just trying to keep the voice alive for the rest of the day and going into tomorrow as well. We're seeing the Adept and the Reaper, Hellion combo. All of these units fighting each other. Shade up at the higher end. We kill the Reaper, but the Adept goes down as well. The factory will start up a Tech Lab barracks. Got 2 in the back. Reactor on 1, Tech Lab on the other as Gumiho begins to get himself settled here on Frostline for this game 3. And yeah, Blink coming up. Robo Facility on the natural. See the Stalker of Trigger heading down to the bottom left. The Adept trying to shade through. The Hellion just gathering up and hanging around. Excuse me. Hanging around for a few moments. Hellion moves about. Just going to see the Stalker coming through. Stalkers get there. Lane goes down. Prism and Blink coming on through. Our Stalker's obviously going to get that ability to pressure a little bit onto the map now. Going to Blink down the bottom left. That Marine pulls over to the side. Stalkers going to take those hits. And the Cyclone comes about. Stimpack tank, Marines going through, Starport, and a couple SCVs getting settled. Our Nexus and our Observer get ready to go as well. So let's jump into the main base. Reactor going to get taken out. A couple of the Marines coming through. The Tech Lab taking damage. Stalker's obviously in a nice position in this main and just kind of picking away at the Tech Labs already in the Reactor. Slows down a lot of what you can do from here. Slows down the production. This barracks has to lift off soon. You don't actually want to lose it, right? It's burning. It is dying. Blinking down. It is being repaired. It's going to be kept alive. Man, kind of a little bit scarily close to being lost. Stalkers come back the other way. Tank fires. We step back. Cyclone going to get through. A couple of probes will be going down as well. So some damage being done. Probes going down. The Stalker's chasing. Marauder goes down as well. Siege tank taking quite a few shots. The Marines coming across. That Observer's dead. They'll catch from Gumiho at the end. I mean, still good play from Trigger, because he does deny the add-ons in this main base. Gumiho going to 5 racks on the 2 base right now. No third base in sight. Might make this a commitment to the 2 base, so that could be a factor here. We'll see what kind of comes of that. And if he does just sort of full send this, the Marines on the right side are going to be met by a Zealot Warping charge done soon, but not just yet, so we still got to wait for that a few moments. The Marines come across. The Stalker's actually blinking after that medevac, and we'll be trying to get a catch on it. +1 attack coming through, the Colossus in production, the army of Trigger back to the center. It's medevac on the bottom right-hand side, setting up as well. Marines will just begin to unload onto the bottom right. We will see the Stalkers are going to get across here as well. We'll see the Stalkers going to get a Marine. A couple of tank shots going to be decent. That's the 3rd CC from Gumiho, so yeah, focus on the barracks first, but we'll get to the 3rd base at the end of the day. 8 minutes in here on Frostline as the Prism moves back out from the natural. The Robo Facility still Corona boosting along. And just try and see ourselves where we're getting to. Getting close to an extended thermal lance coming about. Our Stalkers are going to gather in the middle, and the Prism still coming across the top, heading to the far left-hand side as it's going to be necessary because Gumiho would expect to be moving out and make some pushes also, or some moves at some point soon. Prism loads up, a few Zealots are coming over, Bioforce gathering, the CC is going to go land on the 3rd base location. Stalkers move back into position, CC gets jumped on, forced into the main. Big Bioforce, SCV's pulled. Not really a surprise. It's important for Trigger that he figures out that this is the deal. He's got Force Fields to buy time. He's got Colossus to kind of kite with. How does he want to do it? Engaging in. Should Force Field, no. Obviously Guardian Shield, he's got only 1 Force Field available. The Stalkers are coming back from the other side. I mean, now we're just going to have to send it. The tanks are going to start firing. We blink in. We're trying to aim for those tanks. Let the Zealots do some of the tanking work. Colossus are getting target fired, but we can lift them up in the prism and micro them nicely too. They pulled back. That wasn't quite enough for Trigger here so far, as Gumiho's 71 to 30 army supply. I mean, we still have 2 Colossus, so I will kind of believe until then. But the Robo Facility goes down. That Colossus getting chased into the corner. Can be saved as well. Gumiho continues to press up here on Frostline. And, yeah, I mean, just pushing in here. Looking for the 3-0. We can keep this going. Prism keeps on micro. And here comes some Zealots. We're actually going to lift up the Marines and Marauders. That gives the Zealots a chance to get on top of some of the siege tanks, perhaps. Trigger still with that Colossus moving around. A couple tanks going to be in the back there. And Gumiho just continues to press up. There goes a Nexus. The Zealot's still charging through. And the Colossus continues to lift up, drop down. Marines are going to be taking picks. This one Colossus has done so much. Obviously, Nexus has just fallen here as now a couple Vikings show up as well. Don't think we've really got much else that we can do. Battery healing. Keeping stuff alive here. A few Stalkers warp in. See a couple Archons are going to show up, and the Zealots as well going to come around. The Colossus getting chased. It will go down. But hey, we forced the units to lift up into the Medivacs at least. Well, Trigger is actually only 20 army supply now, behind now, which is better than what he was at. Stalkers warping in, going to get underneath the Medivacs. An empty one will die. Okay, we are defending. He's actually going to live. Man, that Colossus did so much work. He's actually got Gumiho to turn around and go home. He's actually made Gumiho go home. Gumiho down 20 workers here. Army supply only up by 10. My goodness, Zealots will get chased for a few moments. Archons and Stalkers into the center. Push through. Just going to see the rest of the behind. You can't really fight right now as Trigger. I don't really feel like there's a need to fight. He has a base over here, so after losing the natural, he still has a 4th base. So he's still essentially up a base in the game. And the SCVs are pulling as Gumiho just thinks it's time to go for round 2, which I don't really disagree with. It's hard to say no to that based on what we've just witnessed. Bio SCVs all coming over. The Stalker's going to go shoot at some of the Marine Marauder. Stalker's still pulling back. Army, I think, wants to come in from 2 sides. Stalker's just trying to make some picks. We use a force field to buy some time as well. Liberators just going to siege. Liberators are annoying at this point. There's a lot of Zealots, mind. Public Guardian Shield already. Do we want to go for it right now? There we go. Just going to start coming through. Stalkers should blink for the Liberators. I think they're one of the most important things to get rid of here. The Zealots are going to do their thing. Guardian Shield pops up in the background. A couple of Archons are going to get busy, and Trigger is going to get the defense. Oh, that's freaking crazy. What a defense that was. Like he was dead. This Colossus has 27 kills when just before it goes down. Like, even right here, it looks kind of bad. Considering this Colossus is like the last line of defense right now. These couple of Archons showing up. Stalkers warping in. Medivacs are out of energy, is worth noting. So there's not a lot of healing to be done on the Terran army. And that's absolutely bonkers. This Colossus is going to go down at like 30 kills or something. Would it be nice to show how 17 SCVs went down? They got pulled into the army, no? It was just the SCV pull. I know I'm usually a bad observer, but I'm pretty sure all of the SCVs that died were just in the SCV pull. Channel point still alive? Hell yeah. I'm gonna go to Amygdala for this next map, guys. Kick this off. Gumiho lingered in the natural too long instead of taking out the 3rd. Yeah, I think the Colossus obviously did a lot as well. Dictated a lot of where he could go to and all the rest. Well, Trigger keeps it alive. Oh, guys, I've got a needy puppy here. She needs some attention, don't you? Okay. Gonna play catch, Joey. Ready? Gonna play catch. She doesn't like it when I'm sat on the computer. Never wants to play. Come on, get ready. I'll throw for you. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's go. Game number 4 is to keep this one on the go. Keep this series alive. Go Trigger for giving us another match. I thought this was going to be a 3-0 right there. I mean, I was like, god damn it, another 3-0. Some good games, though. Keeps it exciting. You have that same ball toy, yeah. She loves it. She picked it out for herself at the store. She absolutely loves it. She's a big fan of it. It's been one of her favorites. Woody's dog is the most depressed dog I've seen. The poor dog isn't happy. She absolutely loves her life. She has a severe case of stage fright, and anytime when she comes in here, she looks at me and she's like, she doesn't really like it because I'm like talking to people, and I imagine I'm talking differently to how I usually talk, so I think she's just very confused. And then she never wants to play because, well, she wants me to come outside and play, and if I went outside and played now, she'd look completely different. It's crazy. Crazy. Hello, picked up SCT yesterday? Hell yeah, welcome to the SC2. It's a great game. Great choice. Hope your journey is going well so far. Do I have a wife/girlfriend? I have neither. I have a fiance. Thought you covered all bases, huh? No, we're in the middle of the wife-girlfriend stage. Action gate coming up, SCV and probe coming through. As we get ready to rumble, Cybercore coming over. And we get ourselves settled into this game 4. Obviously the proxy barracks can get a Reaper going early. Concerned Doge, dog point of view. Dad goes into a room, talks to a screen, do not know how to proceed. Yeah, she just doesn't get it. To be fair, I probably talk extremely differently when I'm casting versus, and then I start shouting and stuff, and she's probably like, doesn't really get it either, you know? Is Trigger still in South Korea? Yeah, I believe so. They played this in the Korean server, so I would guess that is the case. Because yeah, Reaper is going to be successful for at least one worker kill. The Stalker will be there for the Reaper denial at least. But we get 2 probes, so not a bad start off the proxied barracks. Maybe a second Reaper. This one is looking to head home and go clean up that probe, which is locked into the Terran space, scouting everything, as the factory goes directly to a tech lab, and the command center goes on the high ground as well. It's weird watching this live because I watch the VODs at 1.5 speed. Damn. As the probe will die to the Reaper. That's, yeah. I don't know how to advise you on that one. Don't know how to advise you on that one. Yeah, just take a break for a couple hours, come back, and then watch. I guess. Battery coming through, a couple of barracks coming up from Gumiho. The command center will finish in the main base, which allows them to get down to the natural. That will be our setup point. And a robo facility coming in on the natural. We do see the Reaper and a Cyclone moving down the bottom. There's a warp gate upgrade about to finish. And charge is going to be our choice. So a little bit different here from Trigger, going charge rather than blink. So a bit of an aggressive opening because charge finishes quickly, can set you up to be very aggressive. To me, when you go charge, you're quite committed to trying to get something done a lot of the time. So I guess we'll see what happens. Reaper and the Cyclone just going to pull back. The extra gates coming through. The Prism and the Charge continuing in. Yeah, there's a lot of gates, so 100% committing to the more aggressive side of this build order is Trigger, as we'll get the units popping in a couple of moments. So we get those extra gates coming through, the battery is coming up. Lazar's just going to jump into that prism, and we are going to head to the upper right-hand side. Just Impact Marines, Siege Tank, all coming up as well. Just going to be getting that prism to go right up to the top. Across we go. And yeah, we are going to begin to make a move. Cyclone gets a good lock on, and that prism already gets pushed back. Couple Stalkers, plus the Zealots are going to get rid of the Cyclone. Nice start. It's funny because Siege Tanks are not the best here. Siege Tanks are kind of crap against Charge Lots, but Gumiho pulls up to defend only the high ground, honestly. With like 3 to 5 Marines, I think we could just drop some Zealots on top of those tanks already, no? Dark Shrine, the next step from Trigger, starts that in production as he just pushes the natural away. We relocate the orbital, we bring that back down, the prism gets ready to go into what, the main base perhaps? Obviously now I think there's a few more units. I'm not sure Trigger's just going to win off of warping in Zealots and fighting, but maybe with the DTs coming up, there'll be some opportunity. He'll try and do some damage already because obviously you've got the prism to minimize losses. But Gumiho is well on top of the defense. Obviously we're still not mining off the natural. That's only going to start now, so that is a delay that Trigger has caused. The DTs also aren't just DTs. It also gives you access to Archons, and Archon's obviously a very good unit at this point in the game. Until Ghosts are out, Archons are just so freaking tanky. I hate it if Gumiho pushes out on the map. No medevacs. I mean, he's 4 racks. No reactor on the starport. Sees it coming, so you can just set that up. I just don't get it what Gumiho's trying to do. I mean, obviously seeing it ahead of time is nice because you can start committing already. 3 of the tanks don't even siege. The Zealots do their thing. Force field drops into place. No medevac to micro. What do we do? Why are we on the map, Gumiho? What are we doing? Why are we moving on the map in that scenario? That is absolutely bonkers. He left so many Marines at home initially as well. Like, all of these Marines were left behind. And maybe it would have timed out well if he starts to siege and Trigger doesn't jump on it, then it doesn't matter. It just seems so risky, as you can see. That is a choice. That is a choice. I think if you can get set up, maybe it's okay, but I understand, like, you keep Marines at home to deflect the prism, and then you bring them later, but, like, it's super risky, right? It's super risky, and he got punished for the risk. I think there's a way it can work, and sometimes you don't get punished. But in this case, he lost the flip of the risk, you know? Pull the SCVs at that point. Yeah. I don't think he should feel like it's over either. Like, you got pushed back on your natural. Like, you didn't lose anything. Your opponent committed to a Zealot attack. Like, in theory, you're fine to play on from a slightly delayed mining on the natural, you know? Bonkers. He's supply blocked for a while. Yeah, he only had 1 medevac build in anyway, which was supply blocked, I believe. And then obviously no reactor there. Kind of sucks. Alright guys, give it about 30 seconds or so. I'm going to kick off into this next game. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Playing some games with us. It's been a fun one. The back is Brawl Day 1. Tomorrow, Day 2. Championship Sunday. And then WardiTV Mondays on Monday. WardiTV February continues next week. Tuesday and Wednesday, I think. Are we not streaming Thursday? I don't know what's going on Thursday. Yeah, we've got a lot happening. We've got a lot happening. Yo, Mason Jar, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. The second time calling out your name today, no? Subbed up earlier, I believe. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. Thank you so much. Let's kick off into this game number 5. Oh, You know, I'm a little bit perplexed by the decision, but maybe getting lost is the fact we are going to a Game 5 now between Gumiho and Trigger. Winner of this plays MaxPax in the lower bracket tomorrow. Let's kick this off in the bottom right-hand side. We are going to have ourselves the blue Protoss. Bringing it back from 0-2 down to tie it up 2-2. This is Trigger. In the top left, our red Terran is going to be Gumiho. Thank you for the generosity today, guys. Donations, bits, some subs. It's been a good one. Appreciate you all. Still got one best of 5 coming up after this. I'll drop a gateway down and probe pulls over the sides. STV comes across, probe will get chased around a little. And we just push that over for a few moments in these early stages. So far, so good. Reaper pops and the probe will take a few shots and it will fall down, so the probe gets denied in the factory. In production now from Gumiho as well, commencing to coming up on this main base, as we do have our Reaper coming over and is going to spot this forward gateway that Trigger has set up. So a gateway being chrono boosted, adept on the way. This time it's just going to be the one gate, the MaxPax. This is actually making a bit of a return. A couple people have been doing this recently. And yeah, we're going to throw that single gate on the map, expand back at home, and put some pressure on while you basically just expand in tech as usual. Yo, Snoop088, thank you so much. 14-month resub as well. Thanks for supporting. Reaper chasing the Zealot, the Adept gonna fight back the other side. The Nexus is building on the natural. The Reaper hops up. Reaper dies as well, actually, so that's a little bit complacent from Gumiho. Letting that go down is pretty rough. It just makes it a little bit tougher to continue through as, yeah, we're just going to slow Gumiho down from taking the natural. Then back at home, Trigger just moves into the Twilight Council, a couple more probes on the way. Looking cozy. There is going to be that Hellion, though, that gets past, and that's scary because there's nothing at home. So we're going to have to shade the Adept back, and yeah, Hellion slipping by is actually pretty annoying for Trigger. He'll try and get a Marine or so, but that's going to be much more frustrating without the Adept here to add damage and to shade, to provide vision and so on as well. As that Hellion, there's batteries so we can buy ourselves some time, but like I say, we really need this Adept just to come in and actually play defense. Shouldn't lose anything but mining time from transferring the probes from natural to main. Good scout as well though on the Hellion, because now you get to see everything and you're still running around, and obviously these Hellions, or probes on the low ground, sorry, are not necessarily defended by anything. We will clean it up though. Hellion goes down. Two Stalkers in the Zealot gonna poke and again try and delay the natural of Gumiho where possible here. Step up. So we have an hour. Zealot, couple Stalkers firing away. Green's coming about. Pylon going to take some damage. We will fire some shots. We are going to see gates. Robot facility coming up. Battery coming through. The probes and the Stalker continue over. Just gonna see the Widow Mine goes off on just a single probe, which is a bit of a shame, maybe. A little bit of a less. It feels like you could just get more from that, right? As the Stalkers get damage on the medevac, but the medevac is away and keeping a few units alive as we take that over to the corner. Nice. Again, medevac, tank, and marines all coming through. The Simpack is coming up. Units of trigger head toward the upper left-hand side as well. And we'll just see that blink continue to come about. Observer goes through also. One adept shades into the natural. Tank is going to siege up. Well, Stalkers gather. Again, Warp Gate setting up. The Nexus coming through. We'll just be seeing our units gathering around. A few Marines unload from the medevac. Going to get that. Just going to be picking away at this pylon, so that pylon going to be going down. At the same time, Trigger on the other side gets rid of the siege tank. Is going to be on the natural. Opportunity for him, but not ideal if you lose the third base. This is going to get defended eventually. The Stalker's doing a good job of finding value, but like I say, I feel like losing your third is going to be rough. As medevac gets away, the Stalker's missed that. Still trading over here. He's killed a lot of Marines. Trigger resources lost 500 in his favor. So like I say, a fantastic job so far. Cancel the Nexus though. I feel like canceling the third is so rough. These Stalkers were defending the main from a medevac that got away anyway. You know, imagine that medevac goes down. At least that's something. Now we lose some Stalkers and trying to defend this, and you cancel the base as well. Plus one charge going through. The Immortal coming up. Stalkers blink over. Medevac loads up and peels away. The other Stalkers coming back across. Yo, Zero Ammo, thank you so much for the 40-month resub on the Prime. He's going to step down. Dark Shrine coming up. The extra gates coming in. Let's see the bio pushing away at the Stalkers at the top side. A few Marines are going to step over. So off forward. Just see the few Stalkers are firing. A couple of tanks are going to come up. Marines is going to fire, Stalker's going to take shots. I mean, Trigger supply blocked here after these Marines continue to chase into the natural. He's going to get some workers as well. Gumiho continue to just push on through and seeing success at the moment as we have a few more probes going down. Zealots trying to get forward. Stalker's coming across, going to blink, and the medevac survives. God damn it. Kill the medevac, maybe you catch a break, but down 8 workers, 10 workers. You just got to go as Trigger. Pull the trigger. DTs to maybe help out a little bit. Plus 1 attack will be done, so you're even on upgrades. You just got to send it, I think, right now. Prism drops in. A couple of DTs going to drop down. Let's see if he's getting picked off. Marine Marauder medevac coming over as well. Just camping out in the main base. Stalker's going to push. I mean, for me, Trigger had to kind of go. slowing down. Moments like this does not feel as though it's progressing his position in the game at all. It just feels like Gumiho gets stronger while Trigger sits on a weak economy. Not a good army supply. An armor upgrade will finish sooner for him than the opponents. See the Archer comes in, plus the 2 Zealots. I understand the need to go slow or feeling like you can't go. And I get it, like your opponent's also camping 2 bases. I think that's just the problem of you took damage and now you need to find a way back into it, but your opponent's playing safely. He's not giving you the pathway back in, and that's forever going to be a little bit of an issue if you're in a situation like that, right? So yeah, it's tough because, like I say, like attacking dead into 2 bases is probably a terrible idea, but then if Trigger just sits back, it gets worse from over time. Forced into a lose-lose situation already as the Marauders come across. The Prism pulls to the right side. The Marauders still stepping by as well. As Marines trying to maneuver is... That's a massive army. 20 army supply in the lead. It is going to look big. It is going to be scary, especially against a Protoss who is kind of playing just gateway units. If you play the gateway style, then obviously you're typically going to want to play, like, you know, outmass your opponent. Trigger ain't outmassing anything in this situation as the bio gets through the Zealots. The tanks are doing huge damage. There's 1 Immortal left in terms of tech units, which isn't really going to do it either. As we just see, the tanks will siege up. We'll get ready to keep on pushing around. A few more Zealots going down as well. The Immortal gets picked off. Battery taking shots. Battery going to get energy overcharged again. And we'll see our Bioforce continuing to come through for a couple of moments. Still hitting toward this Nexus, the battery, and everything else. Prism pulls back the other direction. Stalkers gather in. We've seen our Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The Widowmine is coming up as well. All of our units gathering forward. The Prism wants to go towards the upper side. I mean, nice that Trigger's trying to make something happen, but again, we are fighting a game that I think, unfortunately, has lost this Game 5. Surprised we got to Game 5, because I think Trigger looked really lost in the first 2 games as well, but he brought it back. He did what he had to do. Crazy hold in Game 3 as well. Unfortunately, it's just going to fall a little bit short at the end of it all. Swiping dice, Immortal gonna fire. Yeah, I mean, harassing the main base is actually pretty good for Trigger, but he's got to deal with the fact he's a 2-base Protoss being sieged up by a terrifying Terran army that's pre-split up in front. It's gonna be tough. I mean, there's missile turrets, there's scan for days, there's 1 full energy orbital, so there really is just scans for days. And that's gonna make it very tough to break through as well. A couple of DTs here will step in and probably get insta-scanned after killing a Marauder, if even that. Yeah. Supplies overall actually kind of close. Gumiho's down to 23 workers. Can Trigger find another miraculous defense after what we saw earlier as well? Charging Chill pops up. Zealot's going to charge forward. Colossus. Honestly, have a better shot at this than I thought. They're both so low in the end. Yeah, if you're going to win this, I guess the Colossus need to stay alive for a whole lot longer. GG's. Good try. Honestly, good try, because he was pretty darn dead, and he made this game look as though... He made us question whether the game was actually going to be over. But Gumiho gets it. Gumiho wins out. Congrats to Gumiho. And that sets us up for 1 final series today. So again, Gumiho moves on to play MaxPax tomorrow. And we are going to be heading into Clem versus Shin for our final matchup of the day. So this final best will be coming through in a few moments, guys. I got hosted. I'll get ready to go. My voice is actually going. Oh, great. Ba-da-da-dum. Do your stretches, guys. Been watching StarCraft for 6, nearly 7 hours. Do. Alright guys, we're just going to give it 20-25 more seconds just for the ads to roll over. We're going to get into our final series of the day, which is going to be Clem versus Shin. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Do. Alright, let's send it. Clem Shin, TVZ, best of 5. One last match of the day, guys. Like I said, it's been a bit of a grind. 8 best of 5s. In good games, though, actually. I think Hero Solo was maybe the weakest series of the day. I actually think we started off a little bit rough. Like, the first couple matchups were a little one-sided, even the games themselves. But it got better as the day went on. So probably the best way to do it is always sad, of course, when, like, the games are one-sided towards the end, right? You build up all the viewership, and then it's, like, a little bit sad, but... Yeah, one more best of 5 today. As in at the top left-hand corner, we're going to have the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. As we have got in the bottom right, our red Zerg, Shin. Just a little note as well, that when we wrap up this series, when the series ends, we're going to do a pretty quick jump. I'm going to be turning the YouTube stream off pretty much straight away. And we're going to be doing a very quick jump into a trailer that we're going to be watching that is a Twitch bounty. Twitch bounties pay us out based on our viewership. So the idea is we're going to go pretty much as soon as the series ends straight into watching this trailer together, talking about it. It's going to be for 2 to 3 minutes. I appreciate a lot of you guys usually leave as soon as the last game ends. If you guys can stick around for 2 to 3 minutes, it gives more money to StarCraft 2. So we're going to be doing that when this series ends. We'll go right into it. I would have done it between matches at some point today, but I kind of suddenly realized I'm live on YouTube as well, and I don't know if it's like going to get copyrighted or something on YouTube. So TLDR, if you're watching on Twitch when the series ends, keep watching for like 2 or 3 more minutes if you would usually turn the stream off straight away. And then after we do this small, it's literally a 3-minute sponsorship segment. Once we've done that, I'll do a little bit of an outro on the day and say goodbye properly. Like I say on YouTube, you guys will just be getting turned off pretty much as soon as this series ends. So thanks for watching today. We appreciate you guys. Just giving you all a heads up because, like I say, I want to make a quick transition and capitalize on as much viewership as possible. Another 3-0 series? Surely not. We didn't even have that many in the end. 1, 2, 3. Even if this one's a 3-0, it's only half the day. It's not bad. We had we have had 3 3-2s. Shin Gumiho, Solo ByuN, Trigger Gumiho. They've been great. Honestly, today's been a good day. I feel like when you've got 8 best of 5s as well, having a few 3-0s and making the day not be like 10 hours long is also not a bad thing. I love StarCraft 2 as well, but this is already long without every series going the distance, you know. Factory, CC, Reactor, all coming up. The SCV heading to the upper left-hand side. The Reaper coming through. Gonna get a Zergling kill already. Sorry, it was a drone on this other side. My apologies, getting distracted already at the start of this series. Good job, Wardy. Have one job. Pay attention. I didn't even manage that. Well, the Reaper gets a drone. That's actually a very nice start as we'll turn around and bounce away. And yeah, third hatchery did get down though from Shin. Clem not able to block that here. Playing Whispers of Gold for this opening game. 3-0 series suck. If you don't like good long series, you're losing passion. Is it crazy that when my voice is already dying after 7 hours of straight casting that I'm okay with not every series being a 3-2? So we didn't cast 10 hours? Maybe you're right. Maybe the passion is gone. That's it, guys. We're doomed. Passion's dead. Wardy hates SC2. I just know for a fact that if, say for example, we were currently on our 5th best of 5 instead of our 8th, by the time we got to Series 7 and 8, the casting would suck by then anyway. So it's better to have a really good 8-hour show than a okay and then crap 10-hour show, you know? But no, I think you're right. I think the passion's dead. I'm making up excuses. It's over. GG's, guys. Joke's on you. I'm going to take all your sub money and run. Think I'm going to put on any more tournaments? No. I'm going to run away with it all. I am a thousandaire. Like a millionaire, but you actually only stole thousands of dollars, so, you know, a little on the smaller side. Pandemic era Wardy would cast 8 hours of SCT every day. Yeah, well, I was younger. I was younger. I didn't have anything else to do. I didn't have a family, you know, to go and hang out with after streams. Like, my life was kind of SCT, so it was very unhealthy, man. I had passion, yeah, that's all it is. It was passion. There was a lot of days where we did like long ass streams, 17 hours, 18 hours. We casted long days in pandemic as well. You're not wrong. It's also very easy to cast very long days when you're hitting 2-3 times your usual viewership, and ad revenue is through the roof, and you're just making a lot of money, more than usual as well. It's like working overtime, right? Like sometimes working overtime is good if the benefits are there, you know. But you're right, guys. It was not about the money. It was pure passion. You're not wrong. Banshee comes in. A couple of drones are going to take some shots. 2 drones go down already. Banshee just comes back the other direction. The good old SET rug pull. Yeah, guys. That's it. Yeah, you know, it's not obvious because it's not disguised as crypto. My crypto is you've bought into StarCraft 2 tournaments, and I'm just going to pull them out from under you and take the $1,000 that we have towards the next one. I'm out of here. 10 years full time this year, by the way. That's what, about $100 a year we've gotten out of it? Nice. Nailed it. Paladin's a man she's going to kill? No, it's a cancel on that base. It's actually pretty neat. It's normal to like money more than the source of income itself. I mean, I love StarCraft. It's just doing anything for 10 plus hours a day is going to get tiring at some point, no? What could... Okay, question Twitch chat. What could you guys do for 10 plus hours a day every day that you think you would never get a little bit jaded / just continue to do forever? My mom. Nice. You... Yep, cool. GG's. Yeah, walked into that one. Yeah. You know what the other thing is with the longer streams, though? The longer streams, you also had different tournaments. Like, it's one thing to cast one tournament for, like, 6 hours and another for 6 hours, but, like, casting the same tournament for, like, 12 hours is actually a big difference, too, I think. Nowadays, we don't really get 2 tournaments in one day, you know? Queen's gonna fire, Marine's gonna get a cancel on this base again. I mean, Shin's gonna send a Roach Ravager. Actually, Roach Ravager bait attack, maybe, but he's getting Hive as well. Loses the 4th base a 2nd time makes me think he's just gonna send it, even though he's teching up. Let's see what he wants to do here. Could play a variety of video games and not get bored. So you could do something slightly different each day. That's what there you go, you know? But that's what I mean. That's why I think it was very fun casting long days, when it's like we start off with a WardiTV tournament in the day, and then it was a different format or different players in the evening and stuff. I don't know why, but that always made such a difference. You see how Banshee's gonna get hit, push back over the other side. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers coming through. Most people sit at home 10 plus hours every day and don't get bored. Yeah, but do they sit at home and do the exact same thing all day? I don't think that's true. Wardy's obsessed with OnlyFans. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed. I am playing a very reasonable amount. The late night streams are just... It's not even like I'm staying up late to stream. I'm just streaming when I would usually just be sat chilling playing games anyway, you know? Just I'm streaming it because it's a streamer guild. Clem is just going to win this because he killed the fourth phase a couple times. It's been a great cast of this game, guys. You know, you've really inspired me to talk about this game. Is this what it is? And now we're all going to complain about we're not talking about the game? Ooh, a few more Banes. We might have actually had some good kills there. Tanks starting to show up. They're so far back, the tanks, and Clem just has not needed them to convincingly start out in this fight. And a couple of Banshees here are still putting in work. Man, Clem is lost so little in the grand scheme of things in this game. And like I say, has just had success after success, cancelling the bases. GG says Shin. And Clem takes game number 1. So TLDR in game 1, Wardy has lost his passion. I'm really glad we could hammer that one out and figure this one out together, guys. Good job. Good talk. Good chat. Passion is gone. Too much of anything is a bad thing. We streamed so much back then, by the way, like... When was COVID? 2020? Like between... So in April of 2020, we streamed for... In April of 2020, we streamed for 9 days. 9 days out of 30. We legitimately spent 30% of the entire month live on Twitch. That's actually not that crazy, is it? 30% of the month? 9 days over 30 days. 9 days of stream time. So that's 9 times 24 over 30 days. That's only 7 hours a day on average. That's not even that crazy. People out here doing subathons and shit do more than this. You're right, guys. I'm a scam. Even when I had passion, I wasn't that passionate. How many days did I stream last year on the Twitch recap? Oh, I don't even know. Last year was my worst year of streaming ever. As yo, SE, thank you so much for the 11-month resub on the Prime. Here, have some passion. Thank you. When subathon? I was thinking of doing a subathon-esque thing. Kind of, maybe not like exactly a subathon, but something similar during the 10-year full-time... Doing the 10-year full-time... This year, in June, I've been full-time StarCraft 2 for 10 years. So I was thinking of doing something like that. For that, as like a special week of stream. Maybe like 12 hours a day or something for a week. Something like that. I think it'd be fun. We could watch, I was thinking we could watch like a load of old videos together in downtime and like just do like a lot of like enjoying of like old StarCraft and like memories and stuff. Run a big tournament as well. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be really fun. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking of that. Game number 2. Do you guys want to see some passion? Okay, guys, here's the deal. This is the best deal I've got. We are at 697 subs. For 3 subscribers, I will give you the most passionate cast of StarCraft 2 you've ever heard. Like, I'll go full Hearthstone being an idiot mode, you know? As we get into game 2 on Frostline. Top right, I Blue Terran Clem. Bottom left, I Red Zerg Shin. Game 2 of this best of 5. You can't force passion. You think? I don't know if that's true. Like, we already discussed this though. Money is the passion. So I'm saying literally, if you give me money, I'll have the passion, right? Like, it's literal fuel to the fire. We figured this out in game 1. We figured this out in game 1 anyway. The passion's a lie. It's just all about the money. It's all about the money, money. Rough opening game from Shin. Too much damage taken early. Spirals a little bit heavily. Now we have ourselves a game 2 setting up. That's Clem as the SCV patrolling. He uses this a lot of the time to try and block the third base. Kind of gets to force which third base he wants the Zerg to take. If he wants him to take this one, he'll obviously block this one. But he's actually not doing that much today. He's actually just sending the SCV back. I wonder if it's just because Shin knows that Clem has been doing this a lot with the SCV, and so he just doesn't try to take the expand super quickly. Instead, he'll just delay the expand taken. Because Clem has been doing that a lot lately, and if I'm picking up on it while casting, I'm sure Shin picks up on it playing against him as Clem tries to stay in reach to get the creep tumor, but I don't think that's actually going to happen. GG's. Hey, what's up, Valkasha76? Oh no, the Reaper just dies walking across the Queen. That's silly. Thank you so much. That's the second game where he loses his Reaper early, by the way. That's wild. Valkasha76, I'll stop interrupting your shout-out to make a point. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so second game where Clem kind of loses the Reaper unnecessarily. Let's just have ourselves a couple of SCVs pulling about. The mule drops onto the natural as well, so we get that settled in. 2 Hellions settle up on the ramp as well. And we get this up and going. So yeah, Hellion comes across, link speed about to complete, a few more lings and drones coming through. The Queens will be finishing up very shortly. Queen's just going to get there, the Hellion gets turned around. And again, concussive shells coming online, Hellions building, Marauder on the way through, plus a medevac. Get all of that building right now as we come around the left-hand side. I'm just going to set up onto the third hatch. The Queen step across. The Overlord is just going to be chilling. And yeah, Marauder, Hellion, aggressive attack from Clem. Concussive shells pretty committed. Obviously this turns into an armory and we get into the Hellbats as well. That is the plan right now. Away we go. One more Zergling. Take that out nice and quick. And does Shin have what he needs to deal with the Hellbat? I mean, Hellbat Marauder is one of the most committed Hellbat attacks because you build the Marauders. They're very expensive at this stage of the game. So you get a couple of Marauders out here. You concussive shell up the Queens. Definitely some damage that can be done as that armory. Coming in from Clem, getting that settled. Hellions are coming across too. I say we are ready to go. I'm terrified for Shin. The man has 12 lings. Like, not even a good amount of lings right now as the Marauders want to try and catch a Queen early. Doesn't get the catch. Skips a few Hellbats as Hellions, or Hellions as Hellions instead of moving them to Hellbats, but he just morphs them now instead. Let's see. Smoke-Crawler comes into position. Clem's going to have to pull the medevac back. That loses you the healing potential. What's great about this right now is that the Marauders slow the Queens, which actually lets the Hellbats catch up to the Queens rather than letting the Queens kite forever. There goes the medevac, so no more healing available. A few more lings streaming into their death. Again, this is one of the more committed Hellbat attacks, so you really want to get a fair amount out of it. He's going to get, I think, every single Queen. So that last Queen go down. We'll try and step into it. No. Resources lost is favorable to Clem. A couple more Hellbats set up here. Liberator's going to show up. Oh, we don't have much anti-air. It's going to be a frustration. Actually has a couple Queens already, so not so bad. We kill a lot more lings there as well. Spore Crawler's ready, so the Liberator will not do much. Good follow-up from Shin at the very least. Being able to kind of continue to deflect this and not let this go too much further is a pretty big deal. Liberator comes out around the top. The Zerglings go down through the center. The Hellions will settle down as well. 1-1 upgrades, stim pack coming online. We do have the barracks dropping down onto the reactor factory. Going to go build a reactor up as well. So you build that across, drop the third CC onto position here, into the center. 4th base top left, hatchery coming through. Liberator gets pushed back. The Marines coming across. One upgrades. The combat shield continue to come about. We do have Medivacs and Marines still building. One more missile upgrades. Roach speed continuing to build. So Shin going to go back to the Roaches. I'm just trying to assess where we're at all said and done. Like, Shin lost a little bit more resources, but like I say, fairly committed from Clem. Third base coming up. I think it's honestly kind of a fine game on either side. Liberator gets up through the middle of the map, so just going to get into the center here for a few moments, and it's been very unsuccessful. It's very rare Clem Liberator does so little, but Shin actually dealt with this very well. He's actually going to join this up with the army, I guess, and we're going to go with 2 libs together. That's funny, 2 libs, and neither of them have any kills. I'm going to use these to help set up a position, but it will eat up some corrosive bars. I'd like it more if there was tanks behind this, but there's Widow Mines from Clem. He sees the Roach army. To be fair, if I'm Clem right now, I'm like, oh crap, move that factory to a tech lab. Yeah, because he thought it was going to be Ling focused because it was only Lings defensively against the Hellbat attack, but that was just Shin being unprepared. He wants to play Roaches in the end. He's now turning this into a 66 drone, 1-1 Roach Ravager timing. Well, first Widow Mine shot will hit a few Roaches. We have Stim already. That's massive. Corrosive Bile does not get to the Liberators. Would love to see those split a little bit so they're not going to get biled together. SCV's going down as they pull in here. A little bit of busyness on the natural is what the distraction was that caught Clem a bit off guard. We didn't bile down the Liberator properly, so the Liberator lives. That's a huge mistake from Shin. But that Lib should not really have survived there. We're walking into Lib range again. You're not going to win a game trading like that against Clem. As reinforcements are going to take a little while to show up as Clem is chasing the Ravagers. Expensive units are falling. We did get rid of one of the Liberators, by the way, so that's big. 2 tanks now building at a time. Corrosive Bile's trying their best to reach the Lib. They will get there. And the Lib falls, but the bio units are really just standing their ground. Obviously, no upgrade advantage or anything for the Roach to work with. Now the tanks are starting to spawn. This only becomes more difficult for Shin from here on out with the tanks out. I mean, it took him so long. The Liberator should never have been up this long. When you're coming in with the Ravagers, they should be able to bile down Liberators quickly, effectively. When you waste so much time taking Liberator damage, I mean, like I say, the value is just not going to be there. Clem's supply is not really moving. Shin's supply is dropping, and that is the problem. He does not have a setup to play a longer game. Clem's moving into 2-2. He's getting tanks coming online. Shin's going to GG out because he knows fine well that this game does not go well for him from here. Clem held this way too comfortably in too good of a position. GG's, and Clem is going to take the second game of this best of 3. And potentially sets us up for another 3-0. Dun dun dun. Alrighty, let's get ourselves ready for game 3 then, guys. We're going to be going to Amygdala. I like it, I like it. I'm just going to do some invites. I'll be very quickly for like half a minute, guys. Stay there. If you're not, I'll be right back, and we'll jump into this game number 3. Yeah, this is the last series today. The rest of the tournament is indeed tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have 5 best of 5s and a best of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a best of 7. Yeah. Start the day off with Solo versus the loser of this series. Then MaxPax versus Gumiho. The winner of those two play each other. Then the upper bracket final, Hero versus the winner of this series. Lower bracket final and grand final. Awesome. Alright, let's go. Just put your kids to bed too bad. Yeah, unlucky. well, if you haven't watched the rest of the games, you can go back and check them out. Full VOD available on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, honestly, today's been fun. We've had a lot of good series today. Today's been a lot of interesting games, I would say. Been enjoyable. Let's see if we get to go more than just through this map, because in the bottom left, up 2-0, looking to close it out. Much to our disappointment is Clem. We want to fight. Let's go, Shin. Let's do it. In the top right, a red Zerg player to get into this game 3. Alright, game 3 of this best of 5 series. We get this up. Hatch gas. Soon to be a spawning pool. Nope, actually just a gas cancel. It's just going to be extractor tricking. Get the overload started. I didn't see what time of the game we're at. Alright, so hatch, extractor trick. And then we'll still see the gas or the pool coming up next. Spawning pool coming up, the hatchery is coming through, we got a few drones on the way out right now, the barracks and the SCV coming over as well. The overlord of Shin will head down toward the bottom left as well. Just going to get that going for a few moments. As a real shot from Clem, get a little bit of scouting into this natural here. I cast with ZG sometimes. I've not casted with ZG for a very long time. I think the last time I casted with ZG was probably at last Home Story Cup, because she was at the last Home Story Cup, right? She was there was that in winter? Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, I must have casted with it there, but proper cast with ZG, it's been a long time, because I didn't even cast eSports World Cup. I was the second desk host that lost their job on the first day because the setup didn't work. So yeah, I didn't even get to do any proper casts at eSports World Cup. I did no casting at eSports World Cup. I casted the free-for-all. I guess Dallas was probably the last time I casted, probably with ZG. In a while. Home Story Cup casts don't count, you know. A very different vibe. Maybe coming about, moving around. Queen will gather. We do see the link speed coming up. The drones in production. Again, the link speed coming about. Our CC on the way. Reaper hops into the main base. Queen will be there, push that Reaper back the other direction. Hatchery taking a little nibble. Do I cast other games? No, not really. I've been a StarCraft Duke guy pretty much my entire career. We've dabbled in some other things here and there, but mostly like other RTSs that are up and coming and stuff. Yeah. My issue with doing other games is that I've always been so committed to StarCraft 2, it's very difficult to find the time to put into properly learning and casting other games, you know? It's very tough to make a switch and to be successful in other games when you are, like I say, working hardcore in a single game already, I guess. Not impossible, just especially because what I do is like, it's not like I have like time between events to like not cast. Like we cast StarCraft every day. Like that's been the channel vibe. That's what we do. So yeah, it's always been the focus. Excited to play some Battle Aces again whenever that comes back. I missed the last beta because I was just busy during it, but excited for that to come back around again. Now Zergling's going to move around a little bit. They're going to get back up the top. A couple of Evolution Chambers are coming online as well here from Shin. And those Zerglings just move over to the sides. We got a lot of Marine Hellion joined up in the natural. An SCV pulls through, going to go repair against that. And yeah, Engineering Bays are going to be coming through to give us those upgrade potentials from Clem very shortly. Loco with the raid. Wow, you know it's a late Wardy stream when Loco finishes stream before you. Doesn't happen very often. Thank you so much, Loco, for the raid. Thank you so much, Mickey Verix, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you for supporting. As our couple of medevacs are going to be heading up toward the top of the map, so they're going to be coming over here. This is our potentially last game of the day, by the way, guys. So you've joined us just in time for our potentially ending, but I will send you guys onwards, fear not, when we wrap up. Or maybe we see Shin fight back, and maybe we'll actually get some more games. Let's hope for that. As you see, our Queen's going to get there. The medevacs get turned around up through the top side. So they're going to get pulled away already. And yeah, melee upgrades coming through. 1-1 attack and armor upgrades coming about. Our combat shield coming over as well. We will see the medevacs getting over to that right side, and a few lings will get underneath, go after the medevacs, and the creep tumor gets picked off as well. So we're going to take that down. Circles continue to get themselves busy. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield building up right here. The lings will begin to whack their way through this set of rocks. So rocks taking some damage. The marines and the medevacs coming over as well. One Queen goes down. The Zergling's still chasing. Medevacs load, and we retreat away. I'm scared for Shin already because I look at the numbers and it's like, Clem, down only 2 workers. Clem, equal an army supply. Look at the production tab. It's okay. He's like 60 seconds behind on 1-1. So fast upgrades from Shin. That's going to give him some moments in this game that are a little bit better, but Terran Bio is very good at dodging those fights if you don't want to fight. I'm worried for Shin. Clem gets the armor. I was just thinking, I was like, he needs an army to keep going on 2-2, as Shin was not starting his own 2-2. I was like, there's a chance Clem catches up on upgrade time in a bit as well. Zergling's going to run in. Those lings force a lift up on the medevac. Guys, I guess just because we've got a few new people here, I'm just going to say it again. If this is our last game, we actually have a very small, like, 3-minute sponsorship segment to do when the last game ends. We're going to be moving into that quickly to benefit from the viewership count being as high as possible. So we'll be doing the sponsorship segment pretty quickly. It takes 2 to 3 minutes, and then once we're done with that, we'll be wrapping up the day and talking a bit about what's coming up tomorrow, etc. So just in case you think it's very weird that we very quickly end this series and go into whatever's next and go into something different, that's all it is. So just in case this series does end here, that will happen. So just a little bit of info, just in case. Marine's going to get through for a couple of creep tumors, so we're going to succeed there. Going to get towards some rocks. We do have these Marines continuing to move about. A few more Banes morphing in. We got a few Zerglings going to get jumped on as well. We continue to step over. Now the Marines loading back into the medevacs. Rock's going to expire, opens up the map a little further. Clem is already just popping his 4th base down onto location, so going to take this gold for the 4th base right here. And Shen's going to try and get a 5th base on the gold as well. Much rather be a Terran trying to defend this base than a Zerg. And control the middle of the map, which Clem is doing. It's going to be very difficult to mine from that. That should be a scan, get rid of some creep. And stop that expanding through the top side of the map, as Clem is also playing still the bottom right with this double medevac drop as well. Bane will force him back here, and actually going to take a dive at this location. I wouldn't have hated it, because maybe I would have hated it. That's a lot of Terran just sat in the wall. Man, Clem's army's massive. We are coming up to being maxed out, right? So I guess it makes sense that he has more than just a few medevacs and marines, but I don't know. It just looked like a massive blob of Terran all of a sudden, just sat on that natural, waiting for an opportunity. Lingbane Hydra sets up. A few Marines are going to go after some of that Lingbane Hydra, pushes it away to the corner. Zergling's going to come about. We turn, we fire, we get rid of a few Banelings. A little awkward for Clem, who's not completely sieged up just yet. We'll get sieged up now. The Banes are going to crash on through. The Lingbane Hydra continues to chase. One of our first bigger fights, and Clem already comes out of it ahead on supply. Again, a good sign for him as another little bit of creep moves about. The Ling Hydra continues to gather. We do have Marines, tanks, medevac gathering up as well. Morph the Banes down to the bottom side of the map. Here we go. Going to turn into this army now. Just going to jump through onto these siege tanks. 1 and 2 going down. Shin is just bleeding units, though. He does get SCVs on the third base, and he will run forward and try to overwhelm. I don't think that's happening. Well, actually, he has 2-2 to 1-1 for a few moments. That actually does help you. So he does kind of overwhelm, but he trades out at least. Which makes it not a bad decision to jump and to continue onto that. This drop on the top side gets the base. Uh-oh! Baneling Nest right there. That's the only Baneling Nest of the game. This is not a random bonus one rebuild for some reason. So now no Banelings can morph for the foreseeable future. That's a slight problem if Shin wants to keep on being aggressive. And also if he wants to try and get a defense going. Man, that's the lack of +2 armor right now, letting those Lings at least be somewhat contesting with those Marines. The Banes actually do crash through. Clem is busy chasing Hydras on the bottom side of the map, though. Shin is sub 120 supply as Clem is just powering his way through it. My goodness, he is just pushing his way through. This army of Shin is just not standing the test of time in the slightest. +2 armor about to finish. We do lift up one Marauder. We protect that, saving it already. We see the rest of the army pulling back down. The army getting back towards the center here. Medivacs, tanks, bio, all gathering together for the moment as he... Again, Bane Nest coming through. The Ling Hydra plus one missile upgrade coming up as well. It's going to be having our Bioforce continues to step back through. Clem is max, Shin is not. Clem's just freaking good at this matchup, guys. It's very hard to beat the guy. It really is as simple as that in a lot of ways. As the Lings get across, they pick off a Marine. We get towards the back of this gold base. That's just going to not go anywhere either. On the top side, our Bio and our Medivacs join up. Get rid of a few more Zerglings. We step on through. At least get some Banes morphed, and Shin looks to try and wrap around onto this portion of the army, but Clem pulls back. Tanks go unsieged. All these fights off creep, of course, gives Clem a great time. He's got a lot of firepower right now, and the tanks absorb some of the Banes that get close. And once again, an attack on the top side at the same time means that Clem is just going to take it. 3-0, Clem takes it down. Convincing from him as this final series of the day gets rounded out. All right, as I mentioned, we're going to be moving into a little sponsored segment here, guys. If you stick around for 2 to 3 minutes, helps a lot. It means we're going to turn the YouTube channel straight offline. So thank you so much if you're watching on YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the rest of this WardiTV Backers Brawl. It's not really a WardiTV event, just the Backers Brawl. I'm saying it because it's on the Wikipedia page. So you can see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching on YouTube. Goodbye, YouTube. If you guys are here on Twitch, then thank you so much for hanging out. Let me throw the thing up that I need to throw up. We are going to be watching the trailer for how to trade